back. All right, there we go. Now chat's there. Okay, I think we got it. Woohoo! All right, we'll hide you. Where's ZBrush? There we go. Ta-da! Okay, so sorry about that. My chat wasn't logged in, and because my second monitor's not working tonight for some reason, I couldn't sign in over there, so I had to sign in, and I can't let you all see those passwords. So we get to start this over again. If you guys can give me a shout out and tell me if we are, if you can hear me and see me okay. I see someone from Twitch. If we can get something from from YouTube and or Facebook so we can see what's going on, that would be very helpful. Oh. Anyone on YouTube or Facebook, if you can yell at me and tell me that you can hear me and see me. Anyone? Bueller? Hold on, let's go to... Boop. Okay, I'm there. What's our lag? Oh, our lag's pretty good, huh? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So, yeah. Anybody? So, ZBrush fan, can you see me and hear me? Seems like you're the only person who's responding right now. So, it says we have 22 people out there. Okay, anyone on YouTube or Facebook? Just type in your chat so I can know that you can hear me. Und see me? Anyone? All right. All right, great. So I apologize for missing last week. I was so sick. I get sinus infections, and I had a sinus infection that was getting really bad. And then as I was coming in, I was carrying crap in, and I was coughing, and I slid on my deck. And I slid, and it was like literally ass up, and my back got torqued, and every time I coughed, my back hurt, and I was just like, okay, this is not happening. I wouldn't be able to lift my case and to be able to get to the computer, to get my computer here anyway. So I apologize for last week, for missing last week, but it happens, you know. All right, so we have 35 people out there. If any of you are on YouTube or Facebook, just throw in chat so I know that chat's working. And yeah, totally. It was hell. It was not good. And it sucked because I was coughing so much. My abdominal muscles were hurting. And so you're pinching that, and then you torque your back. So you're coughing and you're torquing your back, and you can't sleep. Oh, it's a living hell. Yeah. Sorry. Like I said, I was sick and broke. Getting old really sucks, by the way. For all of you who haven't gotten old yet, don't do it. It's horrible. It's a horrible idea. All right, thank you. Okay, so Facebook is working, so I'm assuming that YouTube is working. All right. So we have those meteorite balls. 12 mil. And I want to make a ring for those. And we had talked about it earlier, but I did a quick block up already, and we'll go from there. And then I also have, I think we might work on tonight as well, is that these really cool jade things. Come on, jade thing. When I was in China, I got a bunch of these, and they're really nice jadeite. And see how they have like that little, like a barrel surface? I thought it'd be cool to do like almost like one of those little traditional Egyptian rings where they're just pinching the scarab sort of thing. I think that would work really nicely with that setting. So we might play with that a little later. Howdy ho. There we go. We got a YouTuber. All right. So we're out there. We're streaming. You can hear me. Great. So once again, hello. Welcome to ZBrush Live. I'm back. Yay for me. And yeah, just everyone knows if you have a question, please ask. I'm here for you. And I'm just going to sit here and whittle doodle on this a little bit. And then I'll take your questions And yeah, there we go. So if anyone has any questions, feel free to ask, because you know that I'm here for you. Alrighty. I was working on that seahorse a little bit more today. I have a few different options for them to look at. So hopefully I'll have prints and stuff of that to show you guys here soon. How is everyone doing? I guess it's a holiday. Did everyone have a nice holiday? Get their day off for Mr. Martin Luther King, which is a beautiful thing. Oh, so it's just you're not getting any power to it. Is that it? I think I glanced down at it. Sorry, today was a busy day because I've been sick for so long. I was doing a lot of catch up. It's Mark, I'm not sure. I mean, it's just, is the power light coming on? Are you getting power to it and the screen's not coming on, or is there just no power? No, I had an old ring. This was like the peacock ring that I did. And since it's sort of set up since it's tall, I was like, I'll just use it as a base. And I just went in and, well, here, I'll show you. Let's go back. Where are you? Whatever. I have the history undo. So here, let's just go back to the first one. Right. So that's just the lower. That's the lower. No. We don't do that. We would have had to redo it all again. That's not what I want to do. So I took the peacock ring and I just stretched it out. So it's roughly the right size for that. And then, will this allow me to forward through? No. And you can see we just started to futz with it a little. And then I went in and took ZModeler and changed some of those out. Just thickened them up, and I just wanted to change a little. So I'm out here blowing these out, and then like, okay, I want that there. I'm just throwing some random stuff in there. I didn't really have a plan. And you can see how we sort of cruised our way to there. Did that help? Well, it's really funny because I have always thought that starting with a ZModeler model and then working your way up is the easiest, most basic thing. And I had a workshop a little while ago, and I realized that ZModeler is insanely intimidating if you don't understand that you don't need to worry about any of them. I use like 10 tools in ZModeler, and there are like 100 billion options in ZModeler. So I find that ZModeler is the easiest way to start because you can control your geometry really closely. But I honestly believe now, after having dealt with some classes or some workshops that people were just really lost. It winds up that navigation and things like that. I mean, can you navigate? Can you make things in ZBrush? Because if you can, I think the easiest way to start is to come in here, hit W, and then pick the base shape you want to work with here. And then literally just start working from here. And, once again, I prefer to control geometry. But I think that, honestly, if you're a complete beginner, I think it's probably easier to come in here and then just Dynamesh it. Just go remesh by Dynamesh and just pick a number. Let's go 10,000. Right? And then just use your clay and move tools and turn on Sculptris Pro and, play with your symmetry a little. And then this way you are... just start futzing and playing with it. And this is a more immediate way to get some geometry out and play with it. Now, remember, you're not going to be able to control your geometry this way. But this is a good way to just start moving stuff and getting things kind of going. I was a little surprised at how, I guess, a basic mind, or the basic, when I say basic mind, that's not what I'm saying. I mean, if you haven't used it before, ZBrush is a pretty different kind of, the thought process behind how you develop things is a little different. And so I think that just coming in and using your Sculptris Pro tools is a really quick, easy way just to play and just get to a point where you can start to make something. I think that that is probably a more gratifying starting process that's easier to understand, because all you're doing is moving stuff around, pushing and pulling, and then you have something that you can play with. Does that make sense? I think that that's probably the fastest, easiest way to get geometry in, because if you're just like really a serious beginner, you're not worried about geometry control and mesh management and is it going to be printable and things like that. You just need to get comfortable with generating shapes, and from here you can take this and turn it into whatever you want. You can make dragons, you can make whatever. But I find that if you don't know how to make geometry at all, this is probably the easiest process to get it in. And or going back to our base geometry here, circle, turn W back on, and you can literally like create some forms with just your gizmo tool form, and this way you can generate some quick geometry that you can then sculpt on and play with. So I think getting used to your gizmo as a shape generator is important. Does that make any sense? And you can just build things up with cubes and circles and just get your model there, and then all you do is just remesh by Dynamesh, boop, and that turns it all into one form. And then you can just sculpt on it. You can just sculpt on it. So you can get your basic shape forms, build a basic form up with your little subtools, right? Right. And I think that's probably the easiest way to generate base forms, because you just keep futzing with it. And at the end of the day, you can see I'm not worried about its exact symmetry or anything at that point. Mirror and weld. Now you have it there, remesh by Dynamesh. And, that's a really fast, easy way to just block up some really quick forms. So I think with the Gizmo base form and then Dynamesh and then using Sculptris Pro, I think it's probably the simplest way to generate geometry quickly and understand it and just be able to futz around and play. Now, this is totally screwed for mesh management and ready for printing and stuff, but that's not really, as a absolute beginner, that's not something you're really worried about anyway. Whoa. I don't have it on this computer. It's on my computer at home. I'll bring it next week and show you. I should have it. We have 2 different styles. I have to let them pick what they want. And I've been sick. I haven't done crap. Last night was the first night I actually got up, and I kind of worked a little. And then, so I have been literally down. It's been ridiculous. I was like out. It was horrible. No power light, but the comp sees it. Okay, so I had something similar happen, and it was like a little fuse on the video board. If you just call Wacom and ask them, I think it's a really simple fix. I sent mine in, and they just replaced the fuse for me, and I think it was like $20. But if it is registering, that means the board is good. It's probably just that little fuse has burned out. Did you buy a used one, or did you buy a new one? Because if you bought a new one, it's under warranty. If you bought a used one, my guess is that it's that little fuse. So just give Wacom a call, and they should be able to figure it out for you. If you, I think it's a simple fix, because if the screen went out, because on my old 21UX that happened to me where it like the power lights and all the lights came on, but the screen never came on, and they said that was that's something that happens. And I don't remember if it was because of lightning or it's just sort of it's like a little fuse to protect the monitor. So I think that is probably what it is, or at least that's my best guess. But give Wacom a call, and like I said, you send it in, it cost me like $20, so it's not a huge thing. All right. I'm trying to figure out something all open like I did. Oh, you mean how to figure out how to make something all open like this? Well, there are a couple ways. Either you build it in its base form, right? And this was just Z modeled. I just whipped through and Z modeled this together. Or, you take here, let's get a band real quick. Here, let's do it this way. Duplicate, ring. And this kind of goes back to that Sculptris Pro thing. The easiest way to get some fast, like open air cagey stuff is just to do it here. Hold on, let's taper. Get it to taper a little. Accept. Taper. Bring it in this way. We don't want it to taper in that direction. Okay, we get a little bit of mass there. Accept. And I know this is fat. This isn't a good ring, but you get the idea. Here we remesh by Dynamesh. And once again, I'm not remeshing it at a super high level here. Q. And now let's take clay tubes. W. No. Q. Good. Yeah, Q. Turn symmetry on. I think that's going to be a Z. Radial count 100. Yeah. And then I'll just get 1/2 kind of where I like it. I tend to like sort of comfort bands where there's a little bit of a twist in them, and that's okay. So now we go there, smooth that out, mirror and weld. Oop, wrong direction. Oop, wrong direction. So you see what happened here? A mirror weld, and I took the wrong side. Supposedly you can push Alt and have it copy, but I can never get it to work. So I just flip it again, and there. So now I have the same both sides. Just gonna smooth this off a little. Mirror and weld again. That way I know everything's symmetrical. And here, let's... Oh, wasn't that funny? My rings, that's odd. Normally I'll set my ring center, but the ball's not center here. So we'll just... Right, so you want to build a cage around that. Okay, so first thing I'll do is I'll kind of do this. Boop, mask, extract, accept, extract, accept. All right, so now we have a, you know, we know that's the size of the ball. I'll go back here, undo, undo, merge down. I'll mask that completely and then go to snake hook with Sculptris Pro on, and now we'll do symmetry. Right, well, just kind of move this around until it kind of goes where we want it to. And I don't care if it gets really thin right now because we're just trying to get the stuff roughly in the form. Anytime things get too thin, just inflate them back up, smooth it back down, right? And now we're going to bring stuff down to here, so mask this stuff off. Sculptris Pro, or snake hook with Sculptris Pro. And just kind of get them sort of where you want. You can see that I'm very rarely very picky when I'm doing this. Inflate. And then you're like, okay, well, I want them to come up in here. So now you take snake hook, drag it up into, drag it up into here, right? And then you just stroke, and then W. Turn symmetry off, remesh by Dynamesh. No, I thought I just turned that off. Turn symmetry off, remesh by Dynamesh, boop. And you can see just real quickly, you can start getting that open form. So that's like if I'm doing a bunch of wavy, weavy crap, this is usually how I'll do it. And then you get to the point where you like what you got, come in and turn Q on, smooth everything out. Oop, turn symmetry back on. Whoa, too much. No mas, Tomas. And you notice I have Sculptris Pro on now, and that is homogenizing some of the geometry as well. Little areas are still a little thin. We'll just take inflate and beef them up. Trim front. Oops, too deep. All right. Actually, we'll go ahead and take that all the way off. Move elastic. If you hold move elastic down, if you hold alt down, it'll come straight up, right? And now I'm just going to do trim front and just knock these little edges off, like a little step by step, until they're kind of where I want them. And just kind of work them down. Oops. Close holes. Every once in a while when you're using Sculptris Pro, you get those little blowout holes. Drag them down to where you want them. Right. And then when you're ready to change out, come down to ZRemesher. I tend to drag it all the way down. ZRemesh. Okay. It makes sense if you use ZBrush, but don't fully understand the program inside of which I probably should. Yeah, I'd love to check it out. That's fine. Can you, do you know there's a Dropbox link. Hold on. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Shit. It should be on the page. It's the tswzbrush.com, and you can drop it to me, or you can just send me a link if you want. Yeah, just call them. I think it's a fuse thing. It's the only thing that I can think of. If it's actually registering, it means that the chip is getting power. It's just the screen. Something, it might have been a storm or something like that, and it's a fuse for the actual LCD. That'd be my guess. That's my best guess, because that happened to me, and they said that's common. So it's like a $25 thing. It's not a big deal. But is now following. Yeah, no problem at all. And so, oops. And see, now you have base geometry that you can then come in, and if you want it to, let's say, oh, I want to punch a hole in here, right? Well, we have 4 there, and we have, hold on, let's hide this guy real quick. Let's hide this guy real quick. So since this is the inside of the band, so we come in here, and this is where we can use ZModeler, and that's why I do it down to a much lower resolution, right? So now I got rid of the geometry on the inside of the ring, and that also allows me to come in here, QMesh, and we'll just drag this through. Boom, now you have a hole in the center. And let's say you want to increase this ridge just a little. Turn this on so we can see what's going on. Let's say you like this ridge, but you want to increase it a touch. You can add just a little bit of geometry here that allows you to futz with it. And you're like, okay, well, let's say I want to punch a hole here, drag it through. Boop. And you do have to kind of pay attention to your geometry. You probably want to insert loop. There we go. And now when we drag this through, it's not just, oh, I changed, how did I, oh, because of this, you would pull those loops out from the inside first. You see what I mean? I added extra loops so they don't have the same geometry. So do that, and then just add some meat into it later, because, oh, we have Sculptris Pro on. Right, and then start dividing, and now just come in and start sculpting, right? Sure. And once again, keep your subdivisions, because if you want to come back in and do like some more dramatic smoothing, you lower this down, and you can come in and really affect your forms this way. Right, and now you can come back in and really start your sculpting. And you can see I'm always hunting for the forms as I'm sculpting them. And so with not too much work, you can see you can get someplace that's kind of cool. Just from that really rough, messy start. That's funny, you go a week without using your stylus, it's like, wow, my hand. Yeah, ZBrush is wonderful. I mean, it's just, once you get to the point where you're not fighting with the interface or figuring out what you're trying, you know, if you're not fighting with your tools and you're just sculpting, ZBrush is, it's like therapy for me. I mean, I do it all day, every day, all day, unless I'm sick. I didn't touch a machine for a week. Everyone, it was so funny. I guess I have like Facebook on my cell phone, and so when I checked messages, my phone came on, and people were like, "Well, you were on Facebook." I was like, "No, I wasn't. What are you talking about?" It was like, "Well, it showed that you were active." I'm like, "No, that was probably my phone turning on when I moved." It was like, everyone's all up in your stuff. So you can see really quickly from just throwing that mush together, you can come in, and then when you Z-remesh it down to a really tiny form, and I would Z-remesh it a couple times because it really cleans up the mesh. Here, let's go back, and where did we Z-remesh this? Was it that far back? No, it was farther than that. Nope. I'll show you what I mean. It was real close here. Nope. It's right in here somewhere. There we go. Come on. All right, there we go. So, boop. You can see where there's a little lumpiness and stuff. If you just go back in and Z-remesh, it will try to homogenize the forms that you have there, which is good, you know, because like if you have weird pinchy points that you don't particularly like, or you're worried about, because it'll try to retain that pinchy geometry, right? So often it's better at this point to come back in, smooth it out, move it again, so you're not generating crappy geometry. And once again, if things get small, just come back in, inflate it up a little. You can use any of your tools, right? Let's say use, oh, that's annoying. I always hate it when that happens. Right, you can use your clay brushes, just add where you want. All right. Z-remesh it again. And you'll see how it tries to retain, you know, it's trying to get, it's looking for different ways of, you know, combining this. So you can always just go, okay, well, that's not good. If it, I think, hold on, if you hold down Alt when you Z-remesh, no. If you do it over here under geometry, under Z-remesher here, if you hold down Alt, it gives you different, see, that's a legacy algorithm. This is a new algorithm. If you hold down Alt and do it, it uses a different algorithm. So until you get, you can see how that's a dramatically different algorithm, right? So you can sit there and futz with it. See, I like this one because I don't get that pinch right here. So I would probably go with this one. And now just start building off that, if that makes sense. And if you're getting weird pinches in it, just undo, go back and smooth it out or whatever, and then it's not trying to get the weirdness. Often, like when I'm doing a remesh of a pretty complicated model, I will duplicate it and then I'll smooth the model down. And then that way it's not trying to figure out the geometry of these tight things, right? It's trying to give you clean geometry on a smooth surface. And then when you divide it back up, you're not getting weird pinches in your geometry. So fiddling with your Z remesher while you're doing it helps a lot. Let's delete you. Okay. Let's come back up to here. Boom. Yeah. And so you can see I just started with that peacock ring and just blew some of the geometry out and about, and then I'm going to come back in and play with it. Because I really like these meteorite spheres. And I want to make something fun with them. I was getting that pinching in there. So I'm going to smooth this open a little. And fade out here. We'll go up high res. And then we'll smooth it out so I don't get that pinch. Because I don't like that pinch. And that pinch is kind of what I talk about when you get geometry you don't particularly like. Because if you look, I'm sure there's a star there. Yeah, see how there's this little star? These star intersections make for weird folds later on in your geometry. So I would tend to try to find a way to get rid of those when you're doing your base geometry. But right now it's fine because I'm going to put a detail element there, so it's not really going to screw me, I don't think. So we come out, right? Because those stars give you like some really pinchy, edgy geometry. And I tend to try to avoid pinchy, edgy geometry. Kind of have to decide what style we want here. I've been kind of grooving on this more almost like Celtic knotty stuff where it's smooth flat planes. I've been getting some good response from that, so let's play with that. So once again, for new viewers, feel free to ask questions at any time. And I will stop and we will work through your questions because that's why I'm here. I'm here for you guys. Well, I will use the Formlabs. Come on, yeah. I'm still kind of broken. Sorry, guys. I'll use the Formlabs castable. There's a little casting facility near me that really isn't they do in-house casting, and we're going to do some experiments and see if they can cast my work. And then if they can, the things that I do on the streams and stuff, we'll start doing some one-offs and trying to sell them through Facebook, where on Instagram, we'll post them on Instagram and, sell just the one-offs and stuff. So that'll be fun. I think. Because that way we can just get some excitement built and make some fun stuff that has no, oh, this has to be on a line, you know, where they don't have to be congruous and they can just be whatever we make that night. So yeah, probably the Formlabs castable. Speaking of Formlabs, I really need to call them. I must call me some Formlabs. Right? Doesn't that sound like fun? Because I'm working on lines, and the problem is I really can't show that stuff. You know, it's until it launches, I can't really show the stuff. So at least that way, things that I make when we stream really doesn't have to be tied to a line in any way, shape, or form. And give us some freedom just to make some goofy stuff. Because I want to make because this is a size 7. And I want to make kind of it's a big, because the meteorite's, 12.5 mil. So it's a pretty high profile, and on a women's finger size 7, it's pretty big, but I mean, come on, that's pretty rad. I mean, right? That came through our atmosphere. I'm sorry. I like that stuff. Yeah, and that's low stress, And if they can they haven't tried to cast my work yet, so I'm hoping they don't have problems with it. Sometimes my work requires slightly nicer machines, so I don't know what they have casting wise. Oh, without a question. I mean, I think, to be deadly honest, I think 3D printing is the future of individual artists. I think that, and it's one of the things that I'm actually trying to accomplish here. Hopefully this year we'll get a good anchor in it, and that is developing a production shop that's really targeted towards ZBrush users and like people, because the problem is this: Shapeways is not a jewelry company, and they charge a fortune for the work. And if you're trying to be a and when I say young, I don't mean you have to be young of age, but a new designer, and you design something and you really like it, and sadly it costs you a damn fortune to be able to get it made well. And that's something we're trying to solve. And hopefully we can resolve that issue by developing a nice, small prototyping manufacturing shop that we can trying to get it where the casting and the production of the pieces are not where the shop really makes its money. And so that's just like a bonus, so we don't have to, we can charge closer to cost, because the business plan isn't make money off of the people casting. We have other options of making money. And so one of the projects I'm working on this year drum up a little excitement from people with a lot of money. If you have a lot of money, you want to talk about it, give me a ring. But I think that at some point what's going to happen is I still don't have high hopes for direct-to-metal printing in our near future. For jewelry or small objects. I mean, for large like they can print hinges and stuff, but the thing about the metal printing is the finishing is a nightmare. But I kind of have high hopes for some of these, like Formlabs or other people who are really spending time developing their materials, that we get some materials that, you know, you can sell the actual object. Because I've seen stuff on Etsy and on eBay where people are actually selling just like jewelry that's just the black resin. And I'm like, yeah, but you drop that on cement, it breaks. You know, there's not, as of right now, well, 3D Systems has a few materials that are actually prototyping materials that are meant to be, you know, that resin's pretty tough, it doesn't shatter. But for the most part, there aren't any really good, hey, I'm going to print this in, you know, a glow-in-the-dark plastic, and that is the final product. There are very few resins out there nowadays that is final product. Oh, crimey. Somewhere I turned off symmetry. Poo. But they're coming. But yeah, I really do think that, you know, the whole concept of everyone having a 3D printer in their home and all that crap, it is coming. I mean, there are already companies that have libraries of their replacement parts that you can just download to fix like your washer and dryer. There's some, I think it was Mele, the Italian washer and dryer company, that has a some of the replacement parts are printable, so you just download the part, print it, and there you go. You've now replaced the part on your washing machine at home. I think it's Mele, M-E-L-E, I think. I think I read that in the 3D printing book magazine. So yeah, I really do believe that 3D printing is going to be a household thing. I just don't think that the materials are quite there yet. Because like Formlabs has the tough resin, and it's great. It's tough. I mean, you can hit it with a hammer. It's tough, but it's like a see-through blue, like a blue-green, and it won't print 25 microns. It'll only print 50 microns. So if you're doing bigger stuff, that's cool. You know, if you're doing jigs and things like that for your shop, that's really cool. But if you're trying to make toys or, you know, cool little things, if you're trying to make little things, it's not quite there yet. How old am I? Girl never tells her. I turned 50 November 6th, so I'm old. I'm old and broken. I was born in 69. Woohoo! It's like, oh, you were born in summer of love. I was like, 68 was the summer of love, man. 69 was like race riots. It was 69, things had already started to go downhill. Now, if you really want to see where 3D printing's heading, there is the I'm having a brain fart. I can't think of the name of the show. It's like Reddit. Wow, holy cow. I can't think of the name of it. Rapid, holy Hannah, good God, that was painful. The Rapid show, because it really, it's industrial rapid prototyping is sort of what, and that is printing. They don't call it rapid prototyping anymore. But it's an incredible show because you go there and you can see all the industrial printers, and it's absolutely awesome. I mean, really, some of the ceramic printing that's going on is pure sex. It's so hot. But you're dealing with machines that start at, $250,000 and go up. But those are the, if it's happening, then that means it will work its way down for sure. It is pretty awesome. What is a coming? Let's see. It's a crappy curve. And instead of trying to sculpt it, often it's just easier to come in and move it. And the beauty is you can get that crap out of your way and actually get inside your pieces. This is the one thing digital sculpting has over physical sculpting every day. You cannot beat it. And that's being able to hide pieces. It's so awesome. And of course the ability to get 1 millimeter, like 7.5 inches. That's very nice too. Yeah, I subscribe to quite a few of them. There are quite a few industrial 3D printing and 3D scanning magazines online. And they're really, it's industry, it's like what the aerospace industry and mass manufacturing and automobile makers and stuff are doing. But like I said, if it's being used out there, it's going to trickle down. So it's pretty exciting to see what's going on. Well, the grooves is just purely resolution. Just get. I'm almost. Doesn't Shapeways offer biosafe ceramics? I know it's one of them, Shapeways, or what's the other? There are 3 big sort of Shapeway things. 2 of them are Europe and 1's here. There might be 2 here. God, I can't think of them. I'll see if I can find it for you. No, the real trick to the ceramics is just making sure, because you're going to have to glaze your ceramics, so you just want to make sure that your glazes are biosafe. Don't use any Azurean Crimson or Cobalt glazes. I don't see where the grooves would be, I guess, are they saying that, oh, you can get stuff trapped in the grooves? If you get something printed at a good resolution, that's not an issue. I guarantee you it's going to be more your glazes are going to be your issue. And I seriously doubt you're going to get anything that's going to be microwave safe, but you might.
Sorry, I couldn't quite hear you. Could you please repeat what you said?
When I said seriously, Siri decided I said Siri. Yeah, I think most of it's going to be resolution and your glazing. But I want to say that all 3 of the Shapeway type places do ceramics, I think. But you're not going to get any detail out of those. Those are big, flat, muddy, goopy shapes. I guess, yeah, I can't imagine. Because all of them, like Formlabs has a ceramic material, right? And so if you try to use the green or uncured mug, then yeah, there's probably still resin in that. Every time you heat it up, it's going to be crap. But all of that stuff you have to fire, and if you fire it, none of those resins are staying in the kiln. I mean, the kiln's, I think, what is 3 or 4 bar is up in the 2000s, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, the resin's going to go away, so you're getting only clay, because the resin just acts as a binder for the clay, and that's why you have to fire it. So if they're doing a ceramic and then not firing it, then yeah, I could see where you could have some issues. It heats up and then it gases off. Like if you put hot coffee in it or something, it would gas off. But yeah, I don't think anyone is doing green ceramics or uncured ceramics. I can only imagine that they're going to cure it and glaze it, because you're gonna need a glaze just to make it like non-porous enough to use as a dish. Did that help at all? I know that I'm going to try to get one of the large Form 3s, the Form 3 XL or whatever, and if I do, I'll turn my Form 2 into a ceramic machine, and I'm going to experiment with the ceramics, because we have a friend who has a kiln and who's a very, very, very good ceramicist. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, because the Formlabs ceramic is pretty. I mean, it gets good detail. It's nice. I mean, but ceramics has some weird qualities to it. Like it shrinks dramatically more in the z-axis than it does in the xy. So you wind up with a lot of height shrinkage, but not nearly as much width shrinkage. So, but I think their software it does that calculation. I don't think you have to do it anymore. The real key is just getting it fired correctly. I know that when they were doing the resin, that was one of the hold-up issues. They had the ceramic done for, I want to say 2 years, and it was never out because there were issues with curing, and I guess because it's thick, it slops a lot and it slops down into your machine, and so it was fairly risky on the printer itself. But if you have a kiln and you know how to cure things, buy a Formlabs and some of the ceramics, and you're on fire, I think. Yeah, exactly. Because you're going to need to put a glaze on it if you're doing the food safety stuff anyway. You're not going to use a raw clay. That'd be disgusting. Sorry, I haven't been talking for over a week. My throat has been so completely thrashed. So for those of you just joining us, feel free to ask questions. I will gladly stop what I'm doing and work through any problems you have. I'm kind of here for you more than here for me, so please do not hesitate to ask anything you'd like to know. I don't know a whole ton about UVs and stuff like that. I'm really a manufacturer. I'm not a game maker or anything, but if it's about design or stuff like that, I think I'm competent. Hey, Shkuta, how are you doing? Yes. Tonight I'm just futzing around on a ring. So feel free to stop me and make me do something else. God only knows these streams very rarely end on what I started on. So hello, hello, sir. Everything just went quiet here. I think the heat, everything is on its auto turn off. I've made quite a few chess sets actually, yeah. I've been hired to do quite a few. I think I've probably made at least 5 that I know of that I can think of at the top of my head. I used to play chess competitively a little, and then when we moved to San Francisco after college, I used to hustle chess to pay rent. It was good. That was a lot of fun. Right by Britex Fabrics. Ah, the good old days. Sorry, I can't read Russian, my friend. I wish I could. But if that's a hello, hello. Oh no, I design all kinds of stuff. I design furniture, I design toys, I design sex toys, I design, you name it, I'll design it. Costume stuff. I mean, basically I'm a sculptor who does jewelry objects most recently, because I wanted something that I could produce fairly easily, efficiently, and inexpensively. Little did I know I can't do any of those things. Everything is impossible to make and horribly expensive. So it wasn't necessarily my best plan, but I don't know, I find there's something quite compelling about jewelry, because it really is a truly interactive art form. Because when I'm making, a lot of my art is abstract, and when I make art pieces, I don't really care if you get it or not. You know, I mean, I'm usually doing that for my, those are things that I want to say. It's sort of my voice, my vocabulary, and I don't much care if anyone gets it. Jewelry, on the other hand, to be a successful jeweler, you absolutely have to deal with the client is definitely an active participant in the act of creation of jewelry. And I find that fascinating sometimes. I mean, most of the time I don't really want to hear what anyone has to say about it, because often the people who are buying jewelry don't know anything about design. And they're like, oh, well, can't you put a baby foot on it? And I'm like, you're fired. I fire clients. I'm like, go away. You're a lunatic. All right. I have a problem with ZBrush. When I rotate or zoom, I feel laggy a little. I think the lag is either RAM or the video card. You mean like you go like this and it's like it's either RAM or the video card. I can't remember. I can't remember which it is. But that lag, I mean, the easiest way to find out if it's your CPU is to, well, you may have a okay CPU, but if you're trying to rotate a 15 million poly model, your machine's probably going to scream a little about it. If you get get a CPU monitor, they're free to download. You just if you get a CPU monitor, if it redlines when you start to move things, there's your issue. But yeah, it's I want to say it's probably a CPU issue or a video card issue where it can't keep up. I don't know that RAM's going to do that. Can't remember. But to find out if it is your CPU, get a CPU monitor. And if it redlines every time you try to rotate, your models are too big. Is probably the issue. I'll see if I can find pictures of them. They've been a while since I've made them. Actually, I'm going to start a new set that is based on the Staunton competition, so you can use them in competition. They'll be the right weight and stuff, but they'll be just weird and trippy. So, yeah, I'll see if you email me or text me to remind me. I'll see if I can find pictures of them. They're fun. I did one for the Grateful Dead that was like the bears and the soft characters against the eyeballs and the trippy characters, and that was kind of fun. But yeah, text me or email me to remind me, because I'll never remember this tomorrow. My memory has quite a bit to be desired, sadly. We'll figure that out in a bit. Well, yeah, if your model count's too high, but whether that is the CPU or is it the video card, I just can't remember. When I had my laptop, I started to have that problem, and I can't remember what solved it, like going out and getting a new video card for it, or did I buy new RAM? It's been so long, I don't remember, because I don't run into those problems anymore. I have a monstrous computer, so. And this one doesn't really do that. Actually, this Wacom is actually pretty robust. It's a lot more robust than I thought it would be. Yeah, so much of it is just, just as much RAM, as much CPU as you could possibly jam in, because ZBrush doesn't use GPU. Some of the, I think one of the plugins does. Will use your GPU, but for the most part, ZBrush is a CPU and a RAM sort of thing. And it likes the faster chip. So if you have like 2 8 cores as opposed to 1 16 core, it likes the 8, the faster, the single chip. A fast single chip is better than slow multiple chips. I don't know why. I can't see prompt my way out of a paper bag. I'm not necessarily the best person to ask technical questions. I had a buddy that was making Darth Vader masks when his model so the same level as mine. Yeah, fair enough. Then shoe because his model skill is not as well, yeah. Make a shoe that can be customized. Well, there are quite a few people that make shoes. There are 2 Italian. They own a little shoe company, and they flew me over there to teach them how to use ZBrush. And so, and now with the world of digital lasts, the shoe industry is shipping or is converting to, well, the high-end shoe industry is converting to digital sculpting pretty well. So yeah, there's quite a bit you can do with shoes. Now, getting your hands on a set of digital lasts is a nightmare. I think that the set that they had is, I mean, it's like $30,000. It's obscene. Now, if you have a little scanner, you can just scan your own lasts in, and that'd be wonderful. But sadly, I do not have a scanner. I need a new computer for buy a scanner. You must make noises. Yeah, actually, I have a few shoe designs. They're all high heels, though, so just sort of did the heel, the body, and the frame, and then we did leather. Because I haven't found a silicone or a flexible that'll hold up enough to build the body of the shoe so you don't get blisters, or the closure of the shoe, whatever's touching the body. Have yet to find a material that I can just print that in and have it be robust enough to hold up to walking without giving you blisters and stuff. So that's one we're still working on. So you can see a lot of the manufacturing issues really come down to new material development. And like I said, luckily, there's quite a bit of new material development going on. Come on. So you can see I just drew those lines over that. This is a common usage for, why are you taking so long? A common, what'd I do? Good God, here we go. Now I'm going to start blowing things up. Am I going to add jewelry to this ring? You mean a gemstone? Well, if you don't have any experience in heels, you could hurt yourself. Come on, you. Where are you? All right, one more. Did I not draw? There we go. So if I find, right before I draw my line over, I guess it would have been easier just to undo than here. pain in the butt. Okay, Control Z, undo, undo. Now hold down Control and tap it. And now redo, redo. And so now I can take my history brush. You can see I wanted a straight line here. Oh, hold on. Clay tubes. I want this to be a straight line, so I'm holding down Shift, right? And you can see I just drew over this, but my history brush is set at a point before this, and then I just come back. Oh, you have to turn symmetry off, but just come back in here. Did I? Well, poop. One sec. There we go. Now Control. What are you doing? Come on. Because I have so many quick saves, these are all on the same square. So it's being a little bit of a pain in the butt on me. I should have picked that point because I knew I was going to do this. There we go. We'll just do it here. Control. Boop. When they're the same square, sometimes I could get confused. So now we come back up here. Come on. Yeah, I have a 12.5 millimeter meteorite sphere. These are really cool. I love meteorite. And I'm going to make it sort of like a pearl. So this setting is going to have this. So instead of the super organic, I'm going to kind of make it edgy and machiny, or, you know. There we go. So now you take your history brush and you just wipe it off. And then that way you can really cleanly get your lines and you don't have to worry about screwing up your surfaces. Go back to clay tubes. And now that's always there as a reference point, so you can always come back in and futz with it and change it. Make sure turn symmetry back on. Cripe. I didn't do it to this side. History brush. Turn symmetry off. Got to get both sides. Because for some reason, history brush doesn't deal with symmetry. Turn symmetry back on. And now go back to clay tubes. There we go. And now at least you know your lines are straight. And if I really want to be anal about it, we'll just come in here and do this. Take trim front. Find the place I want it to be sharp to. Right. Take planar flatten. There you go. And now that's a straight line. Right. I use trim front a lot to establish good 90s. So often while I'm working, right, I've established these points that I know that I want to kind of keep and I know I'm going to be working around them some more, I'll just come in, just hit control and make sure you're right. And now, once again, you can grab your history brush and just go back. Turn symmetry off. You can come back in and go back to that point that you liked. Right. So it's sort of like a good way to just know you have a detail that you like and you're going to be working around it. Just hit control, and now that's sort of like an anchor point for your history brush, and it'll allow you to always have a nice place to return to if you're futzing with specific geometry. Hey Sal, how's it going? So it goes with some kind of socket, right? You mean how is it going to be seated? Right? I'm just going to prong set it. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah. And since I started without a design concept, really, I mean, I knew I wanted it to be plainy because, you know, it's meteorite, spacey, sort of. So I'm just working my shapes out as planes right now. Exactly, space butterfly. It is exactly what I'm shooting for. Sorry, I'm low on the talkative side, guys. My throat's still a little squirrely from my doomed departure from streaming last week. Feel free to ask any questions. I see we have some more people in, so if there are new people here, know that whenever I'm here, I'm just kind of futzing off. So I'm not goal-oriented. So if you have any questions that have absolutely nothing to do with what we have going on here, I'm more than willing to stop, you know, open a model that's relevant to your issue, and I will discuss anything you need or want to discuss if I know about it. Remember, I'm more of a manufacturer than a like film and game person, so a lot of like UVs and the painting tricks and stuff like that, I don't know anything. Oh no, it'll be seated just like a standard stone, so it'll just drop into the socket, and then these prongs will be bent over it, and it'll just be prong set. Most of these have usually when you get pearls or any round stone, they either come with two holes, or you can see that this has a singular hole. So often what happens is you take that hole, and a lot of people don't build the cage up over it enough to trap it. They want that pearl to be sitting high on the piece. So you take something in the center here, just have a pin in it, and they just kind of screw it down on that pin. And often they use what's called pearl adhesive, and it's like, you know, sort of like an industrial super glue sort of thing, and they glue it in to the pin, right? But I am going to probably put a little gold thing right there, And so as it sits in on the underside, you'll see a little gold thing, and that'll be attached through the pin or through the hole. Oh. Oh, right now I'm about an hour north of Portland. I should be heading back to Spain. Well, technically I should be there now, but I have too much work to do. But I'll be headed back to Spain this year at some point. I'm trying to accomplish some things here with my education platform and some of that stuff. So it's hard to be away for a few months, so I've been America-centric in my traveling recently because I'm desperately trying to get some stuff done that's kind of hard for me. I'm not a video maker, so it's been a very learning experience trying to figure out how to make my videos. Sadly, it's taken me a lot longer than I ever thought it would. But when I talked to Shane, he was like, he spent well over a year trying to get his stuff together as well. So I don't feel bad. He was like, just get something done, and then when the income starts to come in from people joining the site, then you just pay someone to do the video stuff, and then it gets much better. And once I have people in the platform, then you get input of what they really need. Because I've been teaching live for the most part for the last 6 years, so building modules has been a journey for sure, because trying to figure out what I need to do and what's important, what's not important, been educational. And sadly, like I said, it's taken well over a year since I decided I was going to make a modular education thing. And I mean, to be fair, you get yourself into positions where you can't work on it, and there's blah, 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 all kinds of things. But, yeah. It will be there one day. You'd look fierce in high heels. Hell yeah. Did I miss something? Yeah, I'm not sure. Sorry if I miss things on the chat, guys. I'm sort of myopic OCD. I'm not always good at multitasking. Mm-hmm. Once again, feel free to ask any questions. Once again, I have to apologize for not being as talkative as normal, but my throat is not always... I took a beating for the last week and a half. It was horrible. I'm not a very good sick person. I get horribly crabby and bitchy and just I'm not good. Luckily, I just lock myself in my bedroom and just sleep it off. yeah, I worked in the film industry for, well, over a decade. Some of the films I worked on are on the ArtStation. Total, I did 25 films over, it was like 12 years or something like that. I don't remember. The film industry is an interesting venture for sure. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. No, I enjoyed my time in the film industry. And the best part of it is I worked with some really fabulous people. I think the people are the only things I miss about the industry. I mean, you know, working on cool projects is always cool, but I don't know. It was either I needed to decide if I was going to go into the art department, and then I just was like, And then some family stuff happened, and that just gave me the excuse that I needed to go. So I left and took up ZBrush, bought a mill, because printers were not affordable then. There was no way you were getting one in your house. Yeah. This is boring. I gotta figure out how to get this to weave a little more. I'm a little underwhelmed with what's going on here. Not impressed. Well, there's a bunch of stuff on ArtStation. There's a bunch of stuff on Ink Metal. Lots of this stuff is just me piddling around on the stream. I found a place that does some in-house casting, and hopefully they'll be able to produce my stuff. Some of my stuff is difficult to produce. But what we're going to try to do is exactly that, is as I make these just futz around pieces, we'll produce one of them or two of them and then just kind of sell them off of Instagram and see how that goes. Because like I design lines of jewelry for people, and I have a few lines that are up and out there, and you know, it depends on what you're talking about, you know, what's acquirable. So yeah, there are places out there in which you can acquire the stuff. But like this stuff I don't really produce much of. But that's going to change soon, hopefully. So you can see that I took the sphere, flipped it so I could see it, and then so that all this is inside the sphere, so it's going to need to be cut away. And right, we didn't have any here, so I put some more meat there, so we have contact with the sphere, right? And this is going to give me a much more realistic projection of the thickness of some of these walls, right? I want to have a little contact here. So we'll thicken this up. It's breaking the edge of that sphere. So that's good. right? And I think I want a solid contact here. And so we started out with form, right? A shape I liked. And now we're coming back and dealing with some of the function. I need contact points so there's friction and stuff on the piece. We'll play with this and then we'll go back out and once again play with it until it looks good. But this way I know where my surfaces should be. And so another easy way of going about this is flipped, right? So when I'm here, I can just go project all, and it will project to the negative edge of that surface, see? Boop. And now that has taken every surface that's close enough to it that now, right? So that's created, I know where the outside edge of that sphere is. Oops. So yeah, hopefully within the next month or so, Instagram will be where this stuff is. This kind of the stuff that I do on the streams and just some things that I'm playing with that aren't, you know, intense lines. They're just fun stuff that we get to work on. Trim dynamic is really good for knocking down edges. A lot of your brushes will just roll over an edge, and if you're careful with trim dynamic, you can see that it'll actually knock that edge down as opposed to rolling on it. Come on, you. See, there. And now we know. We'll do that again before we actually go into production or anything, but that gives me some ideas of what my actual wall thicknesses are, right? Because right here, this looks a little thin, so let's see what it is. Yeah, see, that's less than 1 millimeter. And that's not super bad because we have the thicknesses over here. But I may want to thicken that up. So this gives you an idea of where your thicknesses are. I've been so good with my Instagram since Thanksgiving, but I got sick and I wasn't doing anything. I was like, so yes, hopefully Instagram I'll get back to Instagram this week. I will post tomorrow. I'm still not great with the social media stuff. Have a good one, Nigel. Have a good day, night, whatever you are having at the moment. Anybody have any questions or issues? Feel free to ask. I will stop whatever I'm doing and work with those things with you if need be. Are you updating your size ratios before you send the models out? So you have to update size ratios. It's the most important thing you can do. So as we are getting this, right? So I come here, update size ratios. So this is 28 by 24 by 14 mil. So when you come out to export, you go to 3D Print Hub you have to push update size ratios here and accept the one that it is, right? And then just export STL. And good night, Argentina. And that is the only way to get, you have to hit that button, update size ratios, or you're not sending it out. But I send literally 20 models a month to printers, and I don't have issues with sizing. So it's purely pushing that button and make sure that happens. So Dynamo, are you pushing that button before you export? The other thing that you can be doing, right, is that if you are doing, so let's say you're exporting a couple things at once, you come here, right, you update your size ratios, great, and then you actually go to a different subtool. Well, now it is going to try to get this subtool to match that size ratio. So those are the two things that I see happen all the time, is people exporting from here, right? Hit size up, update size ratio, great. And then you change subtools, because now it's going to try to force that into that size. So that's the only two reasons that I think that you'll, because I mean, I've been doing this for 15 years and I don't have those issues. Like, there used to be an issue like with Modo, and that was if it were millimeters in ZBrush, I had to build in meters in Modo. So there are some programs that their internal calibration's a little off. Like, that's just a decimal point shift somewhere in the programming. But I don't really run into that much anymore. I mean, it's really, as long as you're diligent about updating your size ratios, you shouldn't have any problems. I mean, I haven't had any problems going to, yeah, no, I can't think. I mean, I send stuff to a lot of different people. You know, I do a lot of freelance work, so I send stuff out all the time, and ZBrush is incredibly accurate. It just comes down to, if there is an issue with a certain printer, let's say, there isn't the problem with Formlabs, but let's say you have a Formlabs printer and you send a printer, and instead of 20 millimeters, it comes out to 2 inches. And then you go back, make sure you hit your update size ratio. You didn't touch anything else, export it again, comes out 2 inches. And then go back and make something 1 inch, or, I said 20 millimeters, so make something 10 millimeters, hit update, export it. And if it comes out as 1 inch, obviously there's a translation issue between those two softwares, and that can happen. But I can't imagine, I don't know. That's an old problem. Most printers and printer software and stuff now, we don't have issues with. Okay. Oh yeah. Well, you don't have to use the same subtool every time. Just make sure that you update the subtool that you're exporting, right? So I'm here, I send the update size ratios expected, but I go here, it is going to try to export this ball at 28/2014, right? So let's say you are exporting the sphere, and this sphere needs to be 20.333, but you're getting 20.447, right? You can change the size right here and go 20.333 and then export it, and it's going to export whatever this number says on whatever subtool is selected. So as long as this number matches this subtool, you don't have scaling issues. But changing your subtool after you update your size ratios, or not updating your size ratio is really where people get into the, and I mean, I even do it, you know, I mean, like I'll send something out and it's like this big and I'm like, what the hell? And then I'll look and I had changed subtools. That's where I get myself in trouble most of the time, is I'll tap another subtool to look at it and then I don't update that size ratio. And yeah, that's usually my doom. Hold on. Do I not have a lens cleaner? Gloves. I have a lot of gloves. Oh, there's a lens cleaner. These are the greatest invention in the world. Doki glove is awesome sauce. They just feel really comfortable and they have this nice fleecy thing. They're awesome. Okay, Pikachu. So with this ring, I basically started with a predetermined ring, or a ring that I'd already made. But here. So this is a size 7 ring. Let's take this and append. And let's go to the ball. Append ball. Okay, delete the star. So that's my band. Make it thin. We're going to taper it up to the outside edge. Come in here. Taper. Come to the side. And you'll see it stretches here. All you have to do is go to the x-axis. I don't want it to taper there. All right. And so we go accept. I want to taper it a little bit more. So we'll just do it again. Taper. Is that far enough out? All right, that's pretty good. Bring the x-axis back in. Now we have a tapered band. Push accept. Q, get rid of that guy. All right, so Z modeler. Well, here, let's just Dynamesh this. And why we're going to Dynamesh it is because I want to be able to create those open things easily. So this is our base shape. Yay. Come in, go to W, go into your gearbox in W, and remesh by Dynamesh. I'm going to remesh it fairly low. That's fine, whatever. There we go. And now I know that we're going to want, oh, hold on. Let's flip that back real quick. Let's say you need a seat for your stone, right? We'll do a low seat and big prongs. How's that? Let's give it a little bit more. Boop. Extract. Accept. Merge down. So now you know your seat is fitting your stone, right? So now we're at the point of, oh, we need to make things open and spooky, right? So mask that off because we're coming up and into it. I'm just going to make this simple to begin with. Turn symmetry on, X and Z. If you hold down Alt and use the move elastic, good God, that was painful. It'll pull straight off the edge, right? So that's just how I'm whipping up some general prongs. Oops, there we go. Now we're going to position them where we want them to be. So that's roughly on the 45s. So let's bring these up, twist that out, bring it around a little more. Get good profiles. So we'll start there, and here, let's flip it. Turn on Sculptris Pro. Drag snake hook. And first thing we want to do is back face mask this, because I don't want to pull the back with it. And it's just experimenting with it a few times to get it to where it's pulling off the surface and making contact where you want it to make contact. So there we go. If they get too thin, just come back in and push inflate. All right, and then let's say we want inflate. And often I'll just inflate and smooth down until they're roughly the forms that I want. Move. You know, kind of just get things where you want it. Come back in. W. Remesh by Dynamesh. Boop. Now you notice I did something really bad there. Remesh by Dynamesh. W. Make sure you accept this, because if you don't accept it, right? Hold on, I'll show you what happens. If you don't push accept, and then let's say you come out here and you do all this really wonderful cool stuff that you really, really love, and you want to re-Dynamesh it, and then you come back in, you go W, remesh by Dynamesh, boop, remesh by Dynamesh. Oh, I hit accept. It'll go back to the last stage of the Dynamesh. So here, accept. Now so remesh by Dynamesh. Boom. And now let's just take move. And move these, and you're like, oh, look, that's awesome. You hit remesh by Dynamesh. See how it goes back? Right? We went back from here, and we went remesh by Dynamesh. Boom. And it went back to that last phase. So because you can stack the effects, which is really helpful. But if you forget that accept is an issue, you will go, well, what happened to my work? Where'd it go? So make sure that when you come in, you hit a stage you like, hit accept. Accept is a big deal inside the gizmo. And then, right, you're here. Turn that off and, oops, turn symmetry back on. And now you're just sculpting away. Let's say you want a bunch of little fins off this, mask that off, right? Grab snake hook, make sure you mask it, and then drag it in. Here, these are a little small. Let's get a slightly bigger brush. Drag it in, drag it in, drag it in, right? Go to W, remesh by Dynamesh. Have to turn symmetry off. Select. Now it's there, right? And then go to accept. Right, now you have shells. Turn symmetry back on. And with Sculptris Pro, you can get in there and kind of get it, you know, get your thicknesses in. I'm just using inflate to fluff that stuff back up. I use smooth to kind of get it back down. All right. And there you go. Now you have sort of webby shapes, and they're easy to control this way. Does that make sense? So if you have any questions about that, Pikachu, just ask me. I'm here for you. So I'm not liking how this is going. No problem. So I'm going to duplicate this. It's kind of annoying me. It's not really doing what I wanted it to do. So I'm going to kind of pinch that together, I think. Take inflate, fill it up from behind. I'm going to try a different direction with this. That might be okay still. There was just no weaving. It was just all the same form. And that bothers me. So that'll come down, go under. This will just come in, turn to a pinch maybe. Let's just gonna, oh, nope. Pinch this down to nothing. I'll get rid of this in a sec, because I think I want this. Excuse me. Oops. I think maybe. Kind of like that form a little better. So I can either do this two ways at this point, because I know I'm going in for a large geometry shift here. Right, we have a bunch of stuff right there that I don't want, right? That's all holes and stuff. Oops, inflate. I think we still want that. Actually, I think I want, let's mask this off. We're just going to drag this back in here. So we'll inflate this a little so it's intersecting tightly. Intersect that. Kick up a little meat right there. I want to work this profile a bit while it's still rough. So a nice just curve there. Okay, that's okay. And then I want that to kind of do that, I think. Okay. I think that might be more appealing. Now what's going to happen in here? So let's pull these in. So I'll work on something, just completely trash it. I'm not afraid to destroy my geometry that I've made. Especially in something like this where I don't really have a plan. Okay, that'll look okay. So now you can see we've changed it. We've bridged new things. We eliminated some of those, but it's all still pretty messy right now, right? So here we go. We just come back in. W, turn off symmetry. Oops, that's not what we want to do. Hold down Alt, go home, just so we're in the center of our world a little bit more in here. Remesh by Dynamesh. Delete lower, delete higher. Remesh by Dynamesh. I want a little more resolution in this. Okay. So now we have a low Dynamesh and a single shell. Oops. Accept. Boom. And so now we have to turn symmetry back on. Just kind of smooth this out. Look at what we got. Now see, I blew that hole in there and there's not much of a hole there. This is where Sculptris Pro can come in. Hold down inflate and hold down Alt. And it will actually blow the hole bigger. Right, because I want a little bit more airspace in there. We'll do that a little here too. Because when you're just smoothing, you actually tend to close the holes because you're relaxing the mesh. Let's thicken that up just a touch. So I'm thinking that might turn into a shape there. Hello, hello. Right. We're just going to fill some of that up a little. Just so it's not so thin. All right, so let's see if that's what we got here. So if we make that a form. this is the other important shape that we changed, so I want to make sure before I go back into base geometries. All right, I'm going to come in here, work out what my form's doing. So it's like, if I'm thinking of like surfaces weaving, like, okay, so is that going to be a good place to come over, right? Is this, so you just quickly throw it in, look at it, it's like, okay, where is this going? So we now have this line of interaction of these new forms, right? So decide how they're going to play together. And I'm still in Sculptris Pro right now because, or I'm still in Dynamesh with Sculptris Pro because I may, let's say, I don't want this anymore. I can take this, pinch it down, then Sculptris Pro it, and now that's a larger hole, and it's like, okay, well, let's look at it with just the one plane, right? So this is the place that you can play with your bridging and stuff. Does that make sense? And I just tend to use, like when I'm playing with this stuff, I inflate and smooth just to look, see what's going where, see if I like it. I think I want this to come in more, making that proud. All right. And you can see it's just really easy to move material here and really change the character of the ring quickly here. Like, okay, well, I don't like how that's working, but I do want these to connect. So is that something that actually comes back in here maybe? Less holy, more planey. Make sure you look at it from your other angles just to make sure that you're not just making something that looks stupid in profile or stupid in frame. So, like, okay, you know, not horrible. We will remesh by Dynamesh one more time. Accept. Just make sure this hole is a little bigger. Oh, turn symmetry back on. It's always a big one. Turn symmetry back on. All right, that's, I don't know. get that smaller. We'll see what that does. All right. So while we're still here, I'm going to simplify some of these planes and look at them as planes again, because I just didn't like where the last thing was going. So I'll just kind of flatten this out. Right, and a little bit more of a scoop there maybe. So now I'm just playing with silhouettes, right? If you look up here, often getting this big, and this way you can see if your forms are looking nice at different angles, right? So you just so I don't like that, but I know that I need a prong there. So what I'm going to do, let's try something like dragging this side down some. Oh, too much. Whoa. Where this kind of sits under the pearl or the meteorite, you know. So I'm going to play with that sort of like that. We'll make this more of a little scoop there. And that's not a bad silhouette. Oops. Perk that up a touch. Another really important thing is keep that sucker rotating, revolving. Look at it from all your directions and see which ones come up looking better. Now, see, once again, at some point here, we're going to have to bring our sphere in and make sure that it's working with that. Come on. My phone gets weird sometimes. Shinya is heckling me from the phone, so you always have to answer. Yeah, no, it's absolutely a fantastic thing. ZBrush is awesome. It just gives you so much freedom to do a bunch of crap. It's really cool. Hello. I don't read Russian, sorry. I'd love to answer your question though. So now I'm, it was non-intentional. It started with a completely different form, so I wasn't really super happy with what was happening there, but you got to play with it for a little while and see if it works. But I think I might like something like this a little more. I'm going to fill this in. Come on. You can do it. Oh. Be careful you don't go through the backside too much. I'm going to close that up. We'll raise that up some. So make these planes. Yes. You know, once again, just keep going back to your silhouettes and looking at them. I think we're going to just blow that away. Get rid of you. And see, this is one of the nice things about Sculptris Pro is you can really get in there and change your, you know, you can inflate things together and stream them together. So when you're just doing some of this ideation stuff with the open, you know, the sort of open filigree stuff, you can see how quickly you can just do it and you're not having to futz with too much geometry changes, or it makes those geometry changes much easier. All right, let's say I want those to be kind of doing that. Maybe we'll just make this simple. Hey, Paolo. Good night, ZBrush fan. Yeah. I mean, you can see that, get it blocked up, get it going. But just remember, as soon as you get this rough shape sorted out, Z-remesh it and go back to your base geometry. So you have something good. Like, I'll never work in this in Sculptris Pro. I'll only do this. I'll ideate the form, but I won't work in it because I prefer to have my subdivisions, and it's really important that your subdivisions be nice, tight, and clean so you can go back in there and really work it. Close holes anytime you have. Close holes. Why aren't you closing? That's weird. Because it doesn't think it's a hole. Well, isn't that funny? Somewhere it accepted the flipped normals. Let's see if this works. Make sure backface masking is on. Because those points are I don't think I've ever seen this before. Simple way of dealing with that. Accept. Oh, that's a tough one. I mean, I mean, I probably do anywhere between like 10 and between 10 and 35. Many of those are like iterations on the same model. No, it wasn't attached, and it was somewhere when the ZBrush, those were flipped faces. I'll show you in a sec. So anywhere between 10 and 35, and because like I might like the seahorse. I don't know if you were here when I did the seahorse, but like the seahorse last night, I made like 4 iterations of the body, and then probably 8 different poses. And so each one of those is an individual model, right? And they each get work. When I'm designing a line, you know, I can do, let's say we need 12 pieces. I'll do, you know, 8 to 10 different pieces for each one of the form functions. I'll do different iterations. So it's tricky. And, you know, honestly, out of hundreds of models, we might wind up with 20 that go to production, you know, because there's lots of iterating, there's lots of printing, trying it, refitting it, moving it, trying it, fit it, remove it, blah, blah, blah. So there's a lot of back and forth, over and over and over. So that's a tricky question, I guess. But I probably do 30, 35 models a month. I mean, there are some days I'll do, you know, 15 models in a day. And there are some where I'll work on the model, you know, like Shinya's squid. I mean, I've worked on that model for months, you know, because I only get a little bit in and out. So that's sort of tricky question. Here's Shinya, look. So let's undo. When I Sculptris Pro this little area together, like I just inflated it. But see, if we flip it, those are just flipped normals, but I can't select them to get them to flip, so I just redynameshed and remesh by dynamesh, boop, and that fixes it. Because right now I'm just playing with forms again, you know, because I was futzing around and I didn't like what we were futzing with, so we changed it. This is just for fun. It is for a client. I wouldn't say a client. It's for my friend. We're going to try to do. They have an in-house casting facility, but it's a really tiny. You know, it's not really. They do stuff that's radically different from what I normally do. And so she has the idea that we came up with the idea to get specific gemstones and just build some of these pieces around those gemstones. And then I'll take them and I will put them up we'll make it and then put it up on Instagram for sale. Because right now I'm working on a lot of different things that are in process, right? So I don't have a lot of stuff that's out there for sale. So people who want my work, sometimes it gets tricky because there's just not a lot of it out there for sale at the moment. And we have a few things that we're working on to change that. But she has oh no, this is the Wacom Cintiq Shinya, or the Cintiq's computer, but it's not a blaster. My machine at home still kills it. Yeah, so we're going to take these that I do on the streams and stuff and actually produce them, and then we'll put them on sale as one-off pieces on Instagram. Yeah, this is the Cintiq's, what do you call it? What'd they call it? It was something, a design engine, or the Cintiq engine. So this is a Cintiq with the something engine. Is it Creative Engine, or I can't remember exactly what they called it. So this isn't my machine at home. I have a custom Origin computer at home. It's badass, but it's getting old. I need to replace it, sadly. But I was repricing it out. It's like 20-something thousand bucks, like $27,000 bucks. So I'm gonna have to sell a lot of these little rings. Because sadly, no one sponsors artists. Everyone sponsors gamers, because tens of thousands of ding-dongs watch people game. And nobody watches me sculpt, so needless to say, I am not a very powerful influencer when it comes to the interwebs. All right, so this needs to weave in somewhere, but I think we can do that just in form. I don't think we need holes. I think this is pretty close. Right, we got that plane, that. Let's come up here, that can do something like that maybe. And then maybe that becomes that. That's up here. And that is a... yeah, something like that should work. So I don't think we need to add any more holes. I think that that's... So we're going to go back through and just smooth all this crap together, getting rid of anything that when I Z-remesh it, it's going to think it's a detail that I want to keep. Let's go ahead and project all, just so we have that surface actually where it belongs. Yeah. I'm okay with that. And you can see this is lumpy and crappy, but right now, all I ever do in Dynamesh is use, well, sometimes you Dynamesh because your mesh doesn't work, so you use it as a doctoring tool, but the only time I ever use Dynamesh is really for this. So using it with Sculptris Pro and getting blockouts if I want to do things that have the sort of open weave stuff, right? I want to make sure my prongs are in the right place. with the meteorite sphere, it's not super, super important, but might as well try to be consistent. All right. Sorry if I'm still horking. My throat's still a little scracked. All right. Yeah, jewelry is not really something that people watch a lot of streaming. I think that it's hard to associate with it in process. I think that's why if people are doing figures, it's very easy to associate with a body, with anatomy, no matter where it is in process. But jewelry, it's pretty abstract until you get it basically done, and then it's like, oh, well, that's cool. But yeah, it's getting streaming volume on jewelry is not easy. I mean, I think the most I've ever had here on Pixologic is like 170, 180. It's, it's not a, but, I think if I was much more attractive, I would get better streamers or more streaming audience. You got to figure that the average streaming audience are like, 14-year-old boys, so I don't have the right equipment to really appeal to the 14-year-old boy category. If I were sculpting monsters, I guess I could associate with the 14-year-old boy viewership, but yeah, sadly, I'm not a beautiful woman or a gamer, or a beautiful woman gamer. It's tragic. All right. And then these are going to do something where the planes split on one another somehow. So I'll get my complexity that way. All right. I think I like that better. All right, so now we've changed it up. We come back in. I have this turned all the way down. Now, this is important, and that is if you notice I have Z remesh and I have symmetry turned on X and Z. Z remesher does use symmetry. So turn it all the way down. Yeah, let's go ahead and detect edges. Z remesh. Boop. Boom, 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 boom. And it takes a little bit more time with the symmetry because it's got to figure out how to break out the stuff symmetrically. not like this. There are like a lot of the history and memory tools that I use are not in ZBrush core. You know what? I haven't opened Core 2020, so like there were certain things, like you used to have limited brushes, and I don't think there was Boolean. So I don't know exactly what's in ZBrush Core anymore. Now you could do what I just did there, I'm sure. And you can make forms and shapes without a doubt. There's lots of little subtle things that I use, like a lot of the plugins and stuff that I use that you can't use in Core, but you can make wonderful stuff in Core without a doubt. But things that I do, you may not be able to do depending on what it allows now. Like I said, I haven't opened Core 2020, so I'm not exactly sure what it does. But I mean, by all means, yeah, you can make beautiful work, you know. So now you see we have some, all right, autosave. You see we have like some weird geometry right here.
Sorry, I couldn't quite hear you. Could you please repeat what you said?
It thought I said Siri. Go away, Siri.
Okay.
So you can see I still have Sculptris Pro on, and there's some like little clunky areas in here. I'd just come back, smooth these out, because I don't want it stressing about that geometry. That's okay. Right. And now we will redo it. No, of course. That's why I'm here. I mean, if you have any questions, just ask without a doubt. And the last Monday of every month, I do critiques. So feel free to bring any models and upload them, because I'll gladly look at them. We could talk about it, right? So that's to everyone. Last Monday of every month, I do critiques. So as you can see, we now have, normally I do it twice, but to be deadly honest, this doesn't look bad. There are no places that I'm really having bizarro geometry with. So that's okay. So now we divide this up. All right, so here we are. Ta-da. Oh, turn Sculptris Pro off. Thank you. All right. So now we get clay tubes out, and we start working on our forms again. So let's just take this plane first and just pick a plane, start with it, right? Right, so I want this to be a nice curve. And it needs to look good from the side, right? And that's why when I'm working on form, I make this window bigger, because I want to look at my profiles, right? Because it should look pretty much good from everywhere you're looking, right? So while I'm still hunting for shape, I keep that window open and larger than normal. I do keep that window on all the time though, because every once in a while it's good just to kind of glance up and take a look at your silhouettes and make sure there's nothing really goofy going on. Because nobody wants really goofy stuff going on, right? And remember, you can always use your move brush. Often students will sit there and they'll be working with a curve and trying to get a dent in, and every time they stroke over it, it still dents. And just grab your move brush and move it where you want it. That's helpful. All right. You'll notice I draw a lot of lines on my edges. like I'll lay down a plane and then draw a line on my edge because I just want to see where things are, where they're going, what they're doing. It allows me to keep track of my surfaces. So now I want that to be back more. And I'm not worried about what that curve's doing yet because I want to make sure that just pick a starting place and start there and actually work through it. And see, I don't particularly like just this flat curve shape. I want it to do something a little different here. I think I really want it to be down here. Sort of want it to be below the edge of that. Because the meteorite's so lovely. I want to... So now you see I have this squirrely geometry, and this is why I like keeping all my subdivision levels, because now I can just go down here, lower this, smooth that out, and it's super easy to deal with there. And you can see that I'm bringing it to the inside of that sphere, so I know that that is, right, that this is touching. Because that's going to be the seed. I want that contact. I am still teaching online. Right now I've been trying to develop a modular driven education platform, so you can join at any time, you know, so you can't, if you miss the class, you can't. So I've been spending most of my time trying to organize the class and figure out what I need, and it's been a little crazy because it's what I realized, it's all the basic stuff, and what I consider basic and what most people consider basic are two completely different things. And so there's been a lot of reevaluation of what needs to be taught. I might run another live class early this year. We'll see. But I'm hoping to have the base part of the education platform done by early June, before June 5th. So, yes and no. Right now, I don't have anything going on. We might run a class like this month or February. So we'll see. It all depends on how productive I am on the education stuff. And sadly, I'm just, it's painful. It really is. It's painful because I've been teaching live, and so now trying to get my messages across in a live platform is a little tricky. It's harder than you think it is. It really is. June 5th, your birthday? That is when JCK starts. I think. It's when it started last year. I assume it's on the same schedule. That could be a dumb assumption, honestly, but... ZBrush Jewelry Workshops, or I have both of them. But ZBrush Jewelry Workshop, if you go there and sign up on the email list, I'll notify you. Actually, I have to write an email to everyone here really soon telling them that they have not been forgotten, that the class is just taking me longer than Methuselah. I'm a sculptor, man. I'm not a video maker. It's a little tragic in some ways, because I have a lot of people who really want to take my class, and I'm just like, oh, it's just, oh my God, it's painful. It's funny because people who are doing ZBrush for jewelry classes and stuff, and I mean, it's cute and it's nice, and we have some people who are doing some good work. But I tell you what, I spend a lot of time and energy in my classes getting people to unlearn things that they thought were good practices. And just be careful who you take courses from, because ZBrush for manufacturing is a different beast than ZBrush for games, or prepping things for print and manufacturing is a completely different thing than games and video. And a lot of the things that people do in games and video really are crap practices for people who are trying to manufacture. And sadly, a lot of people don't know, and they just get into so much trouble because they're trying to do it as if you're building models for film and games as opposed to for manufacturing. And yeah. Cool. Well then, come have a drink. We'll be in Vegas too. Yeah, well, I used, like when I started in jewelry, I used Matrix, which, I mean, is just the world's largest plugin for Rhino. But Matrix isn't supported anymore, and they've done weird crap. Don't get me started on that one. But yeah, I'm not a... Once I discovered ZBrush, I stopped using Matrix. I think the CAD mind is a bad place to be. Yeah, it's painful. I don't want to go on a CAD mind rant. My throat hurts too much to start ranting about Matrix, Rhino, and the CAD mind. I know Shinya's at home right now going, no, talk about it. He just loves it when I rant because he disagrees with me. He's a CAD head. Like, who in God's name needs 4-up windows? That's silly. Oh, yes. I guess I haven't made the announcement recently. For everyone here, please feel free to ask questions, because I'm just kind of doodling and dorking off, and I'm more than willing to open up new models, answer any questions you have. I'm really here for you, so feel free to ask any questions. Understand that I don't do game. I'm really ZBrush for manufacturing, so a lot of the how do we make normal maps and things like, I'm not really the best person in the world to ask. I'll try to figure it out, but yeah, please feel free to ask questions. First answer is yes, you must make sound effects or you're not sculpting. Without a doubt. Without a doubt. I think that actually, if you're learn to sculpt, right? I mean, that is the key. And for like 90% of the garbage, you don't need to know. You just need to learn to sculpt. And once you can sculpt efficiently, then you tailor mesh management, how you start to block up and deal with your models. That is what's important to, like, let's say gaming, or you have to have your geometry right. So there are little eyes around the little circles around the eyes of mouse so it can be broken up and blah, blah, blah. So I would say without a question, like if you're going to use ZBrush, just learn a handful of tools. I guess I use more tools now, but I don't use a lot of tools, right? I mean, I use the tools I need to get the model done. But really, you'll notice people yell at me on the stream. Actually, I get people get kind of angry. They're like, "Well, all you do is use clay tubes," and I'm like, "Well, yeah, it's the tool I sculpt with." So it's like you don't need to know the whole world. If you're being a 3D artist and you want to be a modeler, learn to sculpt and just get really good at sculpting, and then you can tailor your process or your workflow to what you're doing, right? Because there are completely different workflows for film, to games, to toys, to jewelry. What you do with that model is what the workflow's about. So yeah, just once you can sculpt, you can do anything. I mean, I was a physical sculptor for decades. I mean, that's the only thing I've ever done. It's the only job I've ever held. Well, okay, I worked at a bookstore for a short period of time. But that was that was something else. But yeah, you by no means need to know it all. If you want to be a modeler, learn to model. And it's just a lot of work. It's just sitting down and sculpting, The more you sculpt, the better a sculptor you'll be. The better sculptor you are, you can then, once you're not worried about the tools you're using to sculpt, and you're just sculpting, then you can start wrapping your head around what are the tools, workflows, and processes you need to get X, Y, or Z job, right? And so I completely agree with them. Get good at the craft, and then you can tune the details. But if you know that, no, I want to work for Mattel, it's the only thing I want to do, well, then you don't need to learn any of the UV stuff or the skinning or any of that crap. Just learn to sculpt, learn how to manage meshes, learn how to make sure things are watertight. They're different skill sets for different job desires, I guess. So yeah, it's more important to be a good sculptor than it is to know everything. Ender 3, I have no idea what that is, my friend. Brick Army, are you a Lego guy? Don't know what Ender 3 is. So once again, I see that there are more people in the chat room. Feel free to ask any questions. I will gladly open another model to demo something you want to see, whatever. I'm here for you. These models are not important to me, so I mean, it's just me playing around. So I will gladly stop what I'm doing and work through something for someone. Also, remember that the last Monday of every month, I do critiques, and you just upload your models to a Dropbox, and I will open the models and we'll go over them, look at them, and, see what we think. they don't have to be separated. You can print your own Legos, man. It's awesome. I have a lot of Citizen Brick stuff, and it's funny. Like, I print all kinds of goofy stuff for them. I have my own base Lego bodies, so I actually sculpt out the bodies and stuff, and they're fun. They're good gifts and just entertaining things. I'm working on a really good Lego astronaut. Yeah, Lego astronaut. Legos were my main inspiration when I was a kid. I Legoed my butt off. So it's awesome that we now have these like awesome adult Lego companies that are making just beautiful, cool, fun, collectible Lego stuff. Citizen Brick goof ass right here. Yeah, it's funny. Like when I talk or discuss printers, I'm really dealing with printers that you can use to make money, manufacturing quality printers. But at a garage level, I think the Form 3 is a perfect garage entry level printer, and their material sciences are awesome. I've seen some of the, is Ender the one that has a few versions? It's like the $300 or the $500 printer. They're great. Their material sciences just aren't there yet. And I also, having been in printing for so long, I find that if the company's not incredibly well funded, I have an issue with it because a lot of people purchased a lot of printers that then just go away and you have no service and I mean, if it's $300, $500, I guess who cares? But, yeah, I think right now the Formlabs is still the best affordable professional printer. Come on. Yeah, that's fun. I mean, like, this is really nice for stuff that, that's it. When I say this, I'm not talking down or talking back. It's nice for stuff that doesn't work or doesn't need to be detailed. I mean, because this is all super soft detail. I mean, if you look at the stuff that I normally do, hold on. When you start doing manufacturing and, having muddy edges destroys me. You can see, I mean, some of these are like, 1/10 of a millimeter. And if you get anything that starts to get muddy, I lose it. So that's the real difference with most of the bargain printers and then a real production printer is that the crispness of edge and the crispness of intersection, because the real issue that most of the resin things have is you have something like this, but then it fills in this little area. It's just soft in the corners. And so that's my issue with like the bargain printers is that they're soft, and you can see that, like, I mean, just getting this detail into something, it's hard. It's really hard. So that's my problem with that is like there's a level of crispness that you're getting out of some of the professional printers that you'll never get out of a hobby printer, Little ZBrush. Hello, George. Oh yeah, an FDM. I mean, once again, for an FDM printer, that's impressive. I agree. That's really impressive. And I mean, if you're making miniatures for your kids and just doing stuff and you just want things, yeah, it's awesome. sadly I have to resell my stuff, and I made a very bad decision in my life by having to put 0.5 millimeter lines on everything I do. So the crispness level that I need, I really need really tight XY resolution, and there just aren't a lot of machines that do it. So I'm stuck with SLA, really. EnvisionTech, yes, I have used EnvisionTech machines. The problem with EnvisionTech machines is that they are hellishly expensive. I mean, the one we have is $200,000, and I think even their desktop, starts at 17 and goes up to like 28 or something like that. And to be deadly honest, the resolution on the EnvisionTech compared to the Formlabs is, I mean, let's put it this way: I'm not going to pay $200,000 to get something I can get out of a $3,500 machine, and that's just true. EnvisionTech does nothing that a Formlabs can't. Okay, let's see. Oh, those are nice. Those are nice core sculptures. Have you used? Yeah, I've used all of the EnvisionTech machines, actually. Yeah, we are casting from the Form 3. I cast the Formlabs the thing that you have to understand with any, and I mean any, of the resin machines is everyone thinks it's UV, and it's not. And that's actually why Formlabs suggests that you don't cure the resin. Is in any SLA model, you wind up with little itty bitty. Well, here, let's do this. Let me show you. Where's my little thing? Boop. So you got to remember, right? So this is our build platform. Wow, that was laggy, right? And so your laser comes by and it paces, right? And so you get a crossover, and it crosses over, and it crosses over. Wow. Why is that lagging like that? That is bizarre. Look at that. Ooh, does not like this for some reason. So what you get are these little micro areas of uncured resin, right? So in every layer you get like a little area here in the middle that just isn't cured. So you have all these thousands and thousands and thousands of little microscopic bits of resin. So what happens is if you UV cure it, you get a solid skin here, and then all of this works its way up and out. Holy cow, I have no idea why this program is lagging like this. Right, all these like little red bits come and they attack the surface of your investment during the burnout, and you wind up with a lot of orange peel. The older resins, most of the new resins don't do it nearly as bad, as long as you abide by their burnout schedule. You had thermal expansion. You're crap. I don't know. And the thermal expansion cracks the resin, so when you blow in, you get like these weird fins of metal. But if you are curing resin for burnout, the best thing you can do is use heat and vacuum. And there's a white paper by oh my god, it's like a very dear friend of mine. Oh, Steve Binion, and no, it's James Binion. My God, my brain, I've lost my mind. By Binion, and he'll give you the burnout schedules, but basically you want to vacuum and heat, and that evaporates all of the uncured resin in the resin model, and then they burn out much better. So it's much easier to get a little vacuum chamber and a heating pad and cure with heat and vacuum rather than, and even just plain heat is better than UV. Because if you're UVing that stuff, you're trapping that resin in, and then you're going to get a lot of orange peel. You had ash issues. Are you sure they were ash issues and it wasn't, when you say ash issue, were you getting just like orange peel? Yeah, hold on. That's odd. Were you using their burnout schedule? Because, I mean, it burns out fine. It just, hold on, I think I have it right here, actually. I thought I had it. One sec. For all you PC users, I don't know if you use everything. This is the baddest ass. Yeah, here it is. It's the baddest ass search. It's rad. All right, so here we go. James Benyon. So when you say you were having ash issues, are you talking about... Come on, show me. See this. Why is this? Hold on. Is there a zoom in here? Oh, here we go. Okay, so where's my little scroll? Oh, here it is. So if this is what you're talking about, having ash issues, that's not ash. That's the fluid resin burning into your investment. So you can see that this is UV cured. This is just heat cured, and you see there's a lot less. And this is heat with vacuum cured. Same model, right? Just curing the different ways. So you can see how much more resolution you get from the heat and vacuum. See, like here's UV cured, right? You can just see how it orange peels. It just is all pitted and horrible. Heat is a lot better just using heat. And then this is heat and vacuum. And you can see that there's dramatic difference, right? And there you go. That's... So if you were saying this is ash burnout, it's not the ash. It's the liquid resin aggressing the model. It burns out and then it just sort of bubbles. And yeah, hold on. So let's bring this back up so I can see chat. Let's bring this back up. I think actually it's at Santa Fe Symposium, but if you email me, I'll send it to you. Yeah, without a doubt. I think it's, well, let's check. That's why we have the interwebs right here, right? So it's Santa Fe. Santa Fe and James. Oh, there you go. Man, you pulled that out. You go, Daddy-o. So yeah, there's the link right there. He really is one of the smartest, coolest, nicest people in the jewelry industry. He's a pretty special guy, and his brain's a pretty special brain. And he spent months and months writing these papers, and then he wrote one paper one year, and then he wrote another one the next year, and it's really good information. And I'll tell you, if you are using resin, it is the way to cure it. it's incredible, the difference. Because I think what you were calling ash is probably the liquid burnout, or you were just burning too low, because you should not have ash issues with the Formlab stuff. And the purple's a lot better than the blue. The blue was pretty horrible. But supposedly, this quarter, they're supposed to come out with a new castable. Supposedly. So sometime this year, they'll come out with a new castable. And it's supposed to be even better, have a higher wax content, so you have less of the resin issues. There we go. Yeah, read James's stuff. He is truly a brilliant dude and one of the nicest people you'll ever meet in your life. It's crazy how you can be so smart and be nice. He's one of my heroes. I love James. And he has an amazing wife, and he has awesome dogs. They're huge. They're adorable. They're like monstrous, puffy German shepherds. They like have fur. They're just like this. It's incredible. They're so cool. But my first guess would be it's not ash issues. It's excess resin issues. And that's with any of the resin printers. It helps. He was using a B9. He had a B9 for a long time. I think he still has the same B9, honestly. So you can see we just go in, define our first plane that we choose, get it to where you want it, and then we move to the next set to get it there. All right. I'm going to have to stop and get some water here in a second. I hope that's okay with everyone. I really want to get one of the large form function, what is it, the Form 3 XL or whatever, because I want to start printing some sunglasses and some other stuff like that I need a bigger printing surface for. Of course. And like I said, I'm here every Monday. Me missing is really rare, actually. So join us every Monday. And last Monday of the month is critique. So if you have any models that you want to look at, I'm here. So now you can see I want this plane to match this plane in here. So what I'm going to do is hold down Control, tap right here, and then I'm going to come in here, and I'm just going to carve this away. So we can smooth this out a little bit more. I want to make sure that's relaxed apart. Okay. So now I want to make sure that this is a nice clean plane. So just cut all this back. And now why is that so distorted? Interesting. We're going to lower our res a little bit. Do you see how this got really distorted when I push that in? So come to my lowest res and just smooth that out. And that's going to relax that. As we come up, I want to relax that distortion a little. Okay. Well, within ZBrush you can. I don't know if Core has it. So where it is on ZBrush is if you come under Brush, see there's this Create folder, and see Create Insert Mesh, Create Nano Mesh, Create Multi-Alpha. This Create folder is where you can create an Insert Mesh brush. I don't know if Core has that Create folder. So that's where you would look for it, is within your Create button, and it's an Insert Mesh brush. Or they also have Insert Multi-Mesh brush, but that's the button to look for, is that Create button. I haven't opened Core, so I'm not informed enough to tell you if it's there or not. But just look for Insert Mesh brush, and that's what you're looking for. That helped? Sorry, I know. All right, so now you can see that we've created that plane, and that's what it's going to look like under the other one. Let's take our SK trim and kind of clean that up. Right. And now I know then when I have a plane crossing over another one, that you know, they're actually relative to one another, right? And because I click that there, I come back to my history brush. I just come over here. We have to turn off symmetry because the history brush doesn't work with symmetry, tragically. And we just come back in and bring this up to where we were. right? And so now you know that that's soft. Why is that soft? Oh, right. Do we not have back face mask turned on? We sure do not. So very important, see that pull through? That is back face masking. So we want to select our history brush, come down here, make sure you have back face masking turned on. And then we'll just come here. Come here. Oops. Now you can see I went over a little there. Like if you come over here, see it's going to go back to where we originally took that. So if you want to be here, let's actually do this slightly more efficiently. And I'm going to now hold down Control, tap it here. Oops. Let's go back a couple more. See, the problem is these are all in the same square, so it gets confused. Come on. There it is. So let's hit Control and take that off. And now back up. Right. I'm going to hit Control. See, do you see what's happening? We're all in the same square. So let's undo this again. And I'm going to actually just tap something here. No. Smooth. All right. So now that's erase the moves before that. Hit Control. Control. And now just do something in the different area until you see the box go off. Turn symmetry back on. I'm just going to do this here until we see another box move. So, okay, see how... Okay, see how we're not on the same square now? Now, hit history brush. And now when we do this, oh, turn symmetry off. And now when we come in and do the oh. Oh, I did it backwards, for Christ's sake. Hold on. I'm going to the wrong damn brush. See, when it's all in the same cube, it gets confusing, and I totally pork the pooch because I forget where to do it. Oh well. Normally, you can just use the history brush. We'll do it again at a different point, at a different thing. So, but now, whether you use the history brush or not, when you rebuild this surface on top, those planes are there. I'll show you with the history brush again. I've got to remember that I'm high enough in my model right now that you don't really want them on the same square or undo history square, right? And so, well, here, we'll do it this way. And so I'm not being super careful. I'm just getting weight in, right? Dun, dun, dun. So now you can take your history brush and you can turn off symmetry, come back in, turn off symmetry. And you can come back in and work your way back down to your clean surface. So using your history brush as an anchor point is super helpful. And you're like, well, since we haven't used symmetry, you know, those are going to be slightly in different places. That's okay, because I'm going to come back in and put a face on that inside face. So I just want to get it back to where it should be. And then we turn on symmetry, go to clay tubes, and now with symmetry on, that didn't matter, right? So it's a really good, useful tool, sort of as a history erase button. Because see, like, I don't necessarily have to be super careful when I'm trying to get that edge in. I'll just, and then you can just come back to your history brush. Turn symmetry off. Come back in and get your sharp detail. Come back in, get your detail. Build that corner back up. So you can see that if you have something that has a lot of detail and you want to go over it, that becomes super helpful because you don't have to re-sculpt all that crap you just were working on. So I use that a lot, actually. Turn symmetry back on. Remember to turn symmetry back on, though. That's a thing that'll get you. So if anyone has any questions, feel free to ask. I'm here for you. I have no problems opening new models and stuff. So Brick Army, did that answer your question? Sorry, I don't know enough about ZBrush Core. But that's where it should be. Create insert mesh or insert multi-mesh tool. Yes. No, Core's a cool program. When they first came out with it, I played with it. The problem is for jewelry, for manufacturing, some of the things that you have to be able to have aren't in Core. And so when it came out again and stuff, I never really spent time, because I don't even think you could export STLs in the original Core. And that's a big damn deal for manufacturing. Whoa. Oh. I bet I didn't have backface masking on. But like when you do things like that, you just have some weird, you move something or stretched it. History brush is a really good way of getting rid of it, as opposed to trying to figure out where the hell you did it wrong. You can just history brush that right away. turn symmetry back on. All right. So, what is going on here? Okay. Okay, so once again, I don't know what scale tools Core has. In ZBrush, there's no need to do that. You have a complete, very reliable scaling system within your standard ZBrush. So once again, I don't know. Are you asking if in ZBrush, standard ZBrush, you need to do that? No. ZBrush has a very, very good scale system. It's very accurate. It works. It's very accurate. You just have to learn how to use it. I guess CAD users have a problem with it because to be deadly honest, I don't understand why anyone would have a problem with it if you've ever used like calipers, right? Because I guess it's a different mindset about the scale than in the CAD programs. I'm not quite sure. But I mean, if you want box measurements, update size ratios, there it is. And this goes to 5 decimal points into a millimeter. So 1,000th of a millimeter. Nobody needs to be that accurate. Those aren't real numbers in manufacturing. So, right. So there's that. You can use your transpose tool. You can use your transpose tool as a ruler, right? So each one of those ticks is a millimeter. You want to see how wide something is, you just, there you go. And it's right up here, see 0.6054. So that is, a little over half a millimeter there. If you can't bring yourself to figure out how to use the ruler, there's always the box measurements, these sliders, subtools, and then you can type in the measurement you want and it'll go directly to it. I don't know why people have problems with it. I don't get it. But I mean, it's 1,000th of a millimeter, and it actually is 1,000th of a millimeter. So yeah, whoever says that ZBrush doesn't have scale tools is just a ding dong. I've been fighting it for years. All these Matrix and Rhino users are like, but ZBrush doesn't have scale. The hell, it doesn't have scale? Of course it has scale. I don't know why people, and it's a real reoccurring theme. People are like, oh, ZBrush doesn't have scale. And it's like, yeah, it does. How does it not have scale? But I guess I've just been using it so long, I'm familiar with it, so I don't, it doesn't give you little bounding boxes. It doesn't give you the graphics where you get your little arrow and, it points to this point and that point. But neither does a caliper, I mean, learn to use one of these and you'll be fine in ZBrush. It still perplexes me because I get a lot of people who are like, it doesn't have, I'm like, how can you say that? I don't even understand how you can say that it doesn't have scale. And it kills me. One of my students was giving a presentation, and he was like, "Yeah, ZBrush doesn't have reliable scale." I almost wanted to kill him. I'm like, dude, what are you telling people? Stop that. Why would you do that? Yeah, it's funny because I just don't understand why people can't understand scale in ZBrush. I don't know what it is that they're not getting, And it's something because a lot of people have problems with it, and I don't get it. I'm not exactly sure what you mean. Do I only use pure ZBrush sculpting or combine with tools inside ZBrush where you work? Well, I mean, I use a lot of the plugins and tools within ZBrush, but I don't use other programs. I mean, I render in KeyShot, but no, sculpting wise, I don't bother using any other programs anymore. Before ZModeler was in ZBrush, I used Modo to build my base geometry, but now that it has ZModeler, I don't use other programs. I'm not sure what you mean by why do I care about ZBrush reputation. You mean, why do I care if people understand that there's scale or not? I mean, that's not about their reputation. That's about, it's just, I don't understand why people don't get it, I have no stake in ZBrush, if that's what you're talking about. But, I've based my education and my work, and, I use ZBrush as my creation tool. And I find that as a company and as a group of people, they're actually pretty damn awesome. And, so in that case, I guess I care about their reputation because I'm quite fond of them. But no, I mean, I don't have any stake in their reputation. It's, I don't, it's the tool I use. So, let's say just the scale thing, right? I use it all the time and it works really well. So I don't necessarily care that you don't get it. I just don't understand, And as teaching, I'm trying to figure out what it is that they don't understand, right? But I mean, I have no stake in the company or anything like that. No, I'm not saying you said it had. I get with a lot of my students and stuff, I get a lot of feedback because I've been using ZBrush for like 15 years, and the entire jewelry industry is Matrix. And then since Matrix is kind of shitting a bed, now it's Rhino, just plain Rhino. But Rhino and Matrix are the same thing. And all of these cat heads are like, oh, well, ZBrush doesn't have scale. ZBrush doesn't have scale. And it's like, yeah, it does. It really does. Yeah, so no, I mean... Well, I have a system that I use to create ring sizes, right? If it's just a normal band or something, you just scale it up. I will build a model to scale. I won't change the numbers on the export and do it that way. I want a physical model of every size that I use. So I would, let's say we wanted this in a size 8, right? I have Lightbox, tools, go here to a size 8. And that brings in my, see, I have a ring mandrel and a ring base. So that's how I start my rings. There is if you're starting a new, there is Ring Master, and you can start a project. But if you already have a project going, if you import just the model into your thing, it doesn't necessarily keep to scale. It wants, how he wrote the plugin, it sets its own scale when it opens as a Z project. If you import it as a ZTL, it doesn't go through that process, so it doesn't know if it's to scale or not. And I haven't had any problems with it coming in as an inappropriate scale, but sometimes I guess it can, so it gets weird. So I just made a set of my own things, and I just start here. But you get your mandrel. Come here. No, that's not it. Come there. Is that it? Yeah. Come here. Import or append. Oh no, I want the mandrel, right? Yes. Boop. Sorry guys. Append mandrel. And so you can see that's the size 8. And normally what I'll do is I'll start with a small size, like a 6 or something like that. And then I'll go all the way to, let's say, a size 10 if it's a women's ring, really going to a 9, but go ahead and do it to 10. And I have a process that breaks it out and does the ring sizing. And I can show you guys that at another time. I need to get it's a little bit involved, and I just don't want to spend that much time right now doing it. Sorry. But because you have to remember the exact step process, and I need to just go through it once or twice so I remember that my brain, I just need to write down the steps. But I have it on a little video, and I'll write it out. And then if someone reminds me if someone reminds me Sunday, I'll sit down and I'll get out the little model and show you, and I'll show you how to do ring sizing because it's important. Can I give you a short overview of what happens after you're done with the ZBrush? So do you mean like prepping it for print, or are you talking about like sending it to a casting facility or something like that? Because for the most part, if you're sending it away to a casting facility, all you need to do is prep your model for print, right? And I would suggest really only going that far, because don't try to sprue it for them, and don't try to, figure it out. If you don't know what you're doing, you're going to lose a lot of metal and models, because prepping, like casting, is a completely different skill set, and it's a completely different information set, and it has nothing to do with what we're creating here. So I try to get my students to understand that right now you're learning ZBrush, you want to learn to be a designer, right? So don't try to learn to be a caster, and don't try to learn to be a bench jeweler, because those are all completely different skills that different people spend entire lifetimes to be good at. So be a little more realistic and be a little more humble, and understand that you just need to learn what you do well, right? Now, there are a handful of people who do it well, but most of those are people who grew up as bench jewelers who then learned casting, and then they're taking on the computer and design side's easier to learn after the fact, as opposed to learning the digital and then learning to be a bench jeweler. And then, because it's a completely different set of hand gestures and hand movements, and what you physically need to know how to do, and the information you need to store to do it well, and blah, blah, blah. So I would suggest just learn to be a digital designer. And if that's the case, all you have to do is learn to prep your model. So if we are talking about, so Maestro, are you talking about when you say leave ZBrush, like prepping the model for print? I mean, I'm just trying to figure out what you're trying to learn, because there are so many of my students do this, and they're like, okay, well, I'm going to buy a little printer, and I'm going to buy a little casting facility, and I'm going to just make all my own jewelry in my backyard. Sadly, unless you're spending a lot of money on a casting machine, some of the new casting machines, let's say starting in the 20 to $30,000 range are fairly idiot proof. But before that, they're not idiot proof. You can screw a casting super easy. And then like just learning your investments, and then you have to learn burnout schedules. And then is it raining? Because your burnout schedule changes and you have more moisture in your investment. And, you know, do you post harden the part in an oven? And like, if you're burning out resin, are you vacuum and heat curing it? Are you UV curing it? How's it burning out? Are you having problems with your burnout? How do you resolve those problems with your burnout? How do you identify what the problem is with the burnout? And, you know, it's really a whole different batch of information. It's not easy. And especially if you want to be good at it, it's really not easy. It's a lot of work. And, you know, there are people who do that for a living. It's like when you buy a car, you know, you don't, hey, I'm going to buy a car. So now I'm going to learn how to balance tires, put on tires. I'm going to learn how to tune my engine. I'm going to learn how to, you know, put the little computer on and check for gas. Well, that's a whole different set of information if you want to be a driver of a NASCAR car. You know, let's face it, a Formula One driver knows dick about that engine. Right. I mean, they get a clue. They're like, oh, well, my gas flow isn't going right and blah, blah, blah. But they're not the person that goes in and redesigns the engine in between races. Right. They're the driver. And so you have to really think of jewelry or manufacturing in general as a team sport. There are very, very few people who do it successfully alone. Now, I'm not saying you can't get to a point where you can produce one or two parts in your garage alone, but it's expensive. I mean, the equipment's expensive. The learning curve's expensive. It's tricky. It really is. It's hard to be a solo jeweler unless you were raised as a jeweler and are then learning the digital end. Learning it the other way around it's a lot harder. It's a lot more work. Okay, cool. I just trying to figure it out. Yeah, no, jewelry manufacturing is definitely a team because a good stone setter isn't necessarily a great bench jeweler. You know, you have people who set stones for a living, and they have insurance. So if they break a $20,000 stone, if you break a $20,000 stone at home, you blew it. So finding a good caster, finding a good shop is incredibly important. And sadly, in this country, there aren't a lot of them. You know, there are very high-end jewelry shops and manufacturers, and then there are a lot of people doing mediocre work and overcharging dramatically. So it's one of the things we're kind of working on is developing a shop that is affordable and absolute apex high-quality work. And it's tricky. It's hard to find good jewelers as a jewelry designer, you know. I've never used Blender. I don't know. A lot of people are using it, and I guess last year, I'm going to say last year, might have been the year before last. It all blends together. I have no idea. They came out with jewelry tools, so it's a lot of like stone setting and tools like that. That's cool, you know. I mean, I've seen works in Blender that are perfectly nice. I've been a little underwhelmed with some of the sculpts in Blender that I've seen. I mean, jewelry, right? But all in all, I mean, you know, use the tool you use, you know. I've been using ZBrush I was a physical sculptor before I ever touched digital. And I mean, I was a sculptor for 30 years before I ever touched digital. And yeah, I find it, I tried, when I switched to digital, I tried Mudbox and I tried some of the others. And I think that ZBrush with a Cintiq is the most realistic sculpting experience that I've had. And trust me, I've at least opened them and tried most of them, right? I tried Blender. I mean, I opened up Blender probably 2 or 3 times, and it was just very catty to me. Um, and if I'm going to use CAD, I'll just use Rhino because I at least kind of know what that is. You know, I used Matrix for a few years. But I think CAD is a little different than ZBrush. You know, ZBrush is a different mindset about creation. And as a sculptor, it came very natural to me. And I just think it's a very natural tool for me. The interface is a little wonky, but once you get used to the interface, I find it to be the closest thing to physical sculpting that I've found. And that's why I kind of, like I said, my friend David Krentz showed me ZBrush. And the second I touched it, I was like, okay, that's the future of sculpting without a question. And I've been using it ever since. And yeah, turn symmetry back on, really important. Yeah. Yeah, and there are just certain things that you can do in ZBrush that I don't know that you can do in anything else. And some of the new tools that they've created, because so in manufacturing, mesh management is the most important thing you have, right? And so being able to create something that is, and well, especially for my work, I'm a detail whore. So being able to create high detailed work and still have it be incredibly low resolution at the end of the day. So as you go into printing, you're not sending out, 100 million poly model. But, it has to be decimated down to a very usable geometry level. And I think that with Dynamesh, with decimation, the decimation algorithms are some of the best in the industry. They're incredible. So the efficiency of the decimation is pretty impressive. And then being able to come back after you have something decimated and retool and hit the details, bring those back into the model, it's just an amazingly powerful tool. And just being able to get it to, I don't know. Here, I'll give you an example. Let's find something that has a little bit of detail here. All right. So let me just take a rake tool is just usually the easiest way to get a bunch of little lines on something. So I'm going to so you can see here, right? I don't have the geometry or what is that doing? Okay. Here. So let's say I want a bunch more. I want a bunch of little lines here, but you can see that I don't have the geometry to do that, right? See, my geometry is acting squirrely. So, and I'm about to go off to print. This has, wow, this is an old model. This has some crappy surfaces. That used to be a hole, I think. Wow. Okay. But here, let me. So we want this, but I want a little bit more detail. I can't get it right now. So I have, these are my presets for Decimation Master. I'm going to take this down to 500,000 polys because in all reality, this has very little surface detail. Okay. Hit here, hit custom, and this is going to knock down to 500,000 polys. So I went from almost 6 million polys, and we're going to go down to 500,000. Now, if you look at the resolution from 5.5, if we lag out, it's because my CPU is redlining. We haven't lost a line. But what you'll see, because I do not have a lot of XY resolution or surface detail on this part, 500,000 poly should be fine. Yeah. Hey, Pro. One sec. This isn't my computer at home, so we might chug a little here. Sorry, guys. Boom, 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 boom. This isn't an incredibly super powerful computer. Well, I mean, I guess it's okay. I mean, it's not. I think it's an i7 chip and 64 gigs of RAM and a Quadro video card. So I guess it's actually a pretty good laptop. But sadly, I have a beast at home, so I'm used to things moving quicker. There we go. So let's look at this model real quick, okay? This was, let me undo. There we go. See, 5.7 million polys. Look at what we have here. Now let's go shift and go back. That's 500,000 polys. We just went from 5.7 million to 500,000. That's retarded. I mean, that's an incredibly powerful decimation algorithm. And now, I've never printed, well, that's not true. We sent tests to Shapeways and they were complete garbage, but that was maybe 4 years ago. So I hear they're actually using Carrera in New York. I think it's Carrera. So if they're using Carrera in New York, and they're actually printing good prints, you'll wind up with good parts, but you're going to pay a fortune. They're not cheap. So now, like I said, I want to come back in here and put some detail in. So I went from a 5.7 million poly model, and we came down to, and let's look at our decimation algorithms. And you can see that we have this really nice surface. But now, turn on Sculptris Pro, and I'm going to hold down Shift. And the nice thing about Sculptris Pro is it will generate mesh the size of your brush here, right? So I'm using the brush size to calibrate my mesh density. And I'm just going to paint in a little bit of mesh in here. Now, a lot of people just go straight to the sculpting tools and in Sculptris. I tend to always want to lay out a little area to sculpt on. And why that is because I'm just going to use a slash tool here. Okay. Let's make it a little bit more intense. If you're taking this and you're trying to do little detailed slashes, right, you can see that it has a lot of geometry right here, and this doesn't have, so it has to create these triangles to generate that detail. Well, if you come over here, let's find someplace that's big squares. That's a pretty big square. And now try to draw a line here. Well, it's not crossing any points. It doesn't know where to draw the line. So it'll create these weird half jumps. And here, let's look at our surface. And you see what I mean? It creates this weird half jumpy, crappy geometry, right? You can see that it won't even go there until you find an outside edge. So to prevent that garbage, if you just paint in a little bit of the detail, and I'm coming in and drawing these little lines, you can see that you don't run into that problem, right? So now you can come back in and put really tight detail in, and and I do this example a lot, so let's move in here, and I'm gonna just put, gonna put a little tight detail in here. here. And we'll put smaller. Damn it. I'm just going to come in here and create mesh that's even smaller. Right? And actually we might be able to just go from there. We'll make this even smaller. And you can see that I can write super small. I know my handwriting is atrocious, sorry. But we need to turn that up a little. Whenever you're using, oh, come on. And so I can come in here and put details this small in. Right? Let's go WY. There it is. And so you can see that that is 1.7 hundredths of a millimeter. Right? That's 100th, almost 200ths of a millimeter. And we're at 1 million polys, right? So if you needed something where you have 100th of a millimeter, that'll never print. That's like 1 micron. But can you imagine the geometry that you would need if you have to get this entire model that size? So you have just so much control over where and how you put geometry with the Sculptris Pro and decimation, and it just, it's incredible. So in that sense, I don't think there's anything out there that provides a way to get physical detail in something that you can actually print. So that's another big bonus as far as I'm concerned, as far as a manufacturing tool. I don't know anything out there that can do that. That's Sculptris Pro. It's just Sculptris Pro and decimation. That's all it is. Because as long as you're using Sculptris Pro, you just put the geometry where you need it, right? I mean, you can see that, or geometry. Hold on, let's get rid of that. You can see where the geometry is, right? It's like, where do you need it? Well, I need my geometry right there, right? As opposed to trying to get the whole mesh that size, right? You can see that you can put the geometry where you want it. And, as far as this stuff goes, you just hit, right? We put new detail in there. Now, this isn't going to hold up. The tiny mesh isn't going to hold up. But, right, we added a bunch of geometry there. I went in and put my fine detail in. Because I got up to 1 million polys. I want it back down to 500,000 polys. Now it's rethinking your geometry. Right? And now you can see that we're at 500,000 polys. And I now have this new detail in there. And I now have a 500,000 poly model with much sharper detail. So you can come back in, add that detail to a decimated mesh before you send it to print. And I don't know of anything else that does anything like that. And the problem is, it's not games. We can't take a picture of 100 million poly thing, turn it into a mesh or a UV or what do you call them? A UV map or whatever the hell it is, and then apply that to a low poly mesh. If in manufacturing, if it's there, it actually has to physically be there. And I don't know any other program out there that allows you to do that efficiently. So that's one of the big reasons I'm kind of my investment in ZBrush is the capacity to do my job well, I guess. Did that make sense? Blender allows you to make a 1 micron letter in a mesh that's like printable. I completely rely on ZModeler for my workflow. I will almost always start in ZModeler because for manufacturing, mesh management is the most important thing there is, and having geometry where you need it is what's going on. What did I do here? Oh, is that the issue? I guess it is. No, I think that I find ZModeler to be just the easiest place to start always. Tonight I've been showing a little bit more of why I would use something other than ZModeler in my block up, and we went over a couple examples tonight of that. But for the most part, I am a ZModeler user because you just can control where your geometry is for your part a lot better there. Without a doubt. Excuse me. What time is it? Oh, my watch died. Oh, it's still fairly early. Righto. I think in a few minutes I'll have to make myself a cup of coffee. So if anyone has any questions, please feel free to ask. I will gladly stop whatever I'm doing and answer it, or answer it on this model, whatever. I'm here for you. I'm just goofing off. Well, hopefully we'll make this, but I'm still just goofing off. Yes, this is the only thing that I do. I create jewelry, furniture, all kinds of stuff in ZBrush and sell it, and I teach ZBrush for jewelry, which could really be, ZBrush for any form of manufacturing, actually. I mean, if you're trying to get anything out of ZBrush and into a printed model or, into a manufactured part, what I teach you, you can do that. You can do that. or flatten line. Let's go from there to there. See what that looks like. Okay. Yeah, I do. Yeah, so I make objects in ZBrush and then I teach ZBrush. Yeah, that's a tricky one. I mean, I guess it's always hard to convince people to pay you what you are worth, for sure. I think that's a common problem. I feel pretty fortunate because I was the first person to ever get a jewelry model, a 3D model out of ZBrush and into manufacturing. So I've been doing ZBrush for a long time, and I was always like the ZBrush guy in jewelry, you know. So I've spent a lot of time and energy trying to get the tool to work for, you know, my industry, because it was never a manufacturing tool. It was really a graphics and film tool, and it took a lot of punching, fighting, and a lot of help from ZBrush, you know, the developers, to get it to work. But you know, you couldn't ask for a cooler company to work with, because how many companies are like, hey, I want to use your program for something that it's not developed for right now, and can you make this tool? And they do. It's awesome. They're great people. I am quite fond of them. So yeah, I mean, I don't know if Maestro Mouse is still here, but yeah, right. Yeah, yeah. You never want to really start comparing your salary to the objects that you make if you're working for someone else. I've created, you know, $500,000 objects and got paid, you know, a few $1,000 for it. You're just like, wait a minute. I think I'm getting the short end of this stick. Yeah, I don't see why you couldn't, especially if you have a scan of the object. I mean, I've made teeth, and I've made jewelry that goes on the outside edges. Now, as far as what you're actually making it out of, biosafe resins are few and far between. Like if you're actually trying to print something that you're actually going to have against the body, a lot of the resins are not biosafe because they continue to gas off and things like that. Now, Formlabs does make a denture resin, which is the pink for the gum, and then they have like a tooth tone, and those are biosafe. And I don't know, honestly, I think you might be able to find a few other dental resins out there that are biosafe, but very, very few of the resins are biosafe. So if you actually want to print something that is on the body, you might be stuck with Formlabs. I'm trying to think of who else makes dental resins. EnvisionTech might make some dental resins. 3D Systems definitely makes dental resins. So I think finding a dental resin is probably what you're going to be stuck with as far as anything that's biosafe. 600 sparks. I don't even know what that means, but hell yeah. I guess that's better than 2, right? Yeah, that's the trick with, or the issue with all printing right now, is resin development or material development, you know? And there just aren't it's tricky. A lot of people are trying to come up with something that makes their printer a little bit better, as opposed to spending the money on material development. And that's another thing I'm quite fond of Forum Labs about, is that, well, one, they have access to MIT's media materials labs, so they have some of the smartest people in the world, you know, making stuff for them and with them. So, and they have, I think now it's 3rd or 4th round funding, so they have a lot of money. They're not going away, and that's a big deal, because I've seen a lot of printer companies disappear, and then you don't have support, you don't have anything, and it's a pain in the butt. But yeah. All right, what are we gonna do with this face? What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Because this is boring. We're going to make this. Is this going to work here? Nope. That is not going to work there. How many things do I have in a damn square? Jesus. That's a lot of... come on. There we go. No. All right. Now let's see if that works. Yeah, okay. Turn symmetry back on. What kind of prosthetic are you thinking about making? I basically only digital sculpt these days. I do a few little hand sculpt things, but for the most part, I basically digital sculpt now. And there are a few reasons for that. I find that because I teach ZBrush, I need to stay on top of it a little bit more than just developing my workflow and sticking with it. So I spend a lot of time trying to stay on top of the program, and I have to stay on top of like new features that I don't necessarily use but could be helpful to my students. And so I don't have a lot of free time, and honestly I don't get paid for hand sculpture anymore, so I very rarely do it. I do a few pieces every once in a while just to stay on top of stuff, you know, just so I don't forget how to sculpt. But I think for the most part that doesn't happen. I mean, but yeah, I very rarely physically sculpt anymore. I mean, I have printers and everything, and if I'm trying to make a toy or, you know, make a gift, it's just so much easier just to print it and, you know, use it. So Yeah, not a whole lot of physical sculpting going on. If I were close to if I were someplace that had a live sculpting class, I would do life sculpture. You know how they have life drawing classes? Well, there are life sculpture classes, and they're really invaluable. If you can get into one, it's awesome, because what the life sculpture classes do is make you identify block shapes quickly. And, if you only have an hour or two to work on something, it allows you to do abstract transformation of object. And it's a really good skill to have. So I would take a life sculpture class again if there was one around me. But sadly, there's absolutely nothing around me right now. I actually have to drive 25-30 minutes to have enough internet speed to stream here. This is one of the work. It's called Chehalis Coworks, and so it's like one of those shared office spaces. So I can't even do that from home because we have less than dial-up at the house I'm house sitting for. It's like less than dial-up. It's ridiculous, but because we're out in the middle of BFE. But it's wonderful because it's quiet and we have a hot tub and can't complain. But internet is not one of the bonuses of the place that I'm living at the moment. Well, I've spent a lot of time and energy learning about those materials. I go to trade shows and I read white papers, and I stay on top of it because it's the future of my industry. So I'm myopic OCD. I used to take pills for it. Like, I'm really OCD. There are people who are out there and they're like, I don't like my pencil moved. I'm really OCD. No. I get into loop reasoning and have nervous breakdowns. I'm really OCD. And so when something's important to me, I kind of focus on it. And I'm a research monkey, so I tend to try to stay on top of kind of what's going on. And you go to trade shows and like you watch what's happening in industry. What's Boeing using printing. So I was invited to talk at this thing on 3D printing down in LA, and then I met this colonel who was with the Marines, and he was in charge of the Marines rapid prototyping thing, and I got to go down to the base and look at their whole system. So the Marines are spending more on 3D printing technology than anyone out there. It's incredible. And kind of what they're trying to do is eliminate supply lines. So if, let's say, they're sending guns to a place in Afghanistan, right? They're not going to send guns anymore. They're going to send the materials to build guns. And it's mind-numbing. It's pretty cool what they're doing. But they have a bunch of material issues. So really right now, the things that are happening we're not going to have a very big paradigm shift in printing until two things happen. One, there's a laser paradigm shift. So you get much smaller lasers that don't require so much power. That's one. And then two, the size of the particles in direct-to-metal printing, because the resolution of metal printing is completely dependent on the size of the powder, the particles. And the smaller those particles, the more resolution you can get in your printing. And so, I pay attention to, all that crap because, well, it's my job, And like I said, teaching has really changed how I view and gain information. Because like I said, there are things that I'll never use that, someone in my class might, or someone that I'm teaching might. And so I then in turn have to go kind of learn and pay attention to some of that stuff. But it's incredible because in the 15 years that I've been doing this, some things have changed insanely dramatically, and then other things are exactly the same. I mean, a solid scape machine, which is still as far as producibility and resolution, the best machine on the market as far as I'm concerned, because it builds its own supports, and there are a number of reasons that I'd say that. But it's not a lot different than it was 25 years ago. I mean, they've changed like how the hoses work, and now they have heated hoses, so you don't have the resins drying up and frying up in your printer, and they've done things like that. But to be deadly honest, it's the same printer as it was 15, 20 years ago. SLA, on the other hand, has done dramatic changes in what used to be, like I said, an EnvisionTEC machine, a good one with its mini lens kit. I mean, I haven't priced it out, but 8 years ago it was $290,000, and or $190,000. I'm sorry, $190,000. And if you got the little lens kit, it kicked it over to $210,000. And the models that printed compared to what you can get on, a Formlabs or a Solus, or there are a few others that actually do, 25 micron printing. It's incredible. I mean, what you can get now for the money is mind-numbing. And when Formlabs first came out, Form 1, well, it was a crap printer. I mean, they kick-started it and blah blah blah, so they were doing their thing. It was not a professional printer. But then they came out with Form 2, and Form 2 is an amazing printer. For $3,500 you can actually, I mean, I know people who have stopped using their 15 and 20,000, and they stopped using the VisiTech, so their $200,000 printer for a $3,500 printer. You can't beat it. There's nothing out there like it. So in that sense, there's been some real dynamic changes. But where the real technology is going or where a lot of the real money is going, is into the materials for these things. Because like I said, until there's like a laser paradigm shift, you just, why isn't EnvisionTEC so much? Well, okay, their lasers are pretty powerful, so that's one thing, but they were the only people doing their thing there for a while, so they sort of had a monopoly on high-end SLA. And the other thing is, a lot of those patents have expired, so now people can use the technologies. Because originally, you had 3D systems, you had EnvisionTEC, and you had Solidscape, but Solidscape wasn't the same technology. And what would happen is, a lot of these young printer companies would come out and they'd get sued because they were infringing on, copyright infringing, or infringing on patents. And now a lot of that has lapsed, right? So you don't hold those patents anymore, or exclusivity on the patent, or I don't know how patents work. So, but so now a lot of that technology can be used by people like Formlabs and things like that. Because I can't tell you how many people made in fact, I think B9 actually had to give part of their proceeds, if they wanted to remain a company, they had to pay, was it EnvisionTEC? EnvisionTEC for like 5 years until a patent ran out, and then they could do their own and blah blah blah. But a lot of the little companies didn't have the money to do that, so they just ate it. And so there's still patent races going on, but those base patents for the SLA are pretty open now. So now you have a lot of other companies that can make these things and not get sued for patent infringement. But a lot of the new stuff is really material sciences. Because the second someone comes out with a resin that works like an ABS plastic, where it's actually strong enough to create something that, let's say I make a pair of sunglasses, I can print them, and then it's strong enough that it will actually survive, usage. the first person who comes up with real resins that work that way, manufacturing is going to change dramatically. Because, right now, if you want to do a pair of sunglasses, you need to get metal injection molds and have them cast in plastic and, blah, 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 blah. There aren't really good resins that you can do that. So that's going to be the next shift for home manufacturing or small manufacturing, is some resin developments. Because the SLA and the, DSL and blah, blah, blah. The thing about, the projectors or the laser or the, the LCDs, it's all still the same. I mean, you're getting the light onto the resins differently, but it's the same materials, right? It's the same material sciences. So I think that's where the next thing's going to be. How do I feel the surface texture? What do you mean? I'm not exactly sure what you mean. Clarify, and I'd be happy to answer that one, because I'm all about surface texture. Surface texture is my bread and butter. You mean in the printed part? Well, yeah, you should be. I mean, if there's texture, you should be able to feel it. Am I misunderstanding what you mean? I mean, like, on these, you can, I mean, it's there. In manufacturing, you can't get away with, it's not, right? I'm trying to find something. These are, where are those little beads? These are 8mm beads, so I think these are 15 mil. But, all that texture in there, yes, you can feel it. Oh, from the screen? No. No. There's pressure sensitivity, right? Has my camera been totally screwed? No, okay, it's a little weird. I showed Shinny at the back of the thing. I just noticed that it was looking in a completely different direction. So there's actually a chip in the tip of this. And that's what makes Wacom dramatically different, is that there's actually stuff in this. And there's pressure sensitivity, there's angle sensitivity, and there's rotation sensitivity. Now, ZBrush doesn't take the rotation sensitivity into consideration. It's not needed. But yeah, so the pressure, I get pressure feedback by pressing on the screen. The harder I press, the deeper the groove goes, right? So there is tactile feedback because you're actually touching the screen, but like I can't touch the screen and feel bumps. Like there's no haptic feedback. Like some of the haptic arms, like as you're feeling, like it'll actually give you feedback, right? So if I go like this, I'll get different pressure sensitivities. But I tried one of those, and I mean, it was fun, but I didn't particularly care for it as a sculpting thing, because as a sculptor, I know what a tool feels like in my hand. And it was it just wasn't real. And so that bothered me. This is flat, so it's not trying to replicate reality, I guess. But I know people who use the haptic feedback arms and love them. But it never did anything for me. It was sort of a turn off even. Oops, wrong button. No, that would definitely be a very cool tool. So once again, everyone, feel free to ask any question you like. It doesn't have to associate with what I'm working on. I'll gladly open a model, start a model, or demo something on this model. Don't hesitate to ask. I'm here for you guys. Yeah, kind of underwhelmed by that too. Let's come back here. Pooh. Not doing what I want to do. The other thing is, don't be precious with your work. Just, if it needs to change, change it. I know somebody, it's one of the things I try to get my students to deal with it. It's hard. It's like, look, just throw that model away. Don't be scared, or completely change it. Like, what do we have? We have 3,084 strokes. And you'll see me, I'll dump 1,000 strokes. I'll go back to something I liked better. Okay, first of all, let's get rid of that guy. Let's go back here to a point that doesn't annoy me so much. Okay. Sometimes poorly conceived parts are poorly conceived. I don't know if I have it here. One sec. Let's go to Instagram. Mingo-sama. Let me see. Go to mine. All right, let's see. I'd be shocked if I could have sworn I posted them. Let's see. Okay, I know where we can find them. Where's search? Oh, let's go here. Does it show me mentions or tagged in? Tagged. This is a bunch of body. Here we go. I knew Sampa would show his toofuses. So those are the sculpted teeth. Those are the teeth cast sitting on the base model. They sent me a digital model of his teeth. I then built these, and then they cast them, and there you go. Sampa grimacing at the screen. But you can see he had his actual teeth ground down into pegs. He's a lunatic. But yeah, I mean, that's sculpted, went into wax cast, and then made into toofuses. Sampa's toofuses. Do I have any other pictures of the base models? Nope. Lots of body jewelry. Oop. Yeah. Did that help? What do we have here? It's sad because I like that form and I like that form. They're just not going together very well. Not so good. Let's try it the other direction. So, Archang, did that answer that, or did that help? And we've made silicone implants for subdurals and things like that, but then I sculpt the thing, we make a mold, and then do that in surgical silicone or implant silicone. Every industry has their own terms. I'm always like, "Rrr." And hold on, let's do. Let's do materials, dental. And so these, where's dental? Dental. So this is the gum resin, and that's the tooth resin. It comes in a few different colors. That's just the base model resin. And these are for making aligners and stuff, but where is it? So that's surgical guide resin, so that's how they make the drill ports, I guess. So dental LT clear resin may be biocompatible resin. So this clear is biocompatible. Castable. Yeah, that's just the gray resin. And yeah, there's the gum and tooth, and that is biocompatible. Class 2 long-term biocompatible. And so all they're doing is they are, you print a cast them and then you cure them together. And you can actually make your own dentures. Right? Not biocompatible. But this is new. Class 2A, long-term biocompatible. High resistance to fracture. So I guess that's making the realigners or whatever, you know. I guess that's what, or guards of some sort, whatever. So those are the biocompatible, but they spent a lot of time and energy getting those to be biocompatible. And that's castable. So basically what they sent me was something like this, a 3D model of his mouth, a scan of his mouth. And I took that, I sculpted everything to it. I then used their model as a cutter, and then I sent them the models. They had them printed in wax, and then cast them, you know, and then did basically this process here. Cast them and boop, boop, there it is. This is cool. So you can see that they spend a lot of time and energy on their materials. I just want, come on, where's the big one? Light rain is stopping in Chehalis. What are you thinking about? Stop that. Yeah, this will be cast when I figure out something I like. I've been a little underwhelmed by my work tonight. I thought it'd be easy. I'm like, oh, I'll just take the peacock and change it. Has not been very successful. I have a nice ring that I might just use. I love on these streams I never ever accomplish anything. It is hysterical to me. Like, oh yeah, you know, eventually it'll make something, sort of. yeah, we'll probably print it in silver. And I have these 12 and a half mil meteorite spheres. So I want it to be a meteorite sphere in there. I think that'll be cool. I just have to design something that doesn't suck. Which I must say, there's been a little suckage here tonight. This is my second night back at the computer since I've been sick. I'm going to blame it on illness. No comments about my mental illness. Oh, you're right. So anyone have any questions, feel free to ask. I will gladly answer your questions if I can. Kind of here for that reason, so don't think you're bothering me, for goodness sakes. Once again, this has been an absolutely underwhelming evening of design, so excuse me. Anyone? Everyone have a good holiday? I always forget about Martin Luther King Day. It's always funny, there's always this weird time period between now and like morning in Europe where everyone just gets really quiet. I have a set of tools that are mandrels. Right, that's the ring base, that's a mandrel. And so I have a whole set of preset scale things. There's a plugin right here called Ringmaster. And you can, where'd you go? Oh, there. And you can say, I want a size 12, I want a size 8, I want a size 7.5, right? And then you can pick the thickness and the width. But you want to start with Ringmaster if you're going to do it, because it creates a ZPR, not a ZTL, so it'll wipe out what you're working on. It has a setting where you can get it to import sort of as a ZTL, or import as a, but how it writes, or how the plugin was written, it sets its scale as it's creating the ZPR. And it'll always tell you if you're bringing a ZTL in that, well, I'll show you. So we want a size 7.5, thickness 2 millimeters. Let's go 2.5. 2.5 millimeter. Nope, oh shit. I blew it, didn't I? 2.5 millimeters, and I want it 3 millimeters. And we come in here under more options and see append to current. And so now when we create, where are you? Create ring base mesh. This also has some stones, round, emerald, oval, custom pair, and you give the dimensions. You can get it to go on the band, top, middle, bottom. and you can like do them around the ring as well. So it has some base gemstone sizes, and you can give it the scale you want it here. So it has some gem tools that are fairly useful. But so we'll go create base mesh, and you'll see it'll give you this scale error. See, when appending ring base mesh to current tool, ring base mesh will not export out at the correct size. The current tool contains a different scale value. So when it creates a ZPR, it's creating an internal scale. And since it did not create that scale, it's like, I can't take responsibility for that. So if you go continue yes, you'll see that it gave us this ring. But if you'll notice, it is the right size, because mine's a 7, right? My ring's a size 7, and that's a 7.5. You can see it's about a 0.5 millimeter difference. So that is actually a 7.5. It's just that it wasn't created. So here, let's do sliders to subtool. Update size ratio. And you can see it is 3 millimeters wide, right? So that's what we said we wanted it to be. And so it creates a proper ring size. It just didn't create the scene scale. So it might bring something in wonky if your scene scale's changed. It doesn't change the scene scale to fit it. But since I have not changed, my scene scale is set at the same scene scale that it's set at, it actually brings correct size rings in. But if you do something weird with your scene scale, it will not change the scene scale. And that's why it's saying I can't guarantee you that it's right. Does that make sense? And now see, the other thing is it will scare you, because if you look here, all your subtools are gone, or all your tools are gone. They're not actually gone. They're actually in here. But that screwed me up a few times where I'm like, you destroyed my, what have you done? Where's my tool? That's not it. There it is, I think. Yeah. So if you don't know that it's saving that subtool, it can give you a scare. No. That's not what we're looking for. I want you to go down. So does that answer your question? We went to a friend's party, and he brought his friend who was a DJ, and his name's Woodrow. And you're like, oh, I'm DJ Woodrow. You're like, all right, cool, whatever. Man, this kid threw down some of the just absolute dirtiest beat. It was incredible. I can't believe this kid's not a superstar. I mean, it is incredible. But he's starting to do shows and stuff, so that was pretty rad. But I was blown away. He spun from like, he must have spun for like 4 hours. So like, you know, that 1, 2, 3, 4 a.m. It was just mind bending. He was incredible. Yep. See you later. I wish I could play his music while I was working, but he was like, well, I don't really have a lot of stuff recorded. And you're just like, what? How did you not record that set? It was incredible. It's rare when you're really blown away by DJs these days. Holy Hannah, he's good. But his name is like Woodrow. It's not like the fat, dirty beats that you think, you know, that's not one of those just, you don't think Woodrow's going to throw down beats like that. He did. For all of those of you who just came in, feel free to ask questions. I'm just kind of futzing around here. I thought I was going to do an easy start and cheat, and it never panned out how I liked it. So at this point, I am befuddle-futzing. So feel free to ask anything you'd like to ask. I will more than welcome open a new model if we need to, or demo on this one. I'm here for you. So ask away. Well, they turned the heating off. It was the heater that turned off at like 11. And that's fine and dandy, but it's starting to get chilly. It's so funny. The Pacific Northwest cracks me up. They are the biggest weather wimps in the world. Like, they act like it rains all the time. It doesn't rain all the time here, by the way. They act like, you know, literally a foot of snow is like snow. Would they call it like snowpocalypse last year? And I think we got like 2 feet of snow. They're ridiculous. They're so funny. Every day is a weather-worn day. It's like, when we first moved here, that summer they had a week of 90-degree weather, and they were talking about how old people were going to be dying in their apartments and stuff. I'm like, you guys, just stop. You have become absurd now. It's like, spend a summer in Vegas. Go to anywhere, the like desert, and spend a summer there. Go to LA, for God's sakes. It's hot. It's just getting hotter. So every time I see a weather report now, I just kind of giggle. I'm like, you guys are just absurd. Weather worn day. It's actually going to get down to the 20s today. You're like, dude, it's like negative 20 in Wisconsin right now. I don't think it's actually ever gotten below 0 here while I was here. I mean, it'll get below freezing, but not below 0. Yeah. No, it was hysterical. Like, they had, you know, closed snow days, and I was just laughing because in Wisconsin, they don't have snow days. They have, it is so cold outside, your kid's skin will die in 2 minutes of exposure days. You're like, what the hell? It cracks me up. You know, everyone acts like it rains a lot here. It doesn't rain here much at all. There's a lot of that, like, thick fog, you know, it's like mist. It's not really rain. It does not rain here much. I mean, we definitely have a rainy season, but it's kind of wimpified. It's not, it's just hysterical. Oh no, I just love it here. The weather's wonderful. It's one of the most beautiful places in the world. It's great. And now with global warming, we're actually becoming more like Northern California. So we have warm summers now. It's awesome. One of the advantages of the planet dying is that Seattle gets good weather now. Yoo-hoo! I don't know, become a real nihilist about our capacity to change our environment. Everyone's like, oh, we're going to destroy the world. Yeah, we're not going to destroy the world. We're just going to destroy our capacity to live on it. This planet's going to be just fine. There's a group of people who make sort of like educational videos, but they're like this simple animation. I wish I could remember what they're called. But one of them is about thinking in long time, or, like space time, as opposed to like our concepts of what a long time is. And there was a fact in it that, did you know that we, on the timeline, we are closer to a T-Rex than a T-Rex is to a Stegosaurus? The dinosaurs were there for like 160 million years. We've been here like 10,000. We've already ice aged ourselves, George Carlin's wonderful. Oh, we get fires every once in a while. I mean, not like Southern California or Northern California fires, or the Australian fires, We get some fires, but it's hard on this side of the mountains because we really do. I mean, we don't get a lot of rain, but it is rather moist. We get a lot of fog. I guess they're considered, they're not rainforest here. They're cloud forest, I guess, because it's not necessarily a lot of precipitation. There's just a lot of moisture. And that's what depresses people, is we get a lot of gray days because there's a lot of, just moisture in the sky. I don't know. I like it. I have no problems with that at all. I'm not a let's go fry our skin in the sun person, sadly. I'm like a future melanoma candidate, so me going out and just sitting in the sun isn't something that happens. When I lived in California, I'd like wear huge hats and like linen shirts that had UV blockers in them, so I'm not getting burnt. Like, I'm not. Yeah, no. My capacity for burning, I think, is much more impressive than my capacity for tanning. Yeah, exactly. That's the other funny thing up here is, like, the storms that we have, we don't get lightning. So they literally, in the news reports, they report lightning. But I mean, it's literally like, there were 2 lightning strikes today, and they have the little map that has the 2 lightning strikes. And so you can have 3 days of storms, and I mean, like, pretty ass-kicking storms, but there's just no lightning. It's weird. When I lived in Central Florida, we had lightning storms every day. Every day at 3, it would like rain, lightning for about 10 minutes, and then it'd go away. But there was tons of lightning. It is just, that's another thing that just makes me pee myself laughing when they're like, yes, and, there was a lightning strike tonight. You're like, one? I mean, like a lightning storm? No. One lightning strike. It's news. They put it on the news. Today we had a lightning strike. I was like, what is wrong with you people? I don't understand it. It's hysterical. That one cracks me up a lot. One lightning strike. What? You goofy bastards. So where any of you live, do they actually report lightning strikes on the news? I mean, is that just like a weird Seattle thing? Because I've never seen it before, and it makes me laugh quite a bit. Because I can't imagine like those northern Texas storms or the Central Florida storms. I mean, who's going to count that lightning? Nobody's going to count that lightning. There's a lot of lightning. Yeah, right? I mean, does. I love the Netherlands. Where are you in the Netherlands? It's one of my favorite places in the world, actually. It's just, I mean, the Netherlands are just like one of the most civilized, cultured, just wonderful places on the planet. It's just awesome. No, I know, but right? I mean, who the hell reports lightning strikes like by number? Not saying, "Oh, we have a lightning storm today." It's no, we had 2 lightning strikes. It's, oh my god, it makes me pee myself every time I see it. Oh, I just cry laughing. I'm like, you people are. There's some real absurdities up here. I have to admit, there's some very much Pacific Northwest goofydom. I'm jealous. I definitely could relocate to the Netherlands. And it's just beautiful. It's wonderful. You have a civilized government. You know, I mean, 3 thumbs up for the Netherlands. That's all I have to say. But my Dutch is gone. I couldn't speak Dutch to save my life anymore. All my languages are gone. It's very sad. It was a very tragic transition for me. I need to get a job there. I'm ready to abandon this place. It gives me ulcers. I enjoy Spain, actually. We have, my business partners have a house in Spain. And I usually spend, 3 months of the year there. And it's pretty cool. It's a great place. Gandhi is a really neat little community. Well, I don't know. I would argue that your country's government and system is actually quite a bit more civilized than most. But yeah, I mean, like I said, Spain's a wonderful place. Where we are in Spain is just really cool. It's nice. We're on the side of a mountain. We're like 15 minutes away from the beach. It's pretty great. Last year, everything almost burnt to the ground. That was a little tragic, but oh, of course. I mean, there is no such thing as perfection in government. But if you tally out the quality of living, I would argue that you're way up there. Quality of lifestyle. And it's a culture that, invites and admires thinking. That's a beautiful thing. Fantastic art, wonderful architecture, great food, some really pretty people. I don't know. You're kind of way the hell up there in my books. And I can't think of a bad time I've ever had when I was there, so. Spain's pretty close as far as that goes. We did have a weird thing with sort of Spanish fascists that was a little bizarre, but I mean, that can happen anywhere these days. But I mean, actually, what's a shame, pre-Brexit, I actually quite enjoyed London. Like after Brexit, a lot of the a lot of the racism actually is allowed to become part of the daily conversation, and that's one of the things I hate about the States right now is when you have someone who allows, when the president of your country acts like a raging racist, it allows just that type of horrible racism to become part of the everyday accepted vocabulary, and that's tragic. It's just, anyone who thinks that migrant labor is really the monetary issue of this nation's an idiot. Warren Buffett came out and said they paid $28 billion or didn't pay $28 billion of taxes this year. That's one company. But oh yeah. It's the brown people. They're taking our jobs. Ugh, kills me. Yes, of course. I mean, intent is everything. You're right. But when a culture decides that it's, it's just dangerous, I think. I think it can be very problematic. And what's sad is it isn't necessarily the racism that's problematic. It's the fact that truth means nothing. It's like, I guess that's really the issue at the end of the day. And I blame Facebook. Oh yeah, no, they're not at all. Yeah, law enforcement's a weird thing here now. Because, I tend to be fairly pro-cop in the sense of I've known a lot of LAPD who have literally gone through living hell, and, it was a very dangerous job at that time. And, I was in LA when the gang wars really hadn't ended, and there really were $1 million bounties on police officers, and it was sketchy there for a while. But just I think at some point there has to be a place in this country where we start prosecuting police officers for outrageous missteps, and that's just something that doesn't happen. Like that cop that shot that woman in her house, through the window. He was creeping around the yard, looked in the window. She thought there was a creeper. He shot her through the window into her own house. What the hell? Don't you all have tasers? What happened to the world of tasers? Just, if you don't like someone, taser him or something. Jesus, God. What the hell? yeah, I think that honestly, the 24-hour news cycle and the echo chamber are what have really changed. I had a conversation with these young men who I'm working with, and I realized that, they've never lived in a world without social media, without Facebook. And, I'm older, and I remember a life without MTV, honestly, Post MTV changed completely how, films are made, the 20-second speed cut and the length of films and such, it changed media. But, Facebook and like MySpace didn't do it quite the same way, because it didn't echo chamber you as much as Facebook does. And, it's like, there's no policing just outright fraud, just absolute lies. You can say anything you want, and it's going to go to the people that believe what you're saying anyway. And so it just justifies a lack of fact. And, truth means nothing anymore. There really is no such. I can't tell you how many times I hear people go, well, whose truth? Well, we have different truths. Well, no. Well, you may believe in different things, but there are things that are facts. There are things that are true no matter what you believe, and it's just like, gives me ulcers. Makes me insane. Because, it's not just a partisan thing, it's not just Republicans. Everyone, it's about everything. You can just say whatever the hell you want, and as long as you have 5,000 followers, some ding-dong's going to post it. And now all of a sudden, it's out there, and 100,000 people have seen it. Well, 100,000 people have seen it. It's got to be true, right? Yeah. Bah! No, I get that. I really do. But, there are things that are facts. It's like, okay, is this a law or is it not? Okay, I understand there are colorblind people. That orange thing can look green. That's a perception issue. But if there's a law that says do not go more than 65 miles an hour, and you have a car that goes 200 miles an hour, and you're going 75 miles an hour, and the cop pulls you over, and you're like, hey, you're speeding. And you're like, no, but you don't understand. My car's built for much higher speed, so 75 miles an hour isn't to say unsafe speed. Well, relatively, that's actually true. But there's a sign there that says you're going 65 miles an hour. Guess what? It doesn't matter if your car is built for it. You broke a law. And I know that, oh, well, you get 5 miles over and blah, 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 blah. But the fact is that is a fact. That is the law. That is something that is true. An arch has a keystone. It's like, this is ZBrush, right? That's a fact. Well, I hear that's Mudbox. So Tomas has been sculpting in Mudbox, and now, you have 1,500 people going, oh, well, Tomas sculpted in Mudbox. Oh, well, Tomas uses Mudbox. It's like, well, no, it doesn't matter if it looks like Mudbox to you. This is not Mudbox. It's like, there are facts. It's not perception. Well, that's exactly it. It's, who cares what's true? It's justifying what I need to believe in my worldview, or what I need to believe not to get a speeding ticket because I was going 75 miles an hour or whatever. Yes, that is very true. it's so funny. Like, I don't know how much news you get of American news or whatever, but there was a big stink recently in Major League Baseball because I guess they developed a thing where a guy would look at the hand signals of the pitcher and wire them to, or tell the guy behind the plate, and the guy sitting behind the plate had a trash can, and he'd slap the trash can and that would tell what the pitch was coming. And now like 3 managers of major teams have been fired because they were stealing signals, right? But in football, Belichick keeps getting caught cheating all the time. He is cheating all the time, and he gets caught, and everyone's just like, oh, a win's a win. It's like, well, no, technically you are cheating, dude. How do you get rewarded for cheating? And it's just, I don't know. I just have truth is kind of important in a society, because if there is no such thing as truth, then what the hell? You wind up with a screwy, backwards ass fucking group of people who believe whatever they need to believe to justify whatever stupidity they're trying to get across. It's just like, it's like, oh, I'm going to be a mathematician, and 2 times 2 is 140. Well, I like 140. It's got to be 140. It's not 140. What, Mudbox is now religion? Yeah. I'm not allowed to talk about religion on this stream. This is Pixologic stream. I'm actually pushing it right now, I think. Sorry, I'm just sick and tired. I get ulcers daily when I can't like look at news. I can't. It just makes me insane. Oh yeah, no, this is what I do all the time. Like, I very rarely work from images. I just tend to muddle around. Now, if I'm actually doing jobs, I'm a little bit more efficient than what you're seeing here. But yeah, this is my zen. I'm just looking for forms and shape, and I don't know. I think it gives me a lot more. It's nice. I like it. It keeps my brain focused in one direction, and I can make money off of it. What? Can't beat that, can we? It keeps me from losing my mind and strangling people, I guess. Yeah, no, it just, yeah, populism is maddening. You would think that a civilized, well, let me rephrase that. In a developed world, you would assume that people would learn from things. But I feel like we're right back in 1928. Literally. It's just, what the hell? What's up with that? Now that is a question I have been pondering for quite a while, my friend. Well, I think that first of all, you have to learn to navigate, and just spending the time and energy to get it to where you understand these 3 buttons on the bottom, where you got your Shift, Alt, and Control. Because I guess I've been doing it so long, it's just really natural, but a lot of other people look for shortcuts all over the keyboard, and ZBrush has actually compiled a lot of different functions into those 3 keys. And until you can get those 3 keys where it's natural, I see a lot of people struggling with that, honestly. And I would just spend a couple hours on it to where it's just natural, because once you realize you don't have to hunt all over the keyboard for stuff, it's really just, Shift Control Alt is really where so much of the magic happens. And then I would say and this kills me to say this, but I would probably start with like Dynameshing and Sculptris Pro. And with a Dynamesh and just a handful of basic tools, and just get to the point where you feel comfortable making an object. And then I would probably start exploring some brushes and just see what the different brushes do. And I mean, I have my brush palette, but there's this whole brush palette in Lightbox. And I mean, all these are different brushes, and they do awesome things. And go in and find the handful of tools that you use as brushes, and then just get comfortable making those objects with a few brushes. Oh, compared to it's not comparable to other 3D programs. Most 3D programs are a CAD mind, so it really comes more from like a drafting side than a sculpture side. And there's a big difference. There really is. Just how you think about models and just how you think about developing parts. It's actually very different. It's quite fascinating, actually. It's just a little different. And so I would say get comfortable where you feel like you can make an object. End of story. There it is. Then I would go into ZModeler and learn how to box model. And there are a handful of plugins and stuff. Like if you're going to printing, you'll obviously have to learn how to use 3D Print Hub and decimating and things like that. But before I'd worry about that, I'd just get to the point where you feel comfortable where you can make something. And I would then really dig into ZModeler. And I don't use a lot of ZModeler. I use ZModeler all the time. In fact, almost every model I start off with is a quad model, because I can control the geometry. And that's incredibly important when you're doing jewelry or small manufacturing or anything like that. And then you can start getting into like Booleans and, I'd say Booleans is probably the next thing you want to probably work on. And then you'll find plugins that help you do the things that you're trying to accomplish with your modeling, right? But I think I actually would now start, because I tried to introduce a group of new people to, I thought ZModeler would be the easiest way of dealing with things. And if you've used other 3D programs, it might be, because you at least understand box modeling a little. But I introduced some people to ZBrush at a workshop, and I thought it would be easy to deal with ZModeler. But I forget that there's a lot of dexterity that you need when using ZModeler. Because once again, they've jammed everything sort of into the same tools. And if you're clumsy at all, or if you're sloppy at all, ZModeler's chaos if you're sloppy. And so I think you need to learn a little bit more like stroke discipline before you attack ZModeler. Because you're Q meshing and you're dragging an edge, and I might have pushed bridge, and it's just like blah, it's like blah. So yeah, I think that's probably how I'd start. Just going into ZMod or going into a model and using decimation. Dynamesh. Sorry, guys. I think we're going to find out, because on the On the 15th and 16th of February, I'm doing a workshop at in Portland at the Wacom Experience Center. And if any of you are in Portland, come by. It's free. And we're going to do it a little differently this time. I'm going to start with Dynamesh and just get people working. But I would say, actually, I think before we went into even making objects, I would get people used to the gizmo. Because I think that you're much more efficient and your capacity to create quickly using the gizmo as your foundational tool works, because now the gizmo tool has all those other options like bend, twist, and da-da-da-da. And I think if you get used to using gizmo as your base generator of all geometry, because a lot of students come in and they're like, oh, well, I want this sphere. And then you try to Dynamesh it and it's like, is not 3D object, must convert to a 3D object. Well, that's old stuff. That's old processes. And so now, if you're using ZModeler, you cannot create non-compatible geometry. And it's very quick. Once you get the feeling for it, it's super quick. You can build like a real rough thing out of the geometry that you've developed there. It's just a really good foundational place. And I know people who have been using ZBrush for a long time who don't use Gizmo. It blows me away. They're still pulling, the primitives out of here and still using the initialize using this stuff down here. And it's cool, but all that's in Gizmo now. So stop. Just use Gizmo, man. It's like Blender versus... Yeah, that's probably true. Oh, yeah, no, trust me. Like I said, it's one of the really weird things teaching, because, I used it for 10 years before I taught, or 9 years or whatever, And so I have a distinct workflow, and that workflow is developed for, manufacturing. And now I've been asking for, manufacturing tools, and other people obviously have been asking for these tools. And they're starting to put them in. So now I have to redevelop my workflow all the time. And so it's super funny. Like when I teach, and I'm on the beta team, so you teach and then they're introducing all the new features while you're teaching people the old features. And it's just like, holy hell. I mean, they really put, you asked earlier why I was invested in, ZBrush's opinion or their name, or what you asked, whatever. And I'll tell you this, and you'll find this from most of the people who stream here. We stream because we love ZBrush, right? As opposed to, them paying us or them, really it's like a lot of us just feel that this is the best tool there is for what we do. So that being said, the other thing, why I actually believe in Pixologic as a company is there's Ulfer, the guy who created ZBrush, really cares about how we create, and they literally develop the program. We call and ask for features all the time. And during the beta, it's a little bit more open. We're like, oh, well, this would be nice or that would be nice. But they literally will, like, to give you an example, I was like, hey, we need a ring base generator. So Joseph made Ringmaster. And then I was like, oh, I'd really love, we need to develop a way to give volume of parts, because that's a very important estimation tool for jewelers. Because like if we're making this out of gold, so they actually created a plugin that's Kitco, and Kitco is a metals market in America. And so Kitco it'll give you spot prices. So the second I push this, get metal, So this tells me how much, it gives me the weight, right? It gives me my volume. And then this is what, right this second, this is, oh wow, gold's going up. Holy Hannah. So it's 1560 an ounce. Palladium is outrageous. Holy Hannah, palladium's blowing up. That's crazy. That's absolute madness. I wonder when that started going up. I haven't looked at this in a while. Palladium used to be well below gold. You know, and platinum, this is $645 worth of metal, you know, spot marketing. But it gives you all your weights. And actually, I have another plugin that'll give you your resin costs. But I was like, hey, we need this for estimating. And Joseph wrote this up. And, you know, I sent him Kitco, and this connects to the Kitco website. And during the day, if the market fluctuates, you're getting your spot price, your spot cost. Most company call AutoCAD and say, I want a metal estimator. They're not going to look at you. They're not going, you know, there's a very personal relationship that ZBrush or Pixologic has with its users that I don't really find in other companies. So to be fair, I do actually care about ZBrush's reputation, I guess, because they're really good people. I mean, you know, for God's sakes, I've owned this program for 15, 16 years, whatever it is. And I bought it for, I'm going to say like $670. Now, in 16 years, I've never paid for an upgrade. And in 16 years, the price has gone up like $200. And no one's ever paid for an upgrade. And that's, who does that? I mean, that's not someone just trying to get rich. Because let's face it, you know, if they charge me $500 a year for an upgrade, I'd pay it and be great. Matrix's upgrades are like $1,700, and then you have to pay another $400 for Rhino upgrades. So, you know, I think it's a very responsible, and when I say caring company, I mean they really pay attention to their users and their users' needs. And, you know, this was not a manufacturing program, and it is today a manufacturing program. And so, you know, that's crazy. It's something you don't get from many companies. And I appreciate that, you know, but it also happens to be, you know, an amazingly powerful tool that allows me to work the way I'd like to work. So, you know, it's a great program, and it just happens to be made by awesome people. So I'm a little more, you're right, I'm a little more invested in the company than, let's say, you know, what a Kia or, you know, whatever kind of car I'm driving. You know, I'm not like a Ford guy or something like that, but it's because the company actually is feedback, and it helps me do my job better. So, you know, yeah, I guess that's it. All right. So it's 2:00, huh? Or almost 2. Do me a favor. Wait a second. I'm going to go make a cup of coffee really fast and run to the restroom because I've been here for a few hours and I didn't pee. Where is it? This is another absolutely awesome new thing. Well, it's not super new now, but just the fact that you can do text now is so nice. Be right back. Whoa, stop. Whoop. Whoop. Frame. There we go. All right. Indeed. All right. Be right back. I'm going to throw a little coffee thingy in while I pee. Oh my God. It hurts. Oh, holy Hannah. Oh my God. That's crazy. That hurts. Oh. Holy Hannah. That's brutal. Ooh. Hello, hello. Oh my God. I didn't realize that sitting in a chair this long was so painful. Normally. So I missed last week, for those of you who didn't know. I missed last week. This is really embarrassing, but I'm still going to say it. So I get sinus infections, and so, start coughing, and it's not, it's not contagious. It's just basically eating a lot of phlegm. So you're trying to stop your nose, and you get into these coughing fits. And I was coming in, and normally the deck in the back's fine, but it had been raining towards the house, so the deck was a little wet. And when that deck is wet, it is like ice. You have to be really careful. And I'd come in and I started coughing, and I took a step and I slid, and I landed on my back, and I slid downstairs and I hit a pole. And I totally torqued my back. And that's okay. You're like, okay, it could be worse, and but my back wasn't totally destroyed at that point. But am I deleting the right thing? Yeah, okay. But then, because I was coughing so much, I kept torquing my back when I coughed. And so I coughed myself into a far worse back injury than it actually was. And I literally, in over a week, I literally just sat at the chair last night for the first time. And sitting is painful. So I apologize for me creaking and crimping and clunking and there. So there you go. And that's why I missed last week, because I was an absolute cripple, coughing, gagging goof ass. It was really embarrassing. I don't take missing things very well. Like when I worked in the film industry, I was late to work maybe 4 times in the 15 years or 14 years, whatever it was. And I only missed like 5 days of work in that 15 years. So I'm not really a person who deals well with being late. And being late is something that irks the living hajibas out of me. I can't stand. Promptness is something that I find important. I was just raised to believe that was important. It is one thing. So for a while I owned a bar in Peru, and the funniest thing in the world about it was we were told, oh yeah, no, this guy, he's super, he's like the best, like handyman, right? Plumbing and this and that. And they were like, no, he is absolutely the best. It's like, great. And so we had this water leak, and I called him, and he's like, yeah, I'll be down there, right away. It was like 3 days later, and I called him. I'm like, what the hell, dude? And he's like, what? No, I said I'd be there. I'll be there. I'm coming. I'm like, 3 days? I'm like, what the hell? Yeah, you can't go into Peru with a LA concept of what time is. That is perception. We were talking about truth earlier, but he was on his way. Everybody was like that. I was just like, what? I remember I was at the International Institut de Marionette in France, and it's a little medieval town. It has a city, a little courtyard thing, and and everything, like the whole siesta thing I don't get. I'm still, and in Spain it's funnier than hell, because we close at 10. We might be back at 3. The store stays open to 8, maybe. It's just this completely random concept of work hours. And I'm definitely, I am definitely American about that. I'm just like, I do not understand that. I don't get it. I'm like, dude, just come on. Nobody needs a 4-hour lunch break. Nobody. I don't get it, because I'm OCD, man. I sit at my computer. I'm there from when I wake up to when I pass out. I am not like the whole siesta thing. I just, in my heart and soul, I don't understand it. I don't get it. And I guess maybe it's a lot less stressful, people say, but if anything, it stresses the hell out of me, because I never know when anything's open. And I guess, if you don't really have anything to do, who cares? Come back tomorrow. I don't know. I don't get that one. That's one that I don't understand. So now everyone's heard me rant about siestas. If anyone has any questions, please ask. I am actually here for you. So, and if it has nothing to do with this model, don't hesitate to ask. It doesn't matter. I will make a new model or demonstrate on this or whatever. Because I am here for you. Or if someone wants to talk about siestas, I'm more than willing to give my opinion about them. So it says we have 90 people or 93 people, something like that out there. How many of you come from a nation where siestas are, that is part of the culture, where like literally from 10:30 until 3 you can actually get absolutely nothing done? I think I'm missing something. But I overwork anyway, so I'm probably not the best person to judge siestas, but I just find it hysterical. I don't understand how like business can get done. Well, I guess like business. Well, I don't know. Do they take siestas? What do I know? Well, yeah, they're supposed to make the hours up, but they never do. I was like, what? Yeah, no, actually, I get it. How would you start detailing after blocking out the forms? Well, to be deadly honest, it completely depends on what you're trying to accomplish. But, like, I will do a rough block up, and then I will do what I call a planular block up, or my planes, because I find when you're sculpting things for manufacturing, it's easier to, it's more efficient to create steps and planes in your detail as opposed to just drawing lines in your detail. And so I'll break it out like this, where I'm just trying to figure out my planes, because the planes become what are reflecting light. And that is what's creating surface dynamics, is light reflection. And so I will go through and work out my planes first, and then I'll do the next step. Hold on, I think I have one of these things open here. Right? Here, so this is the model for that bead, right? And so you can see, like, I literally worked out where the surfaces are, what's overlapping one another. And you can see how these are like little steps as opposed to just drawn in. And what I mean by that is you can see that this hash mark here, that's just drawn in detail. It's all on one layer, and I'm just taking what I call a line tool, and I'm just cutting in lines. But a lot of people will do that for all of this. But what happens is if you sculpt it in layers, where you can see that this is sitting above the surface, when you actually get into metal, you can see that my detail shows up a lot better. So that's linear detail, or line detail, and that is defining a plane. But you can see that this is sitting higher than that layer, and it polishes off, right? So you can see how by making layers, you get a lot of surface detail. Where's the close-up? So what you have to understand is these are mass manufactured 15 millimeter beads, right? So, you know, that's about that big, that bead, right? So the amount of surface detail I'm getting, because I'm making it layer detail as opposed to linear detail. So my next step would be, I would come in and define these planes, which I'm doing right now, right? See, I'm defining what's sitting on top of something else. And then I would come in, and let's just say I want to do that hash marking. I would come in, and now I would come in and lay in hash marks, right? Does that sort of answer that question? Does that help? Or clarify that? Because you can see here, I'm trying to think about how these things will reflect. And I know everyone's going to groan, but here. Where's the star? Have I really lost my star? See, when you import things with that Z remesher, it does weird things to your... That is bizarre. It has taken my star away. What the hell? That's crazy talk. Crazy talk. Okay, well, we'll just come here. This was from earlier. Let me get a plane. Boop. Okay. So, all right, stop. Okay, well, if that made sense, then I won't do that. He's like, no, I've seen that. Don't show me the damn plane thing again, Tomas. Chunga. I like chunga. And yeah, so at this phase, I'm really just trying to determine my form, because we've gone through a lot of different forms this evening that I did not like. And I do that just by trying to figure out where my planes are going, what I like and what I don't like. You know, because like this is a nice transitional plane, so I can go from concave and scoop it here and have that transition to convex surface. In that compound curve, when you get into reflectivity, let's pick a goofy shiny surface. So when it's reflecting, hold on, that's a crap. You know, you start defining, you know, if it's not all just a flat surface, you get really nice reflectivity changes, which then creates motion in the part when it's just sitting there. And that's what you're looking for. You're looking for, you know, dynamic surfaces, because that's what creates visual interest. Because especially in jewelry, That's what you want, right? You want the eye to stay on that object as long as you can possibly get it. So the more dynamic your surfaces are, the more successful piece you're going to wind up with, I would say. And that's, and this is the advantages of using ZBrush as opposed to any of the CAD programs, is that it really is sculpting, and the advantages of creating true organic modeling compared to what you're getting out of some of your other CAD programs. I get other jewelers always like, well, make a Tiffany's ring. And I don't know how many of you are actually jewelers, but a Tiffany setting is a very plain setting. And it's like, well, if you want a Tiffany setting, go to friggin' Tiffany's. That's not have a shop and you do bridal, then you're going to be doing Tiffany settings. But it's one of the most basic settings in the world. I mean, just the shape is super basic. And it's like, I think people might have made that setting before you, but it's good old Comfort. Mr. Comfort Tiffany. So yes, anybody have questions, please ask. I'm not super good about like a lot of the character stuff for I mean like UVs and stuff like that. I'm not really. There's a cool new UV unwrap feature that I've wanted to play around with a little bit more in detail. In the beta I played with it some, but I've actually had projects that I've had to work on, so some of my tool expansion hasn't happened because, well, I know how to make it this way, and we're doing it for money, so not a time to necessarily explore. Oh yeah, no. So, how to make articulated joints? I would use, obviously you're going to wind up using booleans. I would make a set of master cutters. So here, what do we have here? Oh, there's our star. Okay. Let's go. Are you talking about just simple joints, or are you talking about, well, it doesn't matter here. We'll just do it this way. Actually, we'll probably just, hold on, we'll make it a cylinder. Actually, we'll probably do this in one thing here. Let's see. Damn it, Jim. Split 2 parts. So when you're doing it, you just have to wrap your head around the airspace, because at the end of the day, that's what you're creating, right? So you want to make sure that you're actually. Do I have one sec? Do I have an example of my? Really, we haven't. I'm gonna try to find my. I have cutters. Hold on, let's do this. Oh, is it in tools? Instead of me actually going through the building process, I think it'll be easier for you to see this. I know I have it here somewhere. One second. Clasp cutters. What do you mean I cannot access that? I don't have appropriate permission. What do you mean I don't? Where is it? It's right there. Where are you? You're in the recycling bin. That so doesn't make any sense. One second. Well, that's absolute madness. It's got to be here somewhere. Getting all excitable here. ZBrush. Let's go to quick saves. Sorry, I'm looking for a specific thing that'll just make this easier. It's obscene. I've got to have it here. Oh, you know where it'll be. Crap. You know what? I can show you this way. Sorry. All right, here we go. So, so, this is what I use for a clasp cutter, okay? And basically all this is the airspace is between what I want. You kind of have to think about it going backwards. And so this is a little more complicated than, let's say, a knee joint. But what it does, we come in and you can see it cuts the pin, it cuts the spring seat notches, it cuts this angle. And so just with this cutter, right, you create your joints that way. And you can see here I use these slots in this, and what it does is it cuts that out, boom, and then you get the pieces with the notches and these drop pin hinges all cut at one time. On this one, this is actually, so this is just a simple pin hinge, but where's the cutters for it? Oh, here it is. So you can see that this is the shape of the hinge on this side. That's the pin. And this has a dimple here, and it has a dimple on the other side and a dent on this side. So it's creating the hinge, the pin for the hinge, and the little dimple that catches it, right? And you can see those cutters, and you can see it's cutting the slot up there for it, and that's what that box was. So what you have to do is you have to think about the negative space in what you want, right? Oh, I can't rotate this. That's not a 3D model. I was looking for this model, but you can see by creating the airspace, I'm cutting that little notch out, which when this rotates down will hit that. That cuts the separation out. And so let me just look at a joint. Hinge joint. Let me just hey, there you are, my brother. How's it going? Oh yeah, no, I usually stream until like 3, 4, something like that. Get my late night in. How are you doing? I haven't seen you in a long time. Everyone, that's an amazingly talented individual. Yeah, just sitting here, fiddle futzing around, trying to share some info, if you know what I mean. We're talking about joints, but I don't have my model. I'm really disappointed. Oh, that's no good to hear. I hope they're good things. I'll probably be back up to Seattle in a week or two, so I'll give you a ring when you're there. So maybe go out and have a beer again. So here, let's do this. That's awesome. So have you been doing anything exciting? Have you been streaming much? I've been sick as a damn dog for weeks now, and it tore me up. I've been worthless. It's quite tragic how pathetic I was. I literally, it's just so funny. I had a sinus infection, so you get postnasal drip, so you're coughing a lot. And then I slid on the back porch and torqued my back a little, but then I was coughing so much I kept torquing my back. My back kept getting worse because I was coughing like it was retarded. So basically I didn't leave my bed for a week. I was absolutely absurd. It's very embarrassing, but it's so funny I have to share it. It's like, no, really. so to make like a ball joint. Oh, it was absurd. It was just like, are you kidding me? You're really like choking your way into a back injury. It sucks to get old, man. It's just like, what the hell? Here, we'll just. This isn't going to be a functioning joint, but I'll give you the idea. Because I'm sorry, my poor brain is not in vain with thinking in 3 dimensions and trying to figure out what joints work. But so what you want to do is figure out what you want your joint to be, and you make a cutter, which is the which is going to be the airspace in that object, right? And here, let's just go to the top and merge all this crap together. And so if you have and I actually have all these tools. I can go and find my joint tools, but I have to do it at home. They're not here, sorry. I thought I had them on that drive. I can't imagine that I didn't have it on that drive, but I guess I didn't. So we're stuck with this. I apologize. Split unmasked. Boop. So this is the airspace that you're looking for. Oh, hold on. We need to union these, remesh by union. Boop. Accept. So now that's one part. That's the cylinder you want to cut. You move it to the place you want it to be. And then I do it all in folders. So we'll just make that a mess folder. Instead of doing it outside of the folders, I like to do it inside. Push start. Come on, start. And then make this a negative. And now we have to turn them on. Turn transparency off. And then Boolean folder. And I like to do my Booleans inside my folders because it creates the tool inside your subtool, instead of, if you Boolean down here or Boolean up here, it'll create a new tool with every Boolean. And if you're doing a lot of Booleans, you wind up here with a billion damn tools and you never know which one it is. At least here you can jam stuff in folders. So now we have this auto group, right? And group split. And you can see that you've created a pin with a hole, and then this side's your other socket. I know this isn't a functioning joint, but so what I would do is I will create a cutter for every joint style, and then when you get your you get your model, you just move it in transparency, you just slide it around to where it's where you want it to be, and then you have the same joint pattern every time. And like, you can turn this, you can make this the airspace. So if you are creating a ball joint, delete. Okay. I know this is awful. I apologize. Sphere. And then we want, so easiest way to create a hollow sphere, right, is just do that, extract, accept. So now this should be hollow, right? Okay. So you've determined the space you want in your airspace, and you have to futz with it a little here. There is a shell tool where you can tell it the exact measurements. I actually find this just to be quicker. So we have our ball here. And now, let me grab a cylinder. All right. So now we will go, let's delete that. Okay, so now drag this in here. Oh, split apart, sorry. All right, so now these are all inside. Turn these on. Make this there, push start. And now the first thing I want to do is remove that from that. Let's hide that. So we have, I guess we could intersection. Never mind, we're not going to make this that complicated. We'll just remove that from that Boolean folder. What? Oh, delete. That's supposed to be subtract. Boolean folder. No, have to turn them on again. Boolean folder. All right, so now that split to parts. Delete that. We're just going to drag this back up into here. Start. Turn these on. Turn transparency on real quick. Drag this down. Now normally I would use intersection, so these are all super smooth, but I'm not going to do it right now. Hello! How's it going? And so now we go, boom, that's fine. Let's just merge down. So now we have this as a pin would come in here. Is it solid? Yeah. And so like if you're making a ball joint for a neck and you want it to be the same every time, let's turn this guy on so we can see. Boop. Boom. No, I know what I need to do. Sorry. Get out of there. And oh well, crap. Subtract. Boolean, have turn transparency off. Boolean folder. Split to parts. Delete. Wait a minute, that's supposed to, did that become solid? No. So where's my inside ball? Oh my God, I'm losing my mind. Sorry guys, I literally haven't been at the computer in a week. That should just cut that the hell out. Why isn't that working? See, so that's the interior with the pen, but it should also produce the ball with that much airspace in it. And I don't know why it didn't just do that. Negative. Turn that on. Boolean folder. Ah, for God's sake. I love when you try to show something and it just doesn't work. Boolean folder. Why am I only getting that pen? I should be getting the whole damn ball. Oh. Duh. Alright, hold on. It's because it's only one layer thick. Okay. Sorry. Like I said, I haven't been sitting at my computer in a while. Haven't opened ZBrush in a bit. You have to give me a little break here. So, extract. Accept. What? Are these not a union? Did I not union these? That could be part of our problem here. Okay, this is pathetic. All right. Forgot my remesh by union. So now that's one part. Right. So that is airspace. Now let's try this. Boolean folder. Motherfucker. Why is that? Is that? There's thickness there, isn't there? Yes. Oh my God. That's ridiculous. Okay. I was just trying to do a quick example of a ball joint. See, that's thick. Oh, what is that right there? Oh, it wasn't big enough. Hold on. That there was noise left in there. I didn't make this big enough to cut. So hold on, let's see if that does it. It's still not doing it, is it? Motherfucker. All right. Next week I'll bring the Boolean cutters. That was so sad. All right. Oh, goodness gracious. That's tragic. Just tragic. Well, what I'm working on tonight is just random stuff, but I think we showed them before. I have those 12.5 millimeter meteorite spheres. So cool. Come on, that is awesome. So I was making a ring for that 12.5 millimeter meteorite sphere. So that's kind of what I'm playing with. But I went through a lot of forums tonight, and a lot of them I really have been completely underwhelmed with my capacity to design. I've been sick. Literally last night was the first time in like a week and a half I sat in front of my computer. So I have to apologize. I'm sort of a creature of rhythm, and I have absolutely no rhythm right now. Nothing is working. It's crazy. It's very sad. I apologize. Chunga, I will, next Monday, I will bring my doll joints and I'll show you. And yeah, sorry, it's pathetic. No, it's etched. It was just, they were polished into spheres and then they etched them so you can see the little meteorite texture. They're pretty rad. I like meteorites. It's kind of cool. I just love that that's like entered our atmosphere. I love that crap. It's science, man. That came from outer space. I'm trying to, what is it called? I think it starts with an M, but it's the meteorite glass. You know, it's the kind of green, and then they have the pale yellow, the stuff that's in King Tut's mask. You know, the burial mask. And they actually have some from, well, it's not a mine, but it's where the meteorite blew up before it hit the ground, and all the heat and stuff hit the ground and turned the sand into this glass. And it's super cool. I just love that. Well, I'm glad someone learned. I'm sorry. That was pathetic. Seriously, show up next week and I'll bring them. And it's just because in all reality, until you have to sit down and start to get into the mindset of thinking about the airspace in the joint that you want to create. And it's actually wacky. You're like, ugh. And so you have to kind of wrap your head around things backwards and inside out. And yeah, it's really frustrating. But if you have one successful model, if you build the model, then it's easy to get your joints. I guess I could show you that way. Here, is that going to take forever? No, we'll do it next week. Not dragon glass. It's meteorite glass. Hold on. Yeah, see? What's it called? Like, there's a word. Oh, Moldavolite. Moldavolite. But this color is sort of the color they use in Tut's mask, in Tut's burial mask. It's sort of a clear. And you can get it mined. I don't know if this is it, but you can get it from the same meteorite strike that they use the stuff in. Yeah, here. So, like a lot of this Egyptian stuff, this clear yellow stuff is meteorite. It's funny, they thought it was glass forever. And then someone, they actually let them take it out and analyze it. And it's also in the face mask. But So a lot of this stuff, the Egyptians used it because they couldn't figure out what the hell it was for a long time. But yeah, I want to make something with this stuff just because, I mean, come on, that's just neat, you know? I mean, some of this stuff is absolutely cool. It's hard to find big pieces of this anymore. I mean, some of these flakes are like this big. It's ridiculous. Oh, yeah. See, there's someone making beads out of it. Look at that. Where'd it go? Wait. How'd that just disappear? That's not what I picked. But, bump. Right? I mean, come on. That's kind of cool. I just like, I mean, that's a great story. So my friend gave me the meteorite balls to work with. I mean, they're like $200 a pop. It's ridiculous what people pay for this stuff. What? Well, thank you, Commander-in-Chief. I appreciate it. I'm a goofy bastard, that's for sure. Sometimes it's funny, like the whole cutter and joint thing. You really have to get your brain set into thinking backwards and thinking about airspace. And my poor brain, I'm just not set up for it right now. I apologize. I was so excited because I have the cutters I could just show you, and then they're not here. This is my traveling computer, and then I have my computer that I use at home. And I have not had the time or energy to consolidate disk drives of stuff that's usable for both. So I'm sort of in 11 different places right now. It's really kind of messy. What can I say? Ill prepared to discuss toy joints today. Yeah, no, it's crazy. Right? I mean, I'm sorry. $290 a piece. I guess it's hard, so I guess it's hard to make them spheres, but I mean, that's crazy. This shows you where they were. These were found. So these are from Africa. I can't, like, they can tell you what meteorite they are. That's what's wild, is some of the meteorites are actually more expensive than others. And I love the meteorite that has the peridot in it. That's pretty rad. So yeah, now I'm just trying to get some of these shapes to work. I've been through a lot of shapes. You notice we're, what, 4,156 strokes into this, and I'm still in block up. Efficiency be thy name. Or not tonight. I do apologize for not being as talkative as I normally am. My throat's still a little thrashed. But if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'm here for you because my squirrely designs right now are not necessarily super compelling, I'm sure. This poor bastard's been through so much rework. But it's fun. So hopefully we're going to do some test casting at this little in-house casting facility at my friend's gym. They own Columbia River gyms. It's really cool because all their gyms are fair trade and ethically sourced, and so it's pretty cool that way. And most of it is, they don't do diamonds, but they do pretty much everything else, and most of it is American sourced. And so they have a little internal casting facility. And so what we're going to try to do is, if they can cast my pieces, we'll start, like when I make something like this on the stream, and I'll start streaming on my stream again, but we'll take these and just do like one-offs and just put them up on sale on Instagram. You know, just put a PM me, or you know, if someone's interested in it from now, they can PM me now. It doesn't have to go to Instagram. But and then that way I can make some kind of fun stuff and get it produced, and you know, not really trying to turn a huge profit off of them, but just get some pieces out there that are unique and not tied to lines, and you know, just do a few one-offy things like that. And that'll be a lot of fun, because then some of this stuff becomes accessible easily. Let's actually so if anyone has any questions, please ask. I am here for you. We don't have to talk about the piece I'm working on. We can talk about whatever. Sorry, I was ill prepared to talk about ball joints and hinge joints for dolls or for toys, you know. I do have all those models, but sadly it takes a certain mindset to get sorted out and clearly, and my brain is just not set up for that tonight, and I don't have the models with me. Well, you know that yeah, of course, I'll always look at models. That's fine. And I have absolutely no problems giving input. But also remember that the last Monday of every month is critiques. And honestly, I think that participating in the critique night is really helpful, whether I look at your models at a different time or not. I'm not saying it's either or, but I find that participating in the critiques is really helpful because, well, one, we critique your work, excuse me, but when we critique a bunch of other work, it's really nice because I find that it's a really good way to wrap your head around some of the stuff, because often someone will have a problem that you might not be having with that model, but you have regularly, and it doesn't come up, and you know, when you did it, but with someone else's model, you're like, oh, well, wait a minute, I have that issue. And I just find that the critiques are some of the best ways to learn. So, you know, feel free to put your models up on the critique night. But if you need other stuff, we can always do it through Skype or something like that. I'd be happy to do that. I think that's what you're asking, right? For me to look at your models, or are you asking for someone who's in the thing? He's like, no, I don't want you to look at my models. I want a professional to look at my models. That'd be great. It's like, no, you idiot. I'm not talking about you. Oh, boy. Are you making fun of me, Gull? Holy hell. Ridiculous. Just redonkulous. I don't even know if that's useful anymore. I think we might just get rid of this whole part right here. What are you double guy holding his chinning me for? Are you implying I could be making a bad decision here? Okay, sorry, it's starting to get late here, so my capacity for comprehension could be not. You're like, no, I'm actually looking for a professional to look at my crap, not you, you ding dong. But yes, I'd be more than happy to look at your models and talk about them, without a doubt. We can do that. But I do think you should also put models up on, I don't know if it's not next Monday, is it? It's the Monday after that. Whatever the last Monday of the month is, I've been in bed for a week and a half. I don't know where I am in the month, honestly. It's been tragic. Tragedy. Yeah, I don't think we need this. We'll get rid of this later, but I think that's fine open. So people often ask me, when do you remesh? This is a point where we'll remesh, but I'm just looking to see if there's anything else that I might do dramatic changes on, and I'm not seeing anything else at this point. So what do? We duplicate, and then we Dynamesh. Turn symmetry off. Go in here, ZRemesh by Dynamesh. Delete lower. ZRemesh by Dynamesh. What is that? 88,000, fine, whatever. And then we're going to turn on Sculptris Pro. No, accept that. That's important. Accept. You must have acceptance. Well then, oh, Q, where are you? There you are. Turn symmetry back on. Turn Dynamesh on. And now we're just going to smooth that away. Smooth that away. And I think I'm okay with that. Whoa, 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 whoa. Alright. Anywhere else we need big dynamic changes? I think not. Alright. So we're okay there. So now I'm going to just smooth these details out. Because when I ZRemesh this, I don't want it to consider those edges. right? So we smooth this back out. And actually, let's go ahead and reproject this to here just so that is correct. Just project all. Turn that back off. And since I have my Sculptris on, this is just something that happens easy with the Sculptris. So now we know that our surface is in line with our sphere. Okay. So now go to ZRemesher. I'm going to take this all the way down to its lowest. I am going to leave symmetry on because I want it to be Z and X symmetrical. So we could deal with that in ZRemesh. Boop. And ZRemesh that bad boy. Thank you. I love you too. So that's really what I'll use Dynamesh for. I don't really sculpt in Dynamesh very often, but I will use it to generate, like if I'm doing big changes, it's far easier to Dynamesh it fairly low and then use Sculptris Pro, move stuff around, blow parts out, and then just use ZRemesh to go back to our base quad mesh. Because I want subdivision levels. So I don't want a Dynamesh. Well, you can have you can subdivide a Dynamesh, but not as effectively as you can a quad mesh. Because getting a Dynamesh down to 1,000, it doesn't happen, really. I mean, you can make it happen. It sucks. Where with the ZRemesher, you can deal with symmetry, and you can have it rebuild itself with good symmetry. So we look at our model, and you can see there's some squirrely stuff in there. So what I will almost always do is ZRemesh it just instantly again, and it should start to organize itself a little better. You can see how much cleaner. Here, let's look at this mesh, right? How it's squirrely in here, and you get some weird geometry right there. But then you just hit it, whoa, wrong direction. And you can see by just hitting ZRemesh again, it's cleaned that up quite a bit. Now we have a little bit of weirdness there, but that's okay. And we're at 1800. So I think that's okay. I'm not seeing anything terribly, that's still a little weird, but once we divide it, it'll be fine. Yeah, that's totally fine. What you want to do at this point, though, is make sure you don't see, like here, something weird's going on here. Is that creased? When did that happen? Okay, for some reason it creased it, so you can see that that's a double edge. So we just go to ZModeler. Oh no! There, it should be on the page right there. It should say TSW at ZBRU.sh.net or something like that. It should be on the home page there. Unfortunately, I can't go to my page that it's on here because that page happens to have all of the other ZBrush passwords that are really important. Normally I have a second monitor here, Um, but I don't have a second monitor today. For some reason, the monitor's not connecting. I don't know. Whoever used it last torqued it. So there it is. So next week I'll be able to, but it's ZBR. So it's TSW at zbr.ush.net. Somebody's got to have that. Siegel, do you have that link for the Dropbox for critiques? I know that. Oh, I know where it is. 1 second. Where are we? ZBrush Live presenters. All these fantastic presenters. Oh, there I am. No. That's. Is it oh yeah, here it is. Ta-da! Yeah, so if anybody wants to participate in the critique sessions, and they're good, they're fun. So you can see these were all from last critique session. So we get people to participate. And what's nice is we get people's first models and we get people who are really talented, with really advanced models. And I think it's a good thing to do because you really do start to see how other people build models. And I don't know, I find critiques to be, when I do the live classes, critiques are a very big part of the learning curve, I think, because once again, you may be having a problem and you don't even know how to voice it. And then you see someone else doing it and they voiced it differently. And then I just find them to be the best way to deal with art education is critique sessions. I think that's because at CalArts, everything was critiques. So you'd work, you'd put stuff up, you'd have it critiqued, and I don't know, I find it very valuable. And it doesn't have to be, jewelry. I'm a classically trained designer, so, I used to do a lot of human sculpture. I used to do a lot of anatomy stuff. It doesn't just have to be jewelry stuff. Wow. Was this just like a huge model that I don't know about? I wonder if I have, how big is this model? Oh, is that what that gravity was? Yeah, of course I'll show you gravity. I just saw the word gravity. Yeah, of course. I will show you how the gravity brush works as soon as this loads up. I didn't realize this model was so big. I don't know what else I have in it that's making it so big. Come on, what the hell? We're only going to give it a couple more minutes and then I'll just go back and open an old one. But if it's big, it might be. Sometimes on this machine I get a little ahead of myself because my machine at home, I work on models that are 150 million polys, and it doesn't have problems. This is not quite the machine that I have at home, so I get used to my work habits at home and try to impose them on my my poor portable machine, and come on. I wonder if it's just the model that crashed. Boop, boop. All right, so this is the question. How much are we going to lose by just opening it here? Yeah. All right, well, let's deal with gravity. I lost a little bit, but whatever. So gravity on the standard brush. So standard brush. And I have all my gravity tools pulled out over here under my brush. So basically, this is your directionality of your gravity, and this is obviously the gravity strength, right? And we'll make it strong so you can see it. Let's turn this up a little. So it's going straight down, right? So as I pull this, you can see that your directionality of your gravity is down. But you also have to remember that, like, see how it's cutting in there? It's, right? So it's only thinking of directionality. So when I come up here, if I'm using the gravity, you can see how it's actually cutting in right there. Where here, it's drooping a little. There, it's drooping a lot, because now that's on an undercut. Does that make sense? Right, because if you have a perfectly flush, you can see you're not getting a ton of it there. But down here, you get a whole bunch. Now, one of the really cool things about gravity is you can change the direction. And let's say I want to create that gravity effect on this outside edge. I just grab my thing and change the direction. And now when I stroke, you can see the directionality I'm getting the gravity on, right? But you can see that's back, so it's cutting in. So you got to remember it's relative to the plane, not the surface. So if I want that gravity, I want to get it sort of, and as you can see, it's by plane, by camera plane, not world axis. So, if you're doing this and you're like, oh, well, crap, no, I want it on that edge. Well, you just kind of make sure the edge is there, and then you're getting it on that edge, right? And you can see, there we go. Well, let's say I also want it on that edge. Well, you just take this, turn it around, get it up here, and you can just quickly rearrange on your model, and now you're getting it there, right? Also, when I use gravity, when I use the roll button, I find that the SK clay fill allows you to come back in and fill up behind that, and then that way you get these nice lips, right, that are filled in behind, and it's a nice surface. So gravity is camera plane locked, and it is relative to the plane, not the surface of the tool. So if you're winding up with weird gravity, often it's because the plane you're on isn't, the plane that's, but, so let's say we want it to come, I really want this to be gravity, and but I don't want it to go down, I want it out. So what just happened? Why aren't you changing? Oh, because I have gravity strength 0. Let's make, and you can see I can take this and literally I can point it at myself, right? So now when I'm coming along here, you see the gravity is now pointing at me. So you can quickly come over here and change your directionality so you're getting what you want. You're like, well, that's too much, so let's point it a little bit more out here. Oh, not quite enough, so let's just tap it back a little there. Well, there we go. That's what I'm looking for. So you can change directionality, you can change your strength. Camera plane oriented. And it's to the plane, not the surface. So once again, if we have it pointing straight across, I do it on this outside edge. Do it on this outside edge, right? You get a lot of that edge. But you do it over here, so you get a lot more there because it's an open space below it. But if I do it here, you can see it's more cutting in than it is going out. So if you're having problems with the gravity being where you want it, chances are it's because it's on a plane, or it's sitting on a plane that isn't, oh shit, well, no wonder. That should be 0. I changed from standard brush. I was like, why is that acting all weird? There we go. That's more how it's supposed to be acting. Right, and see it's back here, so it's cutting in. So often where you're having problems with gravity, or where it's not doing what you think it should be doing, is because it's not by surface plane, it's by camera plane. So if you're having issues, I can only imagine that's where it is. Okay, now that's one that I don't think I have ever used the fiber brush ever. I'm actually making objects. I'm not, and the fiber doesn't really translate out super well into like an actual three-dimensional model. Like if you're going to print it, that isn't really geometry that I've ever really used. So I'm not actually sure about that. Yeah, I don't. That's one I couldn't really help you on. Sorry. I'm a manufacturer. I don't really do like games or video and stuff. So the geometry that we create, I have to have. I can't have like UV maps, or it can't be fake geometry. So that's something I don't know. I'm sorry. There might be someone here who does, but yeah, I make things for manufacturing. I tell you though, if the hair actually produced dimensional hair, that'd be nice. I guess there's a way to convert it to actual geometry as opposed to pretend geometry, but I don't use it enough to like if I started doing a lot more toys, I might try to use it, but I don't think it works that way. I could be wrong because I haven't really played with it. The hair stuff. Well, I'll tell you what. I wish Joe were still here. Have you ever heard of So Much Monsters? Um, he also streams. He is a ZBrush streamer, but he mostly does his own stream, and his stream is called So Much Monsters. Um, he may be someone to ask about that, and he's actually very good about answering questions. And also, have you ever asked Shane? He might know about that. Oh, okay. Um, well, Shane does stylize. He doesn't really do a lot of the hair stuff. Did you ask Joseph? Did you put in a ask ZBrush question? Have you ever sent it to Pixologic, the ask ZBrush? Who, Joseph did? um, I think the ask ZBrush might be a good place to ask, because either Joseph or Paul would know. Do that. Go to the. I think you just. Hold on. I think it's. So this is the Ask ZBrush thread. I don't know where you send it to, though. I don't know where to ask Z. I think actually you just send it to pixologic.com, don't you? Or is there a different... Uh, okay, so using Twitter. That's what it is. Um, so using Twitter, just hashtag Ask ZBrush, and either Joseph or Paul or Solomon will answer the question. And I mean they make the program. They're really good, and his their little videos are really they're good. They really actually give you the information. So yeah, I guess it's on Twitter. Ask Hashbreak. So using Twitter, simply ask a question using hashtag AskZBrush, and they'll get. And they make these little videos, and they're good. I mean, Joseph and Paul and them, like I said, they make the program, so they definitely will be able to answer the question, and they do answer. So I think that's probably the best way to do it, because sorry, I don't know anything about it. It's not, it's just not something I deal with or that I do. Yeah, I'm still streaming. What time is it? 3:30. Well, I haven't been at my computer in so long. It's so nice to be sculpting again. I'm like, yay, I'm sculpting. So yes, I guess I'm still going. I feel like I have to make up for last week, right? I don't usually flake on it, but I was so sick. It was horrible. I was sick as a dog. Every time I coughed, I was straining my back more. Oh my God, it ridiculous. It's just stupid. It's just what is going on? It was a very sad situation, I'll admit. I was pathetic. I really was. I didn't leave the bed, and Lee gave me her hot pad, so I'm sitting there on my hot padding myself, taking muscle relaxers and sinus medicine. It was a sad state of affairs. And I thought about it. I was like, oh, I think I could probably stream. And then I just looked at my travel case and I was like, oh my God, I'll never be able to pick that up and get it into the car. My back's so torqued. So I missed a week. My bad. No, I didn't watch the fight. I have been in bed for like a week and a half, but I heard it was like a shoulder to the thing, and then it was done, which is sad because, you know, I have mixed feelings about Mr. McGregor, honestly. I think that, don't get me wrong, he's a brilliant fighter, but I just think he's a thug. It's like, look, this is a sport, and, it's really not actually okay for you to go out and just beat up people in bars and then expect to be paid millions of dollars to fight. I think, okay, you're going to take this professionally and, deal with it as a profession and not just, oh, look, I happen to be a magnificent bar thug, I don't know. I have weird opinions on things like that. It's just like, take it seriously or don't. Papadopoulos. I know a Papadopoulos. Yeah, it's just like, dude, you are such an incredible athlete. Why do you have to be such a raging hard-on? It's like, stop beating people up in bars. What the hell is wrong with you, dude? And, if you're just an asshole who runs around beating up people in bars, then I don't think we should pay you millions of dollars to do it. I think that you should probably just do it in LA where, you're going to run into someone who's going to shoot you in the parking lot. And there you go. And I understand why Dana keeps letting him fight because, God, he is, he's just such a pool. But I have to say, I gained great pleasure watching him get his butt kicked. I don't know. I think I find humility to be a much more attractive trait than some yabbering jackass. I don't find it very compelling. "40 seconds. Ridiculous. Like I said, don't get me wrong. It's not, as a fighter, he's incredibly impressive. He just beats the snot out of things, but he's just such a pompous ass. It makes me want to I really want to see someone in a bar beat him to death. Not to death, but you know what I mean? Like break his feet, stomp on his hands so he'd never could fight again. When you run your mouth like that, you really do deserve to just be beat down. Everyone kind of laughs at me because I'm a very quiet drunk. I don't really get verbose or bombastic or loud because, man, I've had my butt kicked at bars. You think you're doing good, you beat up one kid, and then all of a sudden you go out to the parking lot and there's his entire family, and you get stomped. I've been stomped a few times. It teaches you to be humble. It really does. It's like, yeah, no. And I'm a smart ass. I probably deserve to get beat up quite a bit. I'll never forget we were in a bar in LA, and really we're sitting there, and this young lady sits at our table. She's like, I'm just waiting for someone, I'm gonna get a drink, and she just sat down with us. And this huge Italian dude walks in and goes, "Why are you talking about girlfriend?" We were like, "What are you talking about? She just sat down so she was close to the bar." And I'm like, huh? Me no speaky Goomba. And That dude picked me up by my neck and just kept hitting me in my ribs. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't understand. Me no speaking Goomba. And he beat the living snot out of me, and I just could not stop saying that. So, I deserve that butt kicking horribly. But I just think that it'd be really nice to see a huge dude pick up McGregor by his throat and just break his ribs and stomp on his hands. Because anyone who talks that much shit, it's just rude. I mean, not just like smack talking, but I mean, he really is just, he's just rude. That is true. I do. I am quiet, but I do carry an axe everywhere I go. I decided there comes a point in life where, you just never know when you need to cut your way out of a situation. So I am a tomahawk carrier. See? Thank you. Whoa, what's that about? How'd I do that? Okay. Everywhere I go, I got my RMJ tomahawk. It's a permanent part of my utility belt. Tomahawks are awesome, by the way. I think everyone should carry a tomahawk. Everybody needs a tomahawk, for sure. Yeah, I'm not completely sold on that intersection yet. Oh, that's right. I still have to get rid of that circle. See, this is why I don't mind, like after crashes and stuff, I don't mind if I lose stuff, because honestly, I think I like this kind of intersection a little bit better than the one we had before we did it the last time. I think. And if not, I'm telling myself that, so. So if anyone rewind or watches this video and decides they liked what I had going better beforehand, don't tell me. Everyone should just agree, yeah, this is nicer. No. Now that just looks like a cat face. So we're going to have to change it. No. We'll deal with something there. I can't be having some weird old cat face on my side of my ring. I can if I was doing it for a cat fan, but no. No cat faces today. Yeah, we'll deal with that after the remesh. So we still need to remesh this. What's going on back there? I don't know. But let's at least define something. Okay. I don't know what that is yet, but there it is. So now let's quick save right now. Boop. Because this is where we crashed the other day, so I don't want that to happen. Okay, so there we go. Right, did we duplicate it? No, we did not. See, that's where we started. Just complete poo. Let's get rid of that because it's just annoying. What's that one? Oh, that's the base of the peacock ring. See, I thought I was going to be clever and just use the peacock ring and flare it out. But then I didn't like the shape of it when it was flared out to a 12.5 millimeter thingy-mabob. And so we can delete that too because it's poo. Well, that's not a poo ring, but it was a poo option. Boop. All right, so here we go. I need to be a little beefier because, I mean, a big damn meteorite ball has a lot of presence. Right. Okay, so now I wanted to get rid of this. So we duplicate. Go to W. Turn symmetry off at the moment. Straighten it up. Go home. Come here. Oh, we have to delete higher. All right, delete lower, whatever. Remesh by Dynamesh. Choose. Let's see, what do we have there? Yeah, whatever, 10,000's fine. Boop. No, we want a little bit more than that. Boop. All right, there we go. And now, hit accept. Get out of there. Hold down Shift and turn on Sculptris Pro. Right. And we're just gonna Sculptris Pro that out of there. Boop. Yeah, no. So what that's saying is that I have backface masking turned on, so it can't apply Sculptris Pro to that brush. But that's okay because I like my clay tubes brush to work as it is. So you can see I'm just using my standard clay tubes brush to remove some of this material. So I like having my clay tubes brush as normal and then use other brushes with the Sculptris Pro. Okay, so that's kind of that. Let's beef that up just a touch. All right. Is there anything else we need to add in there? Nope. Okay, so now, once again, we are just going to smooth this out a little. Turn our symmetry back on. We're going to smooth this out a little because when we Z remesh, I don't want it to think about that stuff. Because it'll try to, if there's a detail in there, when it's thinking about the Z remesh, it's going to try to put that in there. So that's why I get my form how I want it. And then I'll smooth that out. All right. So now, once again, let's turn backface masking off a clay buildup and we can use it in here a little bit better. I want that line to be a little bit more relative to that, right? So that's close enough. All right, remove all that so we have smooth surfaces. Smooth that out. Any of this like weird pinching, it's nice to get rid of it because once again, when you start to do your Z remeshing, it's going to try to give you what's there, right? And that's why we'll Z remesh twice usually, just one right after another. All right, so we've prepped the model. Oh, I didn't have symmetry turned on. Well, crap. Well, here, let's just do it this way. Mirror and weld X. Nope, wrong direction. Mirror X, mirror and weld, boop, there we go. And now we will Z-remesh. I don't really have any edges, so we don't need to put detect edges on. Boop, Z-remesh this at its lowest setting. Oh. I don't think shoulders are supposed to sound like that. So is anyone streaming in the morning? Am I going to run into anyone's stream? Where is Twitch? Sometimes we have early streaming. Oh no, this is me. We want Pixologic. Come on. Why are you not going to Pixologic? Oh, this is Pixologic. Okay, it did. No, but this is my schedule. Nope. How do I? Am I just hallucinating here? Why do I not have a scroll bar here? What am I? What am I missing? Where's my scroll bar? How do I get down? Have I crashed? What the hell's going on? Okay, so this is Monday, January 20th, right? Is it the 20th? For God's sakes, I don't even know what day it is. Yeah, so Tuesday, there is no one. Okay, so I'm not going to run into anyone in the morning. Sometimes they have like early streams, but that's not. All right, so there we go. And you can see we have some weird geometry there, a little squirrely geometry there. That's squirrely. Just hit it again. And it should be a little better. Now those holes are a little. Let's open that up some. And we'll do the same here. Any of the weird pinchy shit there. All right. So that should resolve that. Let's Z-remesh it again. Well, that's the key. Do you know any jewelers? Do you know anyone who makes jewelry? Or there are places like Shapeways that you can send a piece. But I would find a local jeweler that does CAD and go in and talk to them and have them do your... there was an error. What the hell? What kind of error was there? Did anyone see what that said? I wasn't paying attention. But here, let's just... Maybe there's some weird hole or something, so let's just go ahead and get everybody converted to this mesh. We'll just try it again. That's the easiest way. There are a few service bureaus like Shapeways, and I can't think of the other. I tried to think of them earlier today, and I just couldn't. My brain is not in a good place as far as memory goes. Sorry. and you just send the model to them and let them do it. So I would find a local jeweler who says they do custom design in CAD, and just go in and say, hey, I have this model. I want to, I want it made. Can you produce it for me? Yeah, actually, I have done armor designs. I have. Actually, I met a guy who's local who does jewelry or does armor. Let me see if I can find his Instagram. Ugo Serrano here. Let's take a look at it. Actually, that isn't bad, but I really don't like the star right here. So let's Z-remesh again and see if we can get rid of that star. See how that cleaned that up? So just, continue to remesh until you like the geometry, and divide and just make sure we're kind of where we want to be. Inflate all, and that'll make the holes bigger. Just make sure you come back in and smooth again. Divide it again, and then divide it again. Oh, you're giving me ulcers here. What is that? There we go. Trim dynamic. Let's knock this back some. Where's that edge? There it is. Let's look at that and see where we're at. Close enough. Come back here, hit Control, boop, and now we'll come over here, boop. I want to mask this off right here, turn transparency on, because I don't want this to project down into that space, so we're gonna just do that, and we'll mask that off a little. And now we just go project history. I think we might want to go 0.025. 0.025. Boop. Project history. You can do it. Oh, I was going to show you Ugo. Sorry. So it was funny, a mutual friend on Instagram said, hey, you should check out his armor work because it's so cool. And I was like, okay, so let's go here. Ugo. What is it? Serrano. Yeah, Serrano. That's what I thought. Yes. Yeah. Ugo. I mean, he has an armorer's name, right? Ugo. But hold on. He started making jewelry, so we started talking about that. But like, this is hand forged. He did that for the Giger Museum. But where's his armor? I mean, look at this stuff. Those are finger bone jewelry. Come on, where's the armor? Like he made that piece. But he's actually like my neighbor. So we went and had like Starbucks. So this is illustrations and stuff. He has, these are pretty cool. These are like leather purses, and then this is all hand forged stuffs. Made that. Where's this? There's a really beautiful full suit that he did. I'm trying to. I think he made that one, but it's not the one I'm looking for. Yeah, like he made the crown, he made that, so I think this is getting closer to. But it has like these skulls and stuff. It's pretty rad. Holy Hannah, he's a post and mofo, isn't he? Look at that. I think that's the chest area, but that's like chased. Yeah. He makes some pretty awesome armor. Isn't that cool? I mean, he's no joke. He's my neighbor. It was pretty cool. So he's my Starbucks date. Yeah, there's the suit of armor he made. There were some good pictures. They must have been on his computer. Or like on his phone that he showed me. But yeah, like that's armor he made. There's just a really wonderful picture of the full suit that's really cool. But yeah, that's like the shoulder pad. I mean, that's gorgeous. He's an incredibly talented dude. Hugo. Yeah, there we go. All right. Yeah, he does handmade jewelry now. I mean, let's face it, it takes, like a year and a half to make a pseudo armor. So it's not something you're really out there making a lot of. But he makes some pretty rad stuff. He did a bunch of stuff for the film industry for a while. And it's funny, we know a lot of the same people. And we both left LA. And it was kind of cool to run into someone who you're like, hey, that's awesome, having similar past and winding up here. It's kind of funny. But he's just a super nice guy. Okay. Gotta turn lines off. I can't see what's going on. There's clay buildup. This is one of the times I will use clay buildup. See any other places that are obviously not where we want them to be. And so now you just come in, and I don't mind taking the time and moving stuff around and getting it in the right places, and because it's a very easy way of getting your model back to place. Ooh. I did it again. Switch to the right brush. Alright, that's taken care of. That's taken care of. That's all kind of back where we want it. Alright. Project history again. Yeah, it. Actually, I just want to sculpt a piece of armor, hand him my sculpture, and say, "Here, make me one of these." The day I have $70,000, I'll get a suit of armor. Divide. Divide. We'll project from there. Project history. And so now we've blown this out. We have some subdivision levels. I prefer to start lower, but it's more than enough to deal with right now. And once it reprojects, we now have a reconstructed model where the geometry is right. So it's worth dynameshing, Z-remeshing, and then project history back to where you had it. Now you have completely new geometry that is organized and clean. And yeah, there it is. Once again, feel free to ask me any question, those of you out there who have questions. I'm not as talkative as normal. My throat's a little thrashed. All right, I think that is close enough for us to move on with. And that's there because we had that metal there before. Or metal, Jesus. That and so now we just go back to our standard sculpting. That's a little annoying. A little annoying. Actually, who cares? That's not even a place I need to worry about. I thought that was someplace else I was worried about. Alright, so So you can sort of see the transparency here, right? And I'm just pulling these surfaces into the surface of the sphere, because that way I know that when I use that sphere to cut, everything is going to be in there and my edges are going to be clean, right? In this way, it helps you get nice, clean, flat surfaces, right? I can do this and I know that that's going to be goodly. When I finally cut that. Okay. If anyone out there has any questions, feel free to ask. I'm more than willing to stop what I'm doing to help you on whatever you need to help on, or not help, whatever. You know what I'm saying. Know what I mean? Oops. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No one? It got quiet out there all of a sudden? Guess it's getting late. People are like, dude, are you not done yet? What the hell? I have to get my friend Woodward. He's a DJ. We just met him a couple weekends ago. He plays with a friend of ours, Schemer, and I guess they've done a few festivals together. And this dude is so dirty. It is incredible. He is amazing, and I do not understand how he is not a star. He's just this really underplayed. You'd never guess he plays such just poof. Holy Hannah, his music's awesome. Maybe not for everyone, but I'll tell you, it's right up my street. It's the crap that goes on inside my head when I'm working. So hopefully I can get some of his music to play while I'm working, because he is awesome. He was like, yeah, I don't really record a lot of stuff. We're like, what? What are you doing, man? I mean, rarely am I really inspired by a DJ these days, and holy hell, it was outrageous. It was incredible. It was like, what are you even doing, dude? He like melted my brain. It was awesome. It was just so quiet. I normally listen to books on tape when I work, but when I was streaming before, I was streaming some DJs, and I didn't have any problems with them, but I guess, I don't know, they now censor it, you know, where they block it out. I was really disappointed. I was like, oh man, I can't listen to the music I like online. People are like, I want my $3, whatever. But so does anyone know, let's say, you know, there's a DJ I really like. I contact them or whatever and say, hey, I want to play your music on my stream. Like, how does that work? Can they give you the licensing rights? Because, you know, the problem is it's an algorithm. You know, they're like, oh, that's licensed music. You have to pay for it. So how do you wind up paying for it if you want to actually play it while you're working online, or, you know, on stream? Like, how would that listening algorithm know that you have paid or you have done? I don't know. Because when it gets late and people are no longer talkative, music helps. Because I know I can't listen to books on tape. They are really ugly. Not only are they ugly, they're really nasty about it in the sense of, like, they'll ban you from Audible and stuff like that, so you'll never get, like, if it's music, they just, you know, they just block your, or they just mute your stream. I don't think books on tape is that nice. I think they'll actually be nastier about it. At least they claim they will be nastier about it, so I don't know. Anybody out there have any questions? Everyone's just lurking now. Is that like someone breaking into my car? Dude, get away from my freaking car. I see you. It really was. Someone futzing with my car. I was like, don't make me come out there and chop you up. Oh my goodness. What is the world coming to? He was like, I'm not doing anything. I'm like, well, you kind of standing close to my car making a bunch of weird noises. Oh, scheisse. All right, like, no one said anything in like 20 minutes. Come on. Is everyone asleep? Am I that boring? Should I just stayed at home in bed? Is that what I'm hearing here? They're like, yes, your inability to make decisions is a little underwhelming. Yes, I think everyone has fallen asleep. I know, right? It's like, dude, I can hear you. What the hell? You know, has like his little plastic garbage can. He's like, oh no, like I'm picking up trash. Why are you picking up trash right next to my car? There's no trash right there. I think I've lost my faith in humanity. I've become a horrible person. Just like, no, oh. No, dude, I don't trust you. Sorry. Does that make me bad? I don't know. Maybe I've just like lost faith in America. Because when I'm in Spain, people are super nice. If I knew what I was trying to accomplish, I think we'd probably have a lot less actions. I mean, I'm under 10,000, right? What do we have? So there's 703 there, and then where are we at on this one? We were at 3,000. What? Oh, I crashed. I'm like, that makes no sense at all. I know we were at least at like 5,000, so yeah. But I'm also not. I mean, I really am just sort of fiddle-futzing around. I'm not real. Focused, I guess. In a lot of ways, this is just sort of like meditation to keep me from thinking about the guy trying to break into my car right now. Yeah, don't really have any answers on what I'm actually trying to accomplish, that's for sure. Oops. Trying to make something awesome. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's actually a very good. Yeah, I'm just doodling. I mean, I sort of have an agenda. You know, I have this piece of meteorite that I want to make a ring out of, but it's not. Yeah, I think that doodling is actually probably a very good concept of what's going on here. I'm not project oriented, I guess. I'm not. If I threw all of this away when we're done, I'm not going to cry. Let's put it that way. because it is really much more about, like you said, answering questions and that than trying to make a fantastic piece. Not that this won't be fantastic. It's fabulous. It'll be marvelous. How we doing? Hello. Welcome to me wobber flabbing around. Have any questions? Feel free to ask. I will gladly stop what I'm doing to help you sort out whatever you would like to know. What's so funny is I spent so much time in bed over the last week and a half that I'm not really tired. So I'm sitting here. I mean, I might as well be doing this on stream and maybe be able to help out a couple people throughout the day than doing this at home. I'm already here. Well, that's interesting. So when you say hard surfaces, what are you looking at? So I use a few tools as a fairly consistent, like as my foundations for hard surfaces if I'm not going to do it in ZModeler. The one thing to remember is that you're locking on your screen, so trim front is a really useful tool. And then your planar and planar line tools are really good tools to use as hard surfacing. Oh, that's not the tool we're looking for. This is not the brush you're trying to use. So, like, you know, these are pretty roundy surfaces, but let's say I really wanted this to be a nice flat surface. Trim front is always a good foundation, right? You can just and then rotate it to here and right, and then your planar fills. Remember, your planar fill will draw up your edge. If you go to planar, it'll just cut it straight, right? And then trim front here. Planar fill. And then planar flatten line I use quite a bit. So go from here to there. And now you have that as a line. That's a little deep for it to fill, but right. And you can see your planar fills, once again, really go off your edges. So planar. And let's planar this, and I'll show you this little tricky do here. Yep. And so, right, you're trying to get these to match, and your planars will always cut in. But if you hold down Alt, get planar, hold down Alt, and it cuts in, but you notice it doesn't cut in there. So if you want to make a sharp corner, use planar and then hold down Alt, and you don't get those cut ends, right? It'll just stop, and you'll get really nice sharp corners, right? Does that make sense? I think those are most of that's really sort of my tools for hard surfacing. Just the planar fills work really well, right? You just find it and you fill it up to your edge, boop, 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 boop. And then, you know, you want something there, planar fill line, you get your little lips, just grab planar, knock it off, boom, boom. Right? And then once again, planar with Alt, boom, goes over your edge. And so that's really sort of my little wheelhouse of just creating a bunch of just hard surfaces in a random place. Did that help at all? Hey, love right back to India. You mean hard surface modeling? Well, I mean, I tend to use ZModeler for most of my hard surface modeling. But you can see that just with some tools you can get, you know, your hard surfaces very easy. Let me go back to where it was. Did that help at all? Is that kind of what you're looking for? Or is there something a little bit more specific that you were trying to get? Why do you not want to use ZModeler? You know, I'm trying to think if I have a European ring size set. I know I made one. I don't think it's in my tools. One sec. I was gonna say I'll just send these to you if I have them. Rings by size. Yeah, these are only American sizes. Anything in here? Nope. Nope. If you email me, I'll see if I can find my ring, my mandrel sizes, and then you just have them as dimensional. You know, what's sad is there really isn't one, because everybody uses different charts and some of them are pretty dramatically different. But really, you know, you're dealing with less than, like, the difference between them, you're dealing with like 1/4 of a millimeter. The key is just find a mandrel that matches what you're using, and that'll help keep you consistent. But honestly, you know, what's so funny about ring sizing is at the end of the day, you have a, you know, a flex shaft or whatever when you're sizing, and really you're going to grind it to fit for the most part, right? Because, you know, when you're from the computer to an actual part, I mean, you can lose, I mean, like 2 ring sizes. So it's sort of a tricky question, I guess. I have a number of ring size charts that I use. I'd be happy to send them to you, but I'll try to find the, like I said, I have a whole set of the UK ring size mandrels and stuff, or pre-made models. I just don't have it here because, I mean, I was only using it when I was in London, because for the most part I just make everything American sizes, and for the most part people know their American sizes as well. So if you email me, I'll see what I can find. So Dynamo, is there a reason that you don't want to use I guess here's another sort of what I would consider hard surfacing thing. So let's say I want this to be sharp, right? The SK brushes, Kaku's brushes, the SK polish or SK trim polish is the best finishing edge tool that I found, because it doesn't roll over the edge. It like sharpens the edge, and so that way you can see that you can make nice hard edges, and it's the best one I found for that. So you can take something that's pretty soft and round and get a pretty hard surface edge off of it. So that brush is sort of invaluable for hard surface modeling, I think. Man, what is going on? There's something sharp in my glove, or I have something in my finger. It looks like I was splintering my finger. How weird is that? Oh well. Don't have tweezers here, so I get to deal with the pain. That's not good. All crunchy. For soft, hard surface modeling too, I use my clay tubes because it gives you edges, right? And then you can just creep up on your edges and kind of create, you know, your sort of formed hard surface. Oh no, I don't do a ton of hard surface modeling. I mean, hold on. Where's Tomas the tank? There it is. I mean, that was built in ZBrush with ZModeler. Oh, there's the camera. I'm like looking over there. Right, so you know, you can do anything you can in CAD with the ZModeler. That's really annoying now. But yeah, that was built in ZModeler. Let's see. What other hard surface? I don't know. Not much of my hard surfaces are really hard surface modeling, you know. But where's, you know, like that's pseudo hard surface modeling. Oh no. You know, I think you can pretty much create whatever you want, but I do tend to start in ZModeler. You also, I mean, I don't know, do you use the gizmo tool at all? Are you familiar with like the gizmo tool to generate primitives? Have I lost you, Dynamo? I might have. Maybe. I guess I did. I tried it out. And if you're not making sound effects while you're working, you're not trying hard enough. Sound effects show you care. Also gives you some really great stream faces. Oh, dude, I hear him clumping out there again. I swear, if that dude breaks into my car, I'm going to lose it. Because, first of all, it's not my car. And that would make me angry. But I'm not allowed to get angry on stream, so it might be very lucky for him that I'm streaming. Yeah. One second. Be right back. No, you're not. There's nothing. There's no trash around my car, man. Sometimes when you're making a ridge, there are stutters on the stream. No, I'm not getting. So, what do you mean by stutters? I mean, like when I'm doing this. You're getting stuttering there? Okay, so now I'm all peevish and I keep hearing stuff outside now. Ugh. Yeah, that must be the stream. I don't get that. I wonder why that would lag like that. That's funny. Yeah, probably. Because, like I said, this isn't. It's only a 7 million poly model. That shouldn't be too laggy, but who knows? Yeah, without a doubt. So often when it if I'm like doing the reprojections or some of those which are pretty intensive, it'll definitely lag the stream. But I didn't realize I was doing it while I'm just stroking. Oh man, now all I do is hear this guy outside. It's like, see, it said this is where I become a skeptical person, because it's like, there's a guy out there. What is it? 4:40 in the morning, and he's picking up trash. You know, that's great. Super nice. I mean, he doesn't look like, a homeless person or anything. but why is he like all over my car? It's like, dude, there's no trash around the car. Just go trash things. Yeah, I haven't quite come to grips with that one. Sadly, since I'm not streaming at home, I have. Hold on, I'm going to turn this on so I can see if I'm showing you right. I have that case, so that's where the Cintiq goes, and then that's where the sound stuff goes, right? So I haul this crap around with me because this is one of those shared office space things, because I do not have the bandwidth at home to stream. So if I were at home, I could feasibly do that, but carrying around two computers, it just, yeah, not going to happen. I wonder if it's always doing that, or if it's just something, I might have something on and running that's being a resource hog. I don't have internet running. I don't know what else would be. I don't know. Like I said earlier, I can't see prompt my way out of a paper bag, so I have no clue. The fact that I've made like computers my life is like literally one of the funniest things in the world. A lot of my friends are just like, what are you doing, jackass? I mean, you know, until I started using ZBrush, my best tools were, you know, 740 years old, something like that. I had some absolutely exquisite chisels. You know, it's like, I don't know. It's a miracle that I can turn my machine on every day. Sometimes I really do feel like one of those crazy old guys where you're just like, huh? Texting? How do you text? What is this texting thing you speak of? I mean, it's taken years for me to even deal with like starting my Instagram. Sadly, I don't respond to Facebook and stuff too much because I hate it. I can't stand it. But I was yelled at again this Thanksgiving. So after Thanksgiving, I've been pretty diligent about posting on Instagram. But it's hard. I haven't been interacting on Facebook as much as I should be. I have a sort of educational page that was started from one of my old classes. And I try to be helpful and stuff, but it's like with the live streaming and like when I was streaming at home, I could turn it on and just, you know, stream while I worked on my stream. But I haven't been doing that much because I'm, you know, I have to drive here. I'm like 30 minutes away. And so my streaming has dropped out and I've been told, oh, you got to stay on top of that. Ooh, you got to do this. So I'm trying. I'm giving it a shot, man. Sadly, I don't have KeyShot on this machine, so I can't really render. And KeyShot isn't nice like all the other programs where you can have one on your laptop and one on your... Yeah, they don't play that game. Yeah, sadly, I kind of have to have social media. so much business is generated through it, sadly. And, you know, I field questions and stuff for class. And for, you know, just people who want information, I try to be available. And, I mean, I field probably anywhere between 35 and 200 emails a day, depending on, like tomorrow I'll have more emails because people will ask questions. A lot of people don't like to ask questions live, but they'll ask me questions on email. So usually after I stream, I get more emails of people asking questions. And as soon as my education platform's done, I can just say, hey, go here. All the answers are there. But it's taking me forever because, like I said, I'm not a great video maker. And because of my OCD, I have to at least feel like I understand it in some way. And with the frustration of making art, you know what? I don't find the making art frustrating at all, honestly. Where my frustrations come from are the business side of stuff, because I'm not a business person. I just want to work, so I find the business side of things a nightmare. And then I realize that at some point I just need a business partner, right? And my friend Tony is my business partner in a lot of ways, and he's really the jeweler behind what I do, or in front. You know, it's not a behind me or whatever, but he's really the jeweler who makes sure a lot of my work's done. But now where I find problems is trying to find someone who has the business savvy and some funding to start getting stuff done. And my frustration comes from that kind of stuff, like selling. Like, I'm the worst salesperson in the world because I'm just like, well, look at it. Do you like it? Buy it. Why do I have to convince you to buy something? I don't understand that. I really don't. I don't, when I go out and shop, I don't deal with salespeople. It's not, I mean, I do a lot of research before I buy big price items. And honestly, at that point, I've done so much research that I don't really particularly care what you have to say. You know, I mean, if you have, you know, if a salesperson has, you know, a legitimate piece of information where it's like, oh, well, you know, that's very cool and it looks great, but honestly, this one is better, blah, blah, blah. Great, I'll listen to what you have to say, but I don't, honestly, I know what I want to buy. I usually do my research beforehand, and I'm at least a fairly competent person when it comes to that. So, because most salespeople are just pimps, you know. I mean, it's just like I don't need to be convinced to buy something. Just step away and let me do my shopping. And sadly, there's so many people that want to be convinced to buy things. You know, it's like you have to hold their hand to buy stuff. It's like, look, dude, look at it. You know, do you like it? Well, buy it. People are like, well, you know, was it made on Thursday? What's the name of the miner who mined the gold? You know, blah. I don't get it. That's just something I don't understand. And for those of you who need your hands held, I'm not saying that you're bad. I'm just saying I don't get it. Don't get it. Thus in turn, I'm a crappy salesperson. So once again, trying to build a team to just be able to sell some stuff makes me insane. And then we live in a world of middlemen, so it's like we've removed art from the schools, I think, so people who are not artists didn't have to fail miserably in public and high school, so they don't appreciate art anymore. Because when I was young, I actually had to take art in school, and you know, there were a lot of people who sucked at art, and and they had to fight for an art grade. And now it's just a world of failed lawyers who feel like they need to dictate the rules of our world to us. And people do not respect art anymore, that is for sure. They're just like, well, my cousin's an artist, I can get him to do it for $35. I was like, well, then why are you talking to me? Get him to do it for $35. I mean, what's sad is, like, I charge my day rate from 25 years ago. That's what I charge, and people just choke. It's like, look, man, I'm being nice. I have an $1,800 day rate, and if I work on it for an hour, or if I work on it for 23 hours, it's $1,800, because I'm a little too, I know that no one would ever believe me from these streams, but I'm a little too fast to make money off of hourly work. And, it's just, so I can sit and pretend to work for a few hours, or to make money, or I'm going to just charge my rate. It was hysterical. I did these charms for someone, and I was like, well, my rate's $1,800 a day. And he was like, oh, I don't know if I could afford that. And I was like, okay, well, and this was a friend of a friend, so I was like, okay, so, well, how much money do you have? What's your budget? And he was like, well, I got $2,600. I was like, okay, look, because you're my friend's friend, and you're kind of in need, I'll do this for you. And I kicked out 11 charms in an afternoon and sent them all back to him, and he was like, well, but that's less than your day rate. I was like, hey, you're the one who couldn't afford my day rate. You had $2,700. There it is. And so to feel good, he had to send me back with a bunch of changes the next day. So I at least worked 2 days for my but it was like, yeah, you're missing the point. I'm not going to sit around and futz off. If you're paying me, I'm gonna sit down, I'm gonna kill it, and I'll move on. But yeah, it's painful, because now there are so many people who like claim to be 3D modelers, and they're like, oh, well, I'll do it for $50. I'm like, there was a guy who wanted to hire me for his company quite a bit, and he kept coming back, and he was always like, well, okay, so how much you want? I'm like, $185,000, $200,000 a year. And he was like, well, I got people I'm paying $35 an hour to do that same thing. Well, then why are you calling me? Go away. It's like, I'm going to charge you a lot, because at the end of the day, I probably don't want to do what you want me to do. It's like I'm probably a little underwhelmed by what you want done. So I'm going to be pissy all day because I have to do something I really don't want to do. See, this is getting old. I'm like, I don't have enough time to even think about your crap if you're not going to pay me. So it turned into that crabby old dude. I might have been that crabby young dude too, so they are just a little crabby sometimes. I like making my work. I don't particularly care about yours. Oh my God, yeah. Oh no, the education system in the U.S. has turned into complete, absolute, and utter garbage. I really think that I was part of the last generation in America where education was good. Because I had a great education. I mean, we were taught history, we were taught art, and we weren't taught to take tests. That's what makes me nuts is, now people don't, like, you don't have to write papers and stuff anymore. Everything is multiple choice question things, so people are not taught to think anymore, and I find that absolutely tragic. Because when I was in school, I mean, they made us, you know, school was work. And now it's like, oh, I don't know how to take that. Too much work for most. Oh, holy Hannah, I have been doing this without symmetry turned on. How long has symmetry not been turned on? Okay. That might be a wee bit on the frustrating side right there, guys. It's not a big problem because you can always mirror and weld, but the second you start mirror and welding, it's all remeshing. So we'll just work on this quarter for now, and I will come back and Z-remesh later. Or I won't have to Z-remesh, I'll just mirror and weld before I decimate. .501. It's the wee early hours of the morning. I might have to actually quit here soon. I don't know. Someone type in, how do you check how much? Can't you type in the stream and figure out how long the stream's been going? I don't know. I know that you can do that somehow, but I don't know how to do it. Like you could type something into the stream and it'll tell you how long the stream's been going. I think I've put a full day's work in. It's been at least 5 hours. Like, what's the command? 8 hours and 57 minutes. There we go. So pushing 9 hours. And I haven't accomplished crap. See, that's what's so funny. I don't know if these streams are actually very good for me, because people just see me working. They're like, oh my God, this dork will never get anything done if we hire him. I work very differently than I stream. Streaming's just doodling. I'm not concerned. I'm just futzing with shape and answering questions. Because I can't, my OCD won't allow me to actually focus on a project and answer questions. I can't do that. So that's why I just meander and metal futz around. And hopefully the metal futzing is sharing some information about stuff, but yeah, there's none of the let's jam something through. Oh, that's not good. Okay. I guess it might be time to call it, right? 5 a.m., 9 hours. What kills me is like Ashley comes on, she streams for like an hour and 45 minutes and she hammers out some beautiful model. It's just like, what? Yeah. I can't do that. If I'm really working, I can't talk. I have to like really, I'm a kind of a creature of rhythm because of the OCD. And if I can't build up a rhythm, I can't accomplish quickly, that's for sure. Mm-hmm. Maybe I'll get Ugo to come in and talk about armor one day. Well, honestly, it's really tricky. Like, how do you like? What's the fastest way to learn ZBrush? And honestly, it is putting in hours, just getting familiar with the interface and learning. If you're doing character design work, there are a few classes out there that are actually really great. I know that, one, you can watch here. We have some very good character designers on ZBrush Live. Shane Olson has his 3D character workshop, and his website is a really good teaching tool. So joining something like that. The other nice thing about Shane's stuff is that he has a very active community. So there are a lot of the students who partake in the forums and stuff, and there's a lot of critique sessions going on. If you ever want to model critique, the last Monday of the month, I do critiques. You can upload the model, and we'll look at it and talk to it. I think critiques are another really quick way to learn, because you have a third eye coming in and really kind of pinpointing some of the things you need to work on specifically. The other thing I would strongly suggest, if you're just learning, is to copy. And what I mean is make, not necessarily copy someone else's work, but sculpt things that you have photo references on, because then you can judge whether you're succeeding or failing. Because let's take this ring, for example. I've sat here for 9 hours and futzed the hell off on something that is not accomplishing. But no one can say this is wrong, because this is just me making crap up. Where if you are using real references, well, you can say, oh, that looks like them, or it doesn't look like them, right? So I would do a lot of real photo referenced work, and then see if you're hitting it or not. I think when you're early on, I think that's an incredibly important thing to do, because it's a cheesy way that a lot of people get away with making crap models, is that they're like, oh, well, that's my style, that's what I'm doing. It's like, well, if you don't have craft, who cares if you have style? Because chances are a lot of style is just people who don't know how to do anything well. So I think that's probably hours, and using, make sure you're using something with photo reference to begin with, because that way, like I said, you can judge it whether you're succeeding or not. But like I said, for character work, Shane Olson's classes are fabulous. They're really simple. He has complex concepts that are broken down very simply and easy to understand. His videos are very tight. and easy to understand. But also, just watch ZBrush live, look at the presenters, and come in, and don't be scared to ask questions. Have your model and have people look at your model and answer questions, because real input, I think, is real important to that early learning phase. Because once again, as long as you're willing to listen to people first of all, make sure those people, their opinions have some sort of value, that you're dealing with someone who can help you, and then to listen to what they say and actually try to implement it. Don't, art is humility. And I know there are a lot of pompous ass artists out there who are like, oh, well, and I get it, sell the myth, you kind of have to, but don't believe your own myth. If you're trying to get money, yeah, you're the greatest person in the world. If you're trying to learn, I learn something every day, and I've been doing this a long damn time, and I'm pretty damn good at what I do. But like, I watch the streams and I'm like, holy Hannah, I didn't even know that was part of this program. So I think that, participating in streams like this, when people offer critiques, take advantage of it, and have them critique your work, and find the handful of people whose style is sort of where you want to go, and follow them. But I watch Shane. Usually I think Shane's earlier today. Well, yesterday. He comes on before me, usually. And I would say he's definitely someone to watch if you're trying to do character work. All right, Maestro. Have a great one, man. I'll be here next week. Bring models. I think I'm probably going to have to check out too, because it's going to take me 35. I'm not going to get home till 6:30 because I have to drive. I'm not actually at home. All right. So are there any questions before I leave that I haven't answered or that someone wants to know? Because I'm into my 9th hour here, and that might be enough. I'm going to wait a second for any last minute questions before I go. Anybody out there who has a question that we haven't addressed before I bail out of here? Okay, well, thank you, everyone. Ta-da! Isn't that wonderful? Ridiculous. Oh man, brutal. This is the longest I've sat in a chair for a week and a half. My body's definitely screaming. Thank goodness tomorrow morning will be coffee in the hot tub. All right, so thank you. I hope everyone at least gained something from that marathon. Every Monday at 8 Pacific Standard Time I start. And you never know how long I'll run. Obviously, tonight was fairly long because, well, all I've been doing is sleeping for a week and a half. So I'm not very tired. But the last Monday of every month, I stream, and if you want, well, where is it? Here it is. If you want to upload a model there, and you can upload it at any time, and then we'll just get to it during the critique streams. Sorry I missed last week. I put in 9 hours today. I made up for it, hopefully. let's see, anything else? Thank you, ZBrush. Thank you, ZBrush peoples. I love you. You're great. If you don't or haven't used ZBrush yet, you can download. It used to be a 40-day trial. I don't know what it is now. But you can download a trial version, use it, play with it, love it. Remember to check on, if you go to ZBrush Live, so on here you can see this is the week and these are the people. But if you're not familiar with who everyone is, if you go to ZBrush Live, and go to presenters. So like for, where are you? Where is it? Yeah, so Leonard, come here and you can see who sort of does what. See, Ash is a wonderful character designer. Shane does like a stylized character design, and he has a really wonderful, that's who I'm talking about. So what you can do is you can look at the thing, and this tells you what their schedule for the month is, and then sort of what they cover. And so this is a good way to get familiar with the people who are streaming. And then you can just see character artist, jewelry artist and broadcaster, founder, 3D artist, 3D modeler, collectible toys, 3D artist. So you can kind of get an idea of what people do. And then you can look at their schedule and see, right? So he's on the 25th. You can see examples of their work. And then these are past streams. And so you can go through and see what they've streamed, and you can just, you can go back and watch past streams. So you can get familiar with the people who are here, because we have some fantastic artists on ZBrush Live, and there are a lot of them going. And this is an incredible wealth of information that a lot of people just don't get to. I'll tell you, the base ZBrush interface can get tricky, but once you're used to it, it's really simple. It's a completely different way of viewing and thinking about how to generate models. But look through that in ZBrush at Pixologic. There's also Pixologic.com \. There's Learn ZBrush, ZBrush Classroom Training, and these are a whole bunch of little ZBrush videos getting started. Go here, and these are great videos. They're made by Joseph and Paul and Solomon, and they sort of changed. Oh, here we go. And so you can go to beginners, and these are all the basic videos, and you can just go through and find the ones you want, and there are tons of them. Right? And that's just, you can see how they just keep loading. There are lots of basic videos, right? And these are really good basic thoughts, and sort of teaches you the difference between quad geometry and radial symmetry, and so this is a really fantastic reference place, because all of these are done by Joseph and Paul and Solomon and some of the other people who work for ZBrush. So these people truly know the program. So they're really nice, short, concise videos that will allow you to kind of wrap your head around what's going on. Wow, that little splinter's a pain in the butt. It really kind of hurts. So those are really great references for you. use them, take advantage. There's also Ask ZBrush. So if you have a specific question, hashtag Ask ZBrush on Twitter, and they'll make a little video. You can also go to Ask ZBrush on YouTube, and if you want like a quick question, how does morph target work? How did it? So, and then there are tons of these as well. I mean, they're just, hundreds of Ask ZBrush, and these are all questions that people have asked. And I imagine you can search the page, right? So if we searched morph, will it, are these all in Ask ZBrush? No. So isn't there a way to search just search within? Nah, whatever. You'll figure it out. Is control fine? There you go. You can just control find. So what does morph do? You go to the next one, right? Boom. How do I create a morph target? Boom. How does morph target and morph brush work? Boom. So, you can just control F on the page, and you can go through these, and there are lots and lots of these. So this is another really, really good resource for you. So ZBrush Classrooms, Ask ZBrush, and the other live streamers, all great, super, super good. Yeah, no, it's great, and they're usually pretty responsive about the Ask ZBrush stuff. So I think that covers most of that. Is there anything else? Anybody? Anything else? Righto. Then I am going to go, because it is now 5:22, and it's going to take me a half hour to pack up and a half hour drive, so I might be in bed by 7 a.m. Okay, kind and gentle folk, have a wonderful week. I will see you next weekend, or see you next week. Next week isn't the last month, is it? Where's calendar? So yeah, next Monday is the last Monday. So next Monday is a critique week. So feel free to load up any models at that link right there, ZBrush at TSW. And that goes to a Dropbox. No one else will have access to the models. It's just me. And next week, upload some models and we'll talk about them and critique them. And yeah, thank everyone at ZBrush. I think that's it. All right, kind and gentle folk, I will see you next week. Now I have to figure out how to stop the stream here. There it is. Boop. Stop streaming. Good morning, good night. Ciao, guys. Have a great day. Have a great week.